All right, so this is about to be an intro. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of the Challenger Podcast. Today we're joined with 5 co-hosts today. Of course, our regular co-host, Free Gaming in the third, my guy Ryzen, Black Uchiha, aka Damon in 5, aka could be Damon in 3, and a special guest for today. We have my guy Mel XO, Mel the Creator, or formerly known as my guy Mel the Dreamer. Elite.
What's going on, fellas? What's going on with y'all?
What's up, partners? What's up? So I guess we could start off today's podcast, or I guess Mel, you want to give your pleasantries? Welcome back, of course.
Hi. I'm happy to be back. I think that's about it. Yeah.
This guy said his pleasantries, bro. His use of vocabulary, like his choice of vocabulary, always astonishes me. Like it tickles me every time.
I didn't know I needed a prepared statement, but
nah, you didn't. I heard you about to say something before I was about to lead into the topic, so I thought my bad. I thought you had something loaded up.
Unfortunately, not. Maybe next
time.
All
right. But yeah, so last podcast we essentially ended off discussing IMDb's ranking of all the Boruto anime episodes, and of course we're going to continue here. We didn't necessarily get to go too in depth, but we looked over some of the early, or some of the highlight episodes, I should say. Now, me personally, I've had like a big problem off rip with the first arc. That's just me. I thought the first arc was supposed to be at least majority episodes in the 7th. Now I get some episodes, like for example, the couples that are in 5s, you could probably throw that down. But I honestly thought the Sumune arc was elite. I thought it was probably super underrated.
No, I would have to agree with you on that, because that was like what brought us into the series, honestly. And then we got the first appearance of the Jogan in that episode. Like the art the animation and the art was beautiful. Like I don't have no problem with the Sumune art.
100%.
I'm actually really surprised not one of the early Jogan episodes hit green. Like seeing Tonari after like a hot minute and just seeing him interacting with Boruto through his dreams, I felt like that was interesting, especially because that was supposed to be like one episode, and then Kishimoto went back and like added a whole bunch of stuff. So it's surprising that the first episode that actually hits an 8.2 is the Shin Uchiha arc, the boy with the Sharingan. So it's not until we start hitting the little Gaiden arc is when they start ranking them as.
I feel like I have like an idea as to why. Obviously, Sasuke's introduction, but also I think it's more of like the idea of coming off of the war arc and then going back to Academy. It felt a little bit, if just off first blush, it wasn't necessarily that appealing. But now going back to a situation where Naruto's utilizing his Sage 6 Pass mode now, or I guess his chakra mode, as some people want to say, and also Sasuke's now utilizing, I guess, or Sasuke's meeting Sar and also utilizing some of his abilities fighting against Shin Uchiha clones. I thought, yeah, that's going to be obviously be more hyped, but I thought there was a lot of great substance in the first arc.
Let's give him some leeway though, because I honestly think there's way more. Because I'm looking at the color coding: green, awesome; light green, what is that? Great; yellow, good; orange, regular; pink, bad; and then purple, garbage. Bro, I would have gave more garbage episodes than what they gave.
Wait. So green, yellow is what?
It's good? A dark green and then a light green. So awesome, great, and then good is yellow. Regular is orange.
Green,
well, it's the specific numbers. I guess the oranges represents the 6s, the yellows are the 7s, the 8s are the greens, and the 9s are the darker greens, and of course the reds are the 5s. Yeah, so they're essentially ranking it.
This is like
1 through 4 would have got purple.
Say again?
Anything, I think it's like anything 1 through 4. Oh, I ain't going to get specific. Go ahead, my fault.
Oh yeah.
So just so I understand, you just ranking the first arc of Boruto the anime, right?
This isn't us ranking it. This is IDA. What? How you fucking pronounce that? IMDb. IMDb. There you go. Yeah, that's their ranking for Boruto.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is pretty much like the regular I guess critics view opinions on this show. Which
I see. And these
I'm
are
not
all
gonna
the
lie.
episodes?
I'm not gonna lie. It's not that crazy. I mean, because I rewatched the first arc of Boruto a few times. The more I watch, it's not bad, which isn't what Orange is. Is like regular. I think that actually this fits. It's like it's cool. You know, it starts to get good closer towards those Toneri and Jogan episodes you see when it gets to 7.2. So I'm gonna keep it a being, bro. The colors are just ugly, but I think low key that tracks.
I
And
can
then we get the first green by the Shinuchiya. I ain't gonna lie, that tracks, bro. I'm gonna keep it a being.
and you know, I agree with the bad. You know, episode 49, Wasabi and Namida. Like, I'm sorry, but I'm not watching an episode.
Oh yeah,
of
no,
Wasabi and
I agree.
Namida.
Wait,
Yeah,
that's the episode when she blew the forest down, though.
I think so.
That was I ain't gonna lie, that was a cold scene.
I
It
just
was a trash episode, but that was a
to
cold
be honest,
tough scene.
There's so many episodes that I want my 30 minutes back. I'm just gonna say
yeah,
that.
no, I feel like the outliers they got correct. Like even 67, 68, and 69, like directly after the Naruto and Sasuke versus Momoshiki battle, we went to some Chocho arc stuff. And it's just like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, they're all Chocho.
I need
honestly,
2 minutes back.
Week by week, it's more bearable to watch all of. That's why, because it's like I'm looking at it, it's like the reason I watched majority of these episodes is because it was dropping week by week. But during my rewatches, a lot of these episodes are like hard watching. Like it's a drag if you're actually gonna force yourself to watch it. But then you reach a point where it's like, why do I even need to watch this? So it's unfortunate for the animation direction, bro. Honestly,
Yeah, like there's so many episodes. I'm like, how does this push the story forward? Like, what basis does this episode have? And like creating the story of Boruto. Like, there's a lot of episodes where they like go over something and they just completely leave it in the past. Like, they don't even cover it again in the future. Characters get left behind. Like, it's a whole bunch of episodes that they don't really need.
No, yeah, I could completely see that. And to be honest, the ratings kind of reflect that. I know I sent one of the pictures as well. We pretty much talked about the last pod, but the anime episodes that went over the manga stuff, like it had like an 8.3 average rating, and the ones that didn't had like a 6.3. I completely understand the idea or the feeling of the anime can not necessarily meaning too much in the long term. So it feels like you're just watching something that no one really cares about. The Byakuya gang is a great example. I thought that was a decent arc, especially tugging at a lot of people's emotional sides as well, and even like it made people think like, are these people actually evil? But even still, that arc in itself doesn't necessarily hold weight in regards to like long-term impact for the series.
Yeah, honestly, I think if you was rating this bar, most of this would be in the dark green. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Say again.
If this was your rating, 90% of this would have been in the dark green.
No, it would be. It's kind of interesting. I feel like most of it would probably be yellow, but it'd be specific episodes that would be dark green. Like for example, if you guys remember, the Kakashi novel arc where he went on a vacation with Might Guy and Mirai. Like the first 5 episodes of that arc would probably be like orange, and then like the last episode would probably be like dark green. Because that's just how most of like the arcs and boards or the anime specific arcs kind of went, where it's like most of the buildup just seemed boring, wasn't too much. But then the last episode we got pretty much most of what we wanted to see.
Yeah, I hate when they, because I'll be having high hope, because I read a lot of the novel arcs and stuff like that. So I'll be having high hopes when the anime adapts it, and it seems like they just take their own creative liberty and like completely, like not completely stray away, but they basically just take little nods from the novel and add it into the anime.
Nah, that's not even the anime fault though, bro. Because I was under that belief too, but they was dropping these episodes and then dropping the novels like a week or 2 weeks later. Like the novels came after the anime episodes.
Not true, because that Sasuke novel that they adapted, that novel had been out for a couple years
But
before they
that's
adapted
different. I'm talking about like the novels for like the arcs all the way before the Chunin exam arc. Those anime episodes were dropping, and then by the time we were getting close to the Chunin exam arc, Kodati just dropped like 3 novels at once that went over the beginning parts of the anime. But the Sasuke stuff that stuff came later on, and yeah, the anime did adapt it. But
You know,
that's like an
Terrible.
outlier. Like they butchered a lot of novels, bro.
you know, part of me hates that they actually adapted the Retsuden novel, or at least part of it, with the Sasuke prison arc, because technically that's a Naruto story. But then Boruto's the one who gets the bad rap for the quote unquote dinosaurs and what
Yeah,
happened.
because it was released as part of that Naruto trilogy too, with
Yeah,
the Kakashi and then Sakura story. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
100%.
Naruto's supposed to have like a chakra illness and shit like that. They completely didn't even add that into the anime.
Yeah, which I'm thankful for, by the way.
They did it in a weird way where they just animated like the Sasuke stuff and like some Kakashi stuff.
Yeah,
But
some
it's
of the
interesting because normally you would have animated that in under Naruto, like have it like what they were doing with the last when they were animating the last novels, because that is a Naruto story at the end of the day. They kind of said, you know what, let's drop it on Boruto's anime. Now Boruto is forever stained with the dinosaur quote unquote controversy,
Bro,
even though that's not a Boruto story. It's Naruto.
I guess like when you read something, your imagination can go places that the anime can't really. Like when you read something, you have this preconceived notion of what it should look like. And that dinosaur battle in the novel, it seems way more grandiose than they made it in the actual anime. Like it was so short in the anime, like the whole build up to it in the novel was just beautiful. I love the novel. Not one is probably one of my favorite novels, but I didn't really like it when they adapted it into the anime. I kind of dropped it, honestly.
It's crazy. I know a girl who says basically she's like she listens to music, but she don't watch music videos because it's gonna ruin the song for her. How she
That do happens. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's kind of like the same thing. You just like you probably read something, you're like, oh, this is how it happened in your head. It's like for me personally, with me, that's why I think Chronicles of Narnia is so trash. Because in my head, it was like
that was so random,
so different. That's like one of the biggest upsets. Like as a kid, I remember being so disappointed watching that movie.
I wasn't because I never read the book or the novel.
I just thought it was supposed to be grandiose, but yeah, I get it though. I get it.
Yeah.
But I also feel like they just ran out of ideas. They just said, okay, shit, we're close to the manga.
Wait, I'm sorry. How can you run out of ideas when the whole story is already fucking written for you, though?
No. What I mean is they needed something like a script to like make episodes. Like they were at that point in time, if I'm remembering correctly, it was just after the Ishiki arc, Sasuke lost his Rinnegan. They were getting pretty close to the manga. They needed something to fill in that space.
Yeah.
Instead of doing anime original content, they probably said, hey, you know what? Let's adapt one of the novels. People like Sasuke. Let's do the Sasuke one. And it also did cause confusion when you think about it, because we had just left off of Sasuke losing his Rinnegan, and then suddenly they're adapting a novel that takes place way before he lost the Rinnegan. People were saying, wait, when did Sasuke get his Rinnegan back? So it feels like the whole situation wasn't really that thought out with them adapting that part of the
thing
novel.
about it too is like if they were gonna adapt it, like Free Game, I didn't read the novel. I read the manga when they dropped the manga around that time, but when my personal opinion, it could have worked if they just simply like decided if they were gonna do it. Don't rush it. Don't just be like, all right, we're gonna give y'all 6-7 episodes, call it a day. You know what I'm saying? They should have really been serious and be like, all right, we're gonna flesh this out. If they were serious about Kakashi's novels, because they only gave us like 3.5 seconds worth of Kakashi novel content and stuff like that. They could have made it a 10-15 episode arc and be like, hey, bro, we're going to get to the cold stuff when we get to the cold stuff. Focus on this Sasuke flashback and just emphasize how much of a flashback it was. Like, throughout the whole arc, like the manga, I enjoyed the manga. Throughout the anime, it gave it like, I'm not trying to diss, bro. It gave it that Boruto feel, that typical like uselessness throughout parts of the episodes, and then it turns up at the end. That's the only reason why you stick around. Like, for me personally, the only thing I can remember from that arc, honestly, aside from like, I think he did like a Chidori Sinbone at the end. It was like a cool animation for like 20 seconds. It was really the Sakura and Sasuke part when like I guess he made the ring and then the animation damn near turned into portraits for like 2 minutes. That's like the best part of that arc. Like it was nice seeing that part animated and Sakura and Sasuke's relationship flourished throughout adulthood. So other than that, bro,
he did Sasuke. Wait, maybe you should. I beseech everybody to read the novel, because the novel does Sasuke and Sakura's relationship so much better than in the
Yeah,
anime.
yeah. And even I know the manga skipped a lot of things too, but even in the manga, bro, they skipped a lot of the shit like Sakura was supposed to do when she was able to sense through the walls and all that
Uh-huh.
extra stuff with like creating the jutsu. And I'm like, bro, I mean, the episode looked nice though, and I ain't gonna lie, I'm not gonna lie to you. I actually felt a tear on my emotional,
This guy,
string watching that scene when Sasuke was, I don't know who was
heartstrings.
talking. One of them was talking, confessing their feelings and just saying, yeah, thank you and stuff like that. And then Sasuke made the ring. Sakura started crying. I was like, damn, this some real nigga shit right here, bro.
Did they ever go over the reason why he made her the ring? He no, because he was jealous. I can't remember like the end
It's
because I was
because
so pissed
it's
off by the
because
end.
his cellmate was talking about his ring for his wife, and
No,
Sasuke was
see,
just
it was
thinking about like
completely different
Sakura.
in the manga. It was completely different in the novel. People were like talking about how
Well, that's
fine
people. Yeah,
she was
she
and
was
stuff.
getting mad. People who was visiting her, who was just hurting themselves on purpose just to visit her
Yeah,
because she was
okay, they did
popular.
put that in there. Okay, they did put that in the anime. Okay, I was about to say because that was the reason why he made the ring. He was jealous, pretty much, and it was like the ring was supposed to symbolize his love for her and stuff that she was taking.
It was it
He
was
couldn't.
but it was the dude who gave him an idea because remember that's not like tradition in Conan, so he didn't even know about it. It
Yeah,
was just that
yeah.
his cellmate. He was like, "Yeah, bruh, I got my wife this ring or something." And he was like, "Maybe I should do something like that for Sakura."
Wasn't that the one that ended up backdooring him? I can't remember his name.
GG or something
Yeah,
like
Gigi.
that.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it was. I was excited when they announced it, but it was an underwhelming arc. So
Very
But I
underwhelming.
also feel like it was a missed opportunity to like give us the second book and not like just adapt the trilogy, because it feels like we are only getting a part of a story.
Yep.
You're
yeah, they
just
should
being
have
left
just
hanging.
adapted all three novels, most likely. Yeah,
100%, and especially the last part, the Naruto centric one. Like, you have Naruto being all introspective, you have his inner thoughts, you have him talking with Kurama, you have him even saying that one thing he wants is for the future to not need a Hokage. And of course, we know Naruto never goes anywhere with that. He's like, hey, Sarada, feel free to become Hokage. But it's interesting to see his like thoughts on the situation of how the world is going, and
Mhm.
how, yeah, at some point he does want to see the Hokage position become like a relic of the past, and have people move on to like some sort of better system.
Help me out here because I probably have the trashiest memory of the whole cast. What was the point of the novel adaptation? Like, since Naruto didn't have the heart virus, what was Sasuke and Sakura's mission in that jail?
Oh, they were trying to figure out how to cure his heart
Nah,
virus.
he did
What?
have the rights from the anime.
Yeah,
This
What?
one it was
he
just
did
like it was
have
just
it.
it was a flashback. They just was like, oh, back in time.
Yeah.
Like the
What?
first
You have
episode was like,
you have
yeah,
Naruto clutching his chest and saying, "Yo, Sasuke, where are you going?"
I don't
yeah.
remember that. That's crazy. All right, because they only found like that's another reason why they should have adapted all three novels, because all three novels, Sasuke and Sakura, they're after one portion of the cure, and then Kakashi, he's after a different portion of it, and then there's another novel. I can't remember the other novel. Other novel.
It's Naruto's novel when he gets cured.
Okay, yeah. So
I mean, that's
no,
the thing. They adapted the beginning because Sasuke's novel was the first one, and then it bleeds into Kakashi's novel. But
if
he's
they would have
already
did
out on his
Kakashi's
mission.
novel and they would have ruined it, I completely would have dropped
They
Boruto at
did.
that
They
point.
ruined it. That's what
They
me and
they adapted it.
they put like literally 7 scenes from Kakashi's novel in the middle of the whole thing. And it was just like, I guess. And then Kakashi was able to find stuff, and then the particle that Sakura and Sasuke got by the end of the arc, they combined it and healed Naruto. It was like some off-panel shit, bro. But yeah, we saw Kakashi in the kingdom, we saw the prince, but we didn't get the build on it like how they did in the novels.
Yeah. See, man, I instead of watching that, I would just rather listen to Naruto
But
explain
even with that,
tell
bro,
them
that
speak the
can't be
novel.
like the worst of the worst. Like, what's this row of red right here? What is this?
Oh, that's what I was gonna ask next. What did they rate those episodes on this list? Because I
I
don't
think
Alright,
that's
remember.
the Urashiki arc. I'm not gonna lie. That row of reds is
let's
that
see.
them?
'Impossible if it
96 96 is blood, sweat, and Namida, so it's another Namida situation.
Wow.
oh my days.
97 is Shikadai's decision. 98 is the
Yeah, I
Cursed
think
Forest. 99, which got a 6.4, is Jugo and the Curse Mark.
so.
Now
It's
that
leading into
episode's
the
pretty fire.
Urashiki. That's leading into the Urashiki stuff, isn't it?
Let's see.
Like by the time we get to episode 105 and shit.
Where's the Misuo True
105.
arc? Oh, sorry, go
105 is
ahead.
a wound on the heart.
fuck was that? What episode was that?
Let's see.
The wound on
No,
the heart.
actually, that's still the Jugo stuff, isn't it?
Yes, and then
Yeah.
106 is the Steam Ninja Scrolls. So that's
yeah, understandably, dude.
that's the little manga with Mirai, I think.
Understandably bad. Yeah,
I
get
thought
it.
the Jugo arc wasn't bad at all. I ain't gonna lie. With all the fake Jugors running around.
Damn. So they rated.
You gotta
They
rewatch it,
rated.
bro.
They rated all of Mirai's
Yeah.
episodes except for the last one as bad.
Yeah, that's what I said.
You want to know what's crazy? I think Mirai's arc, and then it was another arc. It wasn't an arc fully. I don't know, but Mirai's arc is one of the only arcs I skipped in the Boruto anime. Like I didn't even watch the last episode of that. At that point, by that point, I was so sick of shit, bro.
Oh, that was with the bootleg Hedon, huh?
Yeah, bro. I watched that
Bro.
first episode. I'm like, yeah, I'm good,
What
bro.
the fuck?
Yeah,
I'm
my
good.
problem with it is
I was
they
like, I'm
had
good,
so
bro.
much material to make this a great arc. I thought it could have been elite. Of course, I mean, I get it. Hey, it's the fake Hedon and everything like that. But you had so much abilities. You had Kakashi there, my guy, especially Mirai
It
there.
was
Like, come on,
crazy
dog.
out here.
This has to be a
I
good
don't.
arc.
Nah, I don't know what they put in that arc, bro. It was like I just couldn't. Like I sat through the Fanato arc. I sat through Himawari and Kawaki at the Academy arc. I done sat through like the worst of the worst, but so I don't know, for some reason we got through. Like I would Konohamaru and Lemon. Y'all remember that shorty with the yellow hair?
Mhm.
Yeah,
I sat through that arc, but
Bro.
when they got to that Mirai stuff, bro, I was like, yeah, I can't do this.
yeah,
Bro,
they were. That arc was rated accordingly too.
That's like if you make a nice big jug of Kool-Aid and you go in the cabinet to get the sugar and then you accidentally pour a whole bunch of flour in it. That's what the hell the Mirai arc was to me, bro. It was like, damn.
That shit looked pretty, and as soon as you got into it, it was like, oh no.
Exactly.
What is this?
I only say that because I did that yesterday, by the way.
But yeah, I'm telling you, most of that we were just watching on vacation. That's pretty much it. I didn't understand.
But I would say anything with Mike Guy in it, I will watch though, because Mike Guy is fucking funny to me. So anytime you got an episode with Mike Guy in it, bro, you got my attention.
No,
I mean, at the very least, he's doing better than Lee. Both Lees.
Look,
Like,
bro, I don't want to talk about
funniest
Lee.
thing that's-
Really, y'all finna get me started because this nigga Metal Lee was like, oh, I need to wear a necklace to get over my nervousness. And then somehow, some way, we assume he gets over his nervousness. We end up in this Funato ass clan arc. The shorty that he's trying to start rocking with, he let shorty die, and he wasn't even trying to spin the blow. Y'all gotta understand, my hatred is deep for Metal Lee. Like, it's warranted and it's justified.
I got high hopes in Metal Lee because I enjoy the Mike Guy trilogy. Mike Guy, they asked him in class about Madara Uchiha, and he says, I can't remember who that is. And nigga damn near took your leg off. Damn near killed you, bro.
That's
you
a different type of
everybody, I
ego.
don't remember who they are, who that is. Bro,
Right,
anytime Mike
100%.
Guy is on camera, bro, I'm watching.
We could just bring the focus from Metal Lee to just focus on Rock Lee. Fuck it. Mike gotta show up for Rock Lee still. You know what I'm saying?
bro.
Like,
I wouldn't mind Rock Lee playing the Mike Guy role in Boruto. Being like the next level type of Gates user.
I mean, but we know why Metal doesn't appear. He's not Boruto's friend. Boruto comes out and says it like, "You're not my guy."
Yo, I don't know if he said that in the actual anime, but there was text that legitimately said that he wasn't, that they weren't friends.
Like,
right?
He's not gonna appear if he's not just a placeholder character. Like I remember in the Naruto Boruto sparring match, they used him as a placeholder, and that was his like final appearance.
yeah.
But at the end of the day, he's not one of the guys. He's not him.
I mean, they did get into a little squabble back in like episode 3.
That was like 2 or 3. Bro, that was before. That was pre-propaganda Metal Lee. Like, we was cool, bro, until he started putting on necklaces to fight off the bad juju.
I mean, now
at that point, I was like, yeah, I'm done with this character.
I mean, now you know why he's not Boruto's friend.
Like, I can't do this, bro.
No,
I mean, it's right here. You have like, hey, here's a whole double spread on Boruto's friends.
Why didn't he get a
Metal
fight
Lee's
with
right
him
here
against
in the
Tony
corner
Zan?
saying, "What about me?
Oh
What
yeah,
about
I
me?"
remember that.
No, yeah, this is
Like,
crazy.
bro, he's not, bro. He's just,
Like,
it's sad because he's Rock Lee's son. And it's like, why would you even do that, bro? Make Rock Lee single, make him a bachelor. He could be the #1 bachelor in Coda House. Like, why give him a son and make
at
his
this
son so
point,
trash, bro?
he's a divorced dad.
Bro, it's like, bro, you don't even know the man mom, bro. We can't even say he got, like, at least his mom loved him. We don't know his mom, bro. So we don't know if anybody loved him in this world.
Nobody
But it's
does.
funny.
Mm.
I was gonna say it's funny that early Enogen made it onto the friends list, but not Metal.
Very big,
Yeah, Enogen was kind of questionable as well, especially after the recent couple chapters. Especially after that. I don't know.
I mean, that's probably a stupid question. Everybody was Naruto's friend. Never mind. I was say, did Naruto count anybody as not his friend? Like they still like in Naruto season, like not season, the Naruto manga, or sorry, the anime, they at least gave the side characters screen time, even if like later on they didn't get too much screen time. They still appeared though, and they played the same type of role.
I mean, early Naruto called Hinata a freak, so.
Well, yeah.
Naruto's a whole ass hypocrite. Oh, woe is me. The village is calling me names. Bet. I'm gonna go call the one person who never said anything bad to me a freak.
Yeah, he also called Kurama a lot of names too.
He called him a lot of names that you haven't heard until he's called in thousands of years, bro. But nah, Enogen and Boruto, they started out hostile. They were never friends in childhood. Boruto was literally only friends, like canonically, he was friends with Sarada and Shikadai. It wasn't until all the academy shit, the school shit, and then people started becoming ninjas. Then he started rocking with everybody else. Other than that, by extent, Chocho and Enogen knew of him because he always hung around Shikadai. And then, you know what I'm saying? We know Mitsuki came around later. Everybody else was just like, he's the Hokage's son. Everybody knows Boruto. Like, he was really not that close with anybody other than Sarada and Shikadai. He wanted to be on Shikadai's team. Like, Shikadai wasn't even trying to be on Shikacho. If it wasn't like, I'll guarantee if Tamari wasn't his mom, he'd probably be on the Boruto's team. Shikamaru wouldn't have been able to convince him otherwise because that's how scared of Shikadai is of Tamari.
Probably. I wouldn't be too surprised.
Hey, Mello, I heard you was going off on the questions from the questions that they asked Kishimoto on your stream. I didn't get to see it. Rising, you said you sent it to him, right? And then he had a reaction to it on the stream.
Oh yeah, we had. And was there a retraction? What was the thing you said, Rising? Was there a retraction?
Officially, it never happened. Boruto beat the allegations. He had a great lawyer. He was found not guilty. Someone put words in his mouth. That's all I'm gonna say.
Is that what happened?
That is verbatim what happened. The question never happened officially.
What?
Yeah,
what?
nah.
Like that's gone. Like that question is just erased off the face of the earth.
Oh, they took it down?
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Other than like a few saved screenshots, officially that question never happened. You only got 2 questions this time. You know, Boruto's lawyer sued for defamation and somehow won that case.
Bro,
what for real? So
no, hold up. So you telling me Shueisha, because somebody in the comments says Shueisha is the one who picks the questions. So Shueisha, they picked the question, they let him answer it, they published it, and then later on was like, oh, maybe we shouldn't have published this, even though like 7-8 people had to read it to fact check or to check it, like, and to make sure that everything was written correctly, and then translate the shit. So how they go through all those proper channels, and then hindsight is just 2020 at that point. Like,
Free game. See, here's what happened. From what I understand, his editors have the questions, right? Ikamoto answers them. They sign off on it. So the questions were never officially translated. When the questions leaked, they were in Japanese. Then translators translated it. So when it came time for it to officially come out, someone on top of the food chain, whether they saw the tweets on X or the videos or whatever, noticed this is a big red flag. So when it came time to update the Boruto database and to have the physical covers, the questions were removed. So someone finally realized that, yeah, Ikamoto's gonna ruin this IP. if these questions go mainstream and people talk about it more. So they just said, screw it, we're erasing it. So it took a while for some reason. You know, I feel like that says a lot more about Japan.
But wait a minute, no, wait a minute. If that was a mistranslation, what was the real translation?
It wasn't a mistranslation.
That wasn't a mistranslation.
It
was an actual translation. It's just the questions were originally in Japanese. When it came time to officially release them, that last question was gone. It was just erased.
No, but you said it's a defamation case because supposedly
he's joking, bro.
No, the joke is Boruto said he never said that. So
they retracted that statement
right
now,
bro.
Oh, good. No, I'm thinking that's like an official. I'm thinking that's like an official statement from Ikimoto. No. I'm like, all right. So if that's what you said, what did you say? Type shit.
No, that's the joke. That's the meme. Boruto is one of the few people who beat the allegation.
Oh no! These you gotta explain this to me in depth. Allegations, still allegations.
Here, I'll share the screen. So we have the special Q&A stuff, and let's see, did they have it? Here it is. So these are all the questions Ikimoto has ever answered. So these are the ones we went through over like months ago. So. For this current volume 8 in Japan, we were supposed to get 3 questions. One of them was Chocho, thinking, you know, Kawaki's good looking. Mm-hmm. Second was, what did Sasuke and Boruto eat? And third was, what age does Boruto? I can't even say it. And we, you know, as you know, we got that question, we reviewed it. But what had happened is when it came time to officially release those questions online and put them in the volume, they were missing. They completely removed it from the face of the earth. Like, officially, this question never happened. We only know about it from the early leaks of the magazine and the translators translating it. Officially, that's not a real question.
It doesn't exist in the zeitgeist.
Nah, even because this is so we were told that we were getting 3 questions, right? That's confirmed. The fact that we're now getting 2 questions, that raises even more questions. Like, how they beat the allegations?
He erased it. Like, it's been retracted. It's been censored or blacklisted or however you want to go about it. That question officially never happened.
So you saying we can't call him Epstein-Moto?
No, that's defamation. That's defamation. That's basically the joke. Boruto beat the allegations. He had a really good lawyer. He called Saul or whatever from Better Call Saul.
Better Call Saul.
No. Bring Kodachi back, man.
You got the $1 billion lawyer.
What was your take on this, Mello? Because we ain't hear it, but we did hear it, rightfully so. You were a little bit upset.
It's an awkward situation because, you know, this series, how do I even approach this? Like this series is like the gift that keeps on giving, and and what I mean by that is like, and those gifts aren't always like good either. By the way, just because you got a gift doesn't make it a good one. It's the gift that keeps on giving, and it's like, I don't want to be bothered with this stuff, bro. Like, I just kind of want to just watch some shonen and some cool fights and some good plot and some good character development. I like all this unnecessary nonsense, but inevitably, like, their culture, like that Japanese culture, just bleeds over into stuff and just taints it. And it's like, bro, I'm trying to keep my hands clean, man. I'm trying to walk through this life as untainted as possible. Okay, you're making it extremely difficult to support this content when you kind of engage in these scrupulous activities. But with that being the case, it's problematic, but it's not the first time that this individual or this like culture has been problematic. I mean, I can even go just getting away from like the Epstein stuff. I can even go into like Dragon Ball and the way they depict black people back in the past, or you know, Disney.
Bro, real quick before you continue your thought, bro. Literally, the black dude in Dragon Ball is on my screen right now, bro. That's hilarious that you said that.
With the black guy was General Black.
His name was
with the bigger. I was just thinking about. I'm like, bro, why his lips literally is a circle ring pink donut
with them Jinx from Pokemon ass lips, which you know. Another one, okay, Mr. Popo. Anyways, but yeah, it's a problem. So it's one of those situations where you kind of just mention it and let the record show where you stand on this on the side of the line, what side of the line you stand on, and like kind of rock out from there. Because at this point, if you got rid of every single thing that was problematic, you wouldn't have anything to work with at all in this life. So
Yeah.
that's kind of where I'm at with it. It's tiresome, but
Well,
not
quick,
unexpected.
well, 100%. I did have a quick follow up. Do we
Mhm.
now look at the designs that Ikemoto comes out with a little bit different? Because I remember there was some controversy around Chocho, even Himawari a little bit. Not
Um,
Chocho. I meant Sarda. I said Chocho. I meant Sarda. My bad.
it to me, it's not even. It's one of those things like the outfit decision was suspect in general, and in this like this interview question that's been like swept under the rug is kind of expected, to be honest. So it doesn't really make me look back in hindsight and say, oh well, there you go, this proves something. Or it's like, nah, I kind of already knew this guy was suspect. Um, and I called it out then as well as I'm calling it out now. But I just don't know if any way to progress because if I apply this kind of absolutist logic to where like if there's anything problematic with something, I have to like
Yeah.
discard it. Then again, I won't have anything, bro. Like I'll
Yeah.
just
It
be
basically
a
turn into
hermit
monks.
and
Yeah.
mount me a Boku or some shit, like just collecting Sage Jutsu energy. I don't fucking know. But yeah, it would be tough times. So
I'm not gonna lie. The point that you bring up, Mello, is the exact reason why I think people literally spend too much time on these type of things. Where it's like you said, bro. Sometimes somebody just trying to enjoy the entertainment in the media for like its main purpose, or like at least at the very least my intended purpose. Because if I were to go like 10 toes down, like Mello said, on someone like Ikimoto, I would have to be complete and fair all around. That means I got to start going at the creator of Bleach. I got to start going at the creator of Rest of Soul Dragon Ball, the creator of Naruto, the creator of all of these shows that we watch, which is why I just laugh at a lot of the takes I see online, or I think a lot of the takes are disingenuous because you can make a stance and feel so strong and proud, like, no, the way Sarada's drawn, too much this, that. Look at the way Ikimoto depict. You can say all of this and be right. But then I'm looking at your profile picture and it's over Hime from Bleach and a Ronkar fit. And it's like, but it's like, I guess right message, wrong messenger. I don't know how to feel about that. So that's my take on it. It's like at the end of the day, the thing describes it as like shonen battle adventure drama. So that's what I'm gonna watch it for. It's not for anything else for me, at least personally. That's I don't get anything else out of it. So there's that.
it's kind of oh my bad. What do you say?
Oh no, I was about to change subject to something a bit lighter, but if you want to continue, I'll listen.
No, I was just gonna say it's difficult because Bleach like makes their characters look so much older than they actually are with like the art style. Um, but yeah, no, you're right. It permeates throughout like all of the culture, just the anime culture in general, because obviously of where it comes from. I mean, like I was gonna say Fire Force, that too, but also like Fairy Tale. Like there's just so much like fan service, quote unquote. I mean, I think it's probably even in like a Yu-Gi-Oh! When like they summon certain monsters and like they're a little extra bouncy for reasons, I guess. But
Yeah.
it's the culture, and if you're going to engage with the culture and what it produces, then you have to kind of make concessions, and that's a part of life that I don't necessarily like, but it's also a part of like being mature about it. So
Because
that's kind of my approach on it. I
100%.
mentioned it, I spoke out on it, and I've made my opinions on that matter clear. But I was still you know approach the content in the best of my abilities, I think, as I try to navigate this with the most PC answer possible. But yeah, there you go.
no, I agree with you 100%, bro.
Yeah,
100%.
100%. Yeah, I guess it's kind of crazy that this is going to be the statement, but a lot of places they are moderating their views on the age of consent because like even Japan they recently rose it set to something higher. I forgot specifically what they rose it to, but it was 13. It was even crazier.
Talk about like in terms of
Like
like what they can watch, like PG content and stuff. What do you mean
no,
by
like
age of
actual age of consent. Like it was 13 in
okay.
Japan.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, they raised to something higher.
Damn.
I don't know if it was 18, but probably should be. I know
I,
they raised it something high. Go ahead.
I know. I just think I think it needs to be mentioned though. That part is super important, and not like don't make excuses for it. Like just be honest about like what you're going to do as like a consumer of this content, and just stand on that. But also like you can you're. I think people want you to like stick to things for like ever. Like no, I can change my mind tomorrow about this topic if I want to. But just
Yeah.
like where I've arrived at it right now, this is kind of like I think a healthy place to be at, but I do think it needs to be called out and addressed. Like this whole idea that you to kind of like sweep it under the rug. I think that would be weird if I'm covering like Boruto as a series and I don't say anything about it. Like
Yeah,
that's odd to me. But
yeah,
everyone's different.
100%.
Everyone's different.
That's why when I'm hearing people, I know Ryzen is kind of being tongue in cheek with this, but it's like the question doesn't exist. It's like nah, the question
It
exists.
exists 100%. It exists. It's there.
That's solely on. It's like, bro, even with like this specific situation, sticking to Ikimoto's question, bro, like I'm happy whatever desk came across this and it was like, yeah, I know we said 3 questions, but we making it 2. I'm happy that person made the decision that they did, because even when we originally went over the leaks, I was just like in the space of mind. I'm like, bro, this is not the time, bro. It's like not now, bro. Like, you get it? It's one of those. It's like, no, bro,
But
no, because
see,
I have to. Like, you have, like Melo said, you have to address it. You have
100%.
to, at the very least, make your stance clear. So that has to be done. At the same time, it's like, bro, we about to get into some code business. We about to get into some Hadari business. We don't need
No, you're right.
controversy.
I feel
100%.
Like,
like
we don't
I feel
need the
like
controversy.
I feel like there's like a momentum building for the Boruto series right now. That's good. I think
Yeah,
there's talk about the anime, for better or for worse, there is like the 600 something page this or that data book, whatever you want to call it. But at the very least, they're giving us something. And I feel like the website is updating its stuff pretty frequently. Like I feel a certain kind of it's a small spark, but the embers are there, and I just don't want this to kind of derail that momentum that I feel is kind of percolating in the background. So yeah, it's just bad timing, and I think it's like for me personally, kind of um, uh, it's a bad time for any of this at any time. But just
yeah,
the state of the world in general, and I'll just leave it at that. Like
Yeah.
it kind of hits a little closer to home. It's like, yeah, bro, like we need to do better as like a species, but at the same time, that's a broader conversation. I think that's outside the scope of like Boruto content creators. So yeah.
yeah, 100%. To be honest, this would be my last quote on it. But I thought it should have been a fireable offense. Like the last part, I was campaigning for my guy Kodachi, even though he is doing like a food manga. But if they could bring back Kodachi, I'd have zero complaints. Absolutely zero. I miss
Fireable
my
That's the
guy
problem.
offense
Dragon.
is crazy, bro.
Like
You
I
say,
love Food Wars. I love Food Wars. That you just reminded me of that, and it's like that's a problematic anime as well. So like it's everywhere in this culture,
damn.
bro. You just kind of accept it,
Yeah,
speak
all
out
the
on it, and
bro.
then move forwards.
Every anime I love, bro. Death Note, Kuroko no Basketball. Um, we can get
Isn't
into the
Kotoko?
huh?
I don't remember. I don't remember too much
Yeah,
of
yeah.
Kotoko.
I mean, it's like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, because I rewatched Kuroko recently. When I first came across Kuroko, I was like 15, 16. So at that point in time, we rocking out. It's cool. But rewatching it as a grown man, like I think a couple months ago, I'm like, dang, bro, these motherfuckers in high school. You feel me? Low
Mhm.
key. You know, some of the things is a little underlined, but it it's still there.
Yes.
It's like generalized in majority. It's like you will find a harder time finding anime it's not in versus ones that it actually is. Like even off the top of my head, one of the few exceptions, maybe it's just recency bias, but one of the few exceptions I could think of is literally Furin. But even with that, it goes into the whole entire debate because there's been online debates of how like the mangakas would draw like a young looking girl and be like, oh, she's 456 years old, so it's okay. You know what I'm saying? Try to pull that type of card where it's like she still looks, or she's still depicted in your
Yeah,
art style as
Yeah.
such
a
and such.
toddler.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So it's still that. So even if something is safe as like Freerin, which is popular and people respect it for having no fan service, literally the main character herself, she's approaching 2,000 years old and some people, it's the debate. Hey, some people calling it petite, other people are saying, nah, that's a child's
Yeah.
body. So
Petite is crazy. That is a crazy
yeah,
description. But
yeah.
I
So it's like that. There's it's discrepancies all across the board, man.
I feel like there has to be like a collective will, like culturally, not just Japan, but like as an anime, like in the anime fandom, let alone like the little Naruto Boruto niche that we're in. But I think there has to be like a collective will to actually like want to be better people and to have like a better space and a better world in general. And I think the conclusions kind of like let you know where that will is, and I don't think it's kind of there. Um, but also like I it is a little weird that you have a whole culture that's like super in the Japanese culture that's like super polite to each other, but it's also like kind of surface level. They're a bit like manipulative with it from the conversations I've had with like Miss Ann from the Walkie Talkie podcast people. But
Yeah,
but outside of that, it's like we have over here on the left this whole group of people who are this clearly degenerates. Like they have like used underwear and vending machines and shit, but we kind of like chuckle about it, like those nasty little perverted people over there. But it is weird, bro, and I think it should be called out for sure. I just don't think you should like. There's so many problems in this world, like to harp on every single one of them, and I don't think it's harping to call it out either. I want to get my like language here correct. But and I might be like a little bit like what's the word for it? I have an unpopular position when it comes to like that type of stuff, and it's probably that I don't think people like that should be like I don't believe in locking people up or death penalty, so I believe in rehabilitation.
yeah,
And I don't think it's like rare or abnormal at all. I think it's just a normal manifestation of like the human species that you arrive at like this conclusion. And I think it's so consistent over like different generations, different like places that humans pop up. They have seemingly nothing to do with each other. They all arrive at like this weird. To call it weird is to not call it weird would be weird, but it's not really because it's kind of normal
the
for our species.
consistencies in our history. I get what you're
Exactly.
saying.
So for me, I think a conversation about it needs to be had, and we need to make a decision collectively to like move forwards as a people. But this whole like just let it kind of brush it under the rug and kind of like keep moving on like you're fucking Obafemi from WW just like trotting around like no I'm good on that. But that's where I stand on it for now. Maybe if I get older, hopefully I could get older. Maybe when I get older and I like mature a little bit more, I'll have a more nuanced take on it. But for now, this is the best I can do, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah, I see what you mean. Well, to bring it to, I guess, lighter topics of the data books, it's now confirmed that Boruto, I guess, or pretty much the upper echelons in Boruto are now super dimensional. I guess
hold on, hold on,
that
hold
was
on.
probably my best attempt to pivot from like a heavy topic. My bad.
I respect the pivot, but pivoting into that was nasty work, bro.
I was about to say, bro, super dimensional is what? Hold on.
I don't understand the desire to get them this high, bro. Like I don't like you don't have to compete with like Dragon Ball, bro. Like not
Well,
everybody has to be like Sung Wukong and shit.
Yeah,
well, first things first. What does super dimensional mean specifically?
I guess you can destroy a super dimension, not just a regular.
I'm not just dimensional, I'm super dimensional.
You got it,
Ooh.
something like that, because I wouldn't even know. I think it's one. Are these are one of the selfish times in life where I feel like I'm right and the world is wrong. I think a lot of people should have the epiphany I had upon the power structure with Boruto and Naruto in general, where like along the lines throughout the fandom, even leading into probably some of the early portions of TVB, I was one of the ones who simply A plus B is C, so that means C is automatically inferior to A, even if C can beat B and B can't beat C, but could be A. Like that type of thinking, like it shifted because of how intricate and how much hacks is based throughout like Naruto's story and Boruto's story, and how much like emphasis we tried to place as a fandom so much onto Naruto as a story later on throughout its run in terms of its equivalent to like Melo said earlier, comparing it to Dragon Ball Z. The tail beast bonds with the Kage is destroying this dimension. How many stars does Momoshiki absorb? And I'm like, honestly, let's just be realistic. If we put Kage in front of Momoshiki, what can one or the other do? Forget what they did against. Like, come on, let's just be realistic. And I think that's what a lot of the takes we had. So prior times, yeah, I had maybe some people would say egregious takes against Madara. Now, I'm not going to say I had a 180. I still think he gets folded a lot of the times, but I do want to take into account, well, damn, if you take in some of these hacks and the fact that Madara is probably smarter than I would say 90% of these Boruto villains we're coming across, yeah, I guess he stands a chance in that case. Yeah, give Madara some prep time, maybe he stands a chance. But I think it's a lot more fluidity in terms of its stasis wherever like the power stands with Boruto's universe.
Adding on to your point,
Interesting.
Uchiha, I feel like people are taking the little title epitaph a bit too literally because here's what people are using. So when they got to the Jigen arc, they say a collision with super dimensional power. I mean, on one hand, how would you interpret that? Would you interpret it as Jigen's just so massively beyond Naruto and Sasuke? There's like a dimensional gap between their power levels, or are you specifically going to say, oh no, Jigen can destroy the third dimension? Oh, he's 4D, but even then, you have people still being able to affect them. So I feel like people are just taking the title and running with it and just interpreting it in ways they want it to be interpreted as.
Yeah, I'm going. Like I've been saying this for the last few months. Like I'm from now on, statements got so much time before y'all backed up. Like back something, I gotta see it. So if Ikimoto places a statement in the story and I haven't seen nothing, and it's been 4, 5, 6 chapters since said statement was made, it's a fraud allegation to me. Like I don't care how many statements Cole got. I haven't seen this man win a fight. I haven't
Bro,
seen it with my own eyes.
they're gonna hit you with the but Black Uchiha. Don't you know that Goku can destroy a planet even though he hasn't destroyed a planet? That's the
Literally,
OG one.
it's like, oh my
That's
goodness.
the OG
Like,
one right there.
oh my goodness. I
Nah,
guess.
I'd say it depends on a quote because sometimes an author wants to actually make it clear.
I will give you that. It does also depend on the quote. I'm saying statements more so to clarify in terms of like character versus character statements. Like someone like for instance, because my nickname is Damon in 5 now. When Damon says I'm the strongest or I'm number one, that's cool. But he has shown me personally on 3 separate occasions why he believes that. So now he has a statement and actions on separate occasions that I ain't gonna lie, he might be the strongest. So I gotta rocks with that. Cole said it feels good to feel like I can't lose to anyone, and then proceeded to lose 5 straight times.
He said he feels like though. Keyword.
Feels.
Feel
And
like.
you know what I'm saying? That's hey. So we went off the statement and we proceeded to see whether that statement holds true or not. I feel like we got to start treating it like it's its own real world. Like obviously we live in reality, but at the same time, Boruto's universe to these characters, it's its own real world. So not everything that these characters can say should always be taken as 100% facts, which is also partly why I've been calling out Kashin Koji a lot lately. But yeah.
I want to extrapolate on that, so I'm saying that now. So hopefully I remember after this conversation. But I want to see how far you push that. But during the data book, I could have sworn I seen a quote that said the battle shook dimensions. So it
Which
would
battle?
be like this one's right here, the Jigen one.
Shit, man. I wouldn't be surprised. Naruto shot a few tail beast bombs in the anime, so.
But like what is a dimension? It's just like occupied space or just known space. Okay, so like I can shake a dimension. Like I can shake my bed and exist within a dimension. Like I don't like it sounds bigger than like it actually is, but like yeah, some TNT could shake a dimension. I mean, I guess you would say like, oh, we're talking about the whole dimension, and there's also like this whole appeal to authority thing. I'm not in like a logic sense, but like the idea would be this data book is a source of authority, so therefore if it's mentioned in here, like we have to go by it because this is the intention of the art. The problem is this fan base is the issue, because I think maybe you can I think it's all anime fan bases, to be honest. I'm not familiar with like One Piece and Dragon Ball, but I'm pretty sure if they had like some descriptor like this, they would run with it as well. I don't think it's like a Boruto Naruto exclusive thing, but that's one of the problems with like power scaling, because like I think there's like levels to it, and I don't get to like the super deep levels, because that's when it starts getting a little dorky to me. and I know we're all like nerds here. I mean, let's be honest, but like,
Yeah.
Hey, speak for yourself.
I mean, nerds are cool now. So it's good.
Yeah,
But it's like, bro, like once you start getting into like super dimensional and like doing like fucking jewels and like, man, it's like, bro, relax, bro. Just fucking can character A be character C be character D because of character C or whatever the fuck, and then keep it simple, bro. Like move on. Like I don't know.
And adding on,
get, but
I was gonna say really quick, adding on to Milo's point, and also Bar, I think I found the statement you were talking about. I think it's the Ishiki statement where they say, however, Ishiki is so powerful, he's practically in another dimension. So it's not really something where you're shaking dimension. It's just the gap between the power levels are just so massive. You're basically saying he's in
he's in a whole other world. Like, he's in a whole new league.
Yeah.
It's just like it's like Melo said, people are just taking statements, warping the implication of them and just running with it.
Like,
not
I wouldn't even have
reading
like,
the full statement. Basically,
I wouldn't even have like, I wouldn't even have correspondence with somebody who would use that seriously. Like they would just be a joke to me, and I would just like cut off all like conversation with them immediately.
Yeah, was this the this still the super dimensional panel for Jigen, right? And Ishiki.
This is the Ishiki panel. So if for example you took that Jigen statement and ran with it, what does that make Ishiki? Super duper hyper dimensional, whatever.
But even still, I'm still questioning what the super. Yeah, what I'm still questioning what does super dimensional even mean? Like we know light speed, we know characters are like multiple times FTL. Well, what does super dimensional mean? I have no idea.
It means manageable because I'm gonna keep it a being. Like I said, from what I seen, my man Sasuke said, "Yo, Naruto, we can whoop this man right now, regardless of he revives the Ishiki or not. From what they know to their knowledge to our knowledge at the time, Jigen just put the pause on him. He's like, I ain't gonna lie, Naruto, we can whoop this dude. We just gotta like lock in, regroup. But it's gonna be. He didn't even say impossible. He said it's gonna be damn near tough without you. So in Sasuke's head, Jigen is just a foe that, like, damn, I ain't gonna lie, I've been running through opponents so much these past few years, I forgot what it's like to get hit back. That's how he processed it. That's what I saw in the manga chapter, in the manga chapter.
It just makes things too messy, I think. I don't know. It kind of comes off as like unnecessary to me. But
this is gonna take the topic in another direction, but Randy Willis, he shot us a $2 donation. He said, odd question, Rock Lee versus Luffy. Who wins?
From what I heard last pod, Luffy wins, right? Easily. Well, it depends on which Luffy. I'd say that.
We can't do Gear 5th Luffy, Randy. We can't do updated Luffy. Bro, I'm not even gonna lie. I don't even think we can do Gear 4th Luffy. That might be too much for us.
And then you
have
don't
the
even
issue. Need Gear 4th, bro.
But then you have the issue of like, oh yeah, if chakra isn't the equivalent of hockey, if Lee's just using physical attacks, they're just gonna bounce off.
Yeah, ain't no way, Rock. You chose a taijutsu, man. I mean, Luffy might just laugh, bro.
Bro, this dude was like, he was faster than Light in part 1, bro. Like just get like post Wano amped base Luffy, who's like stronger than his like G4 state at the beginning of Wano. Just get like post Wano base Luffy.
It's impossible to move at the speed of light.
Actually, Melo's not even wrong, bro. We could just do base Luffy right now. Just base Luffy. Pre-egg hair hard. He's whooping the brakes off. Give Lee any type of gate you want. Give Lee the 18th gate. It don't matter what type of gate you give Rock Lee, bro.
You gotta start getting into like, you gotta get into like Boruto scaling, like to mess with Luffy, bro. Like, and in Boruto scale, I don't even. Damn, I can't even bring myself to do Boruto scale like that.
We touched on this last pod. I was like, I don't even know who you would have to. Because I think Barra was asking me and Rising questions. I was like, I don't even know who could even.
Yeah, y'all taught me some stuff when it comes to One Piece scale. I didn't know they scaled that high.
They scale high as fuck, bro. Like they were faster than Light during like the Kuma fight in like
Impossible.
Like it was Zoro. It wasn't even Luffy, bro. It was like Zoro. Like Luffy was hurt, and Zoro had to like hold it down going up against Kuma. And Kuma shot these like air paws things. and it stated that those were faster than light, and like Zoro was just dodging them while damaged in part 1. So I'm like, bro, like these characters are massively faster than light by the start of like part 2 Fishman Island, let alone like the end of Wano or like wherever the hell they are in Elbaf. Like One Piece scale is insanely high, bro.
Bara asks, he was like, it's funny because they said Rock Lee versus Luffy in last pod. Bara asks, what do I think about Zoro versus Ape Gate Guy? I'm like, Zoro my real life smile. He's tying his bandana as he's tying his bandana on his head.
Yeah, I
Plus
started to
Luffy-
realize.
Oh my gosh, bro. This
Luffy
is
has
ridiculous.
future sight, reality warping shenanigans, like some pseudo Toon Force in G5, bro. Like, I don't even think he needs G5. My God. Like,
Yeah, because if they've been past light speed, Guy is just like barely touching light speed at the point where he's like 8 gates. So it's like, all right.
Yeah, bro.
He was
faster than light travel is hilarious anime, by the way.
Yeah.
Put that out there.
It's literally impossible. He revised this question. He said, "Sorry, Drunken Rock Lee 7th gate versus Luffy Gear 4."
That shit ain't doing
I would
well.
say Luffy still has it easily.
Baby, bro.
Bro, I
Because, like-
take part like take like his first fight with like Buggy the clown and like the One Piece, like take that Luffy versus Rock Lee. Like what is Rock Lee doing, bro? He's just gonna hit a rubber man who can't, like, he's just gonna eat that shit.
And then it just gets even worse because if chakra can't work like hockey, he's just throwing punches, and punches are not gonna work on a rubber man at the end of the day.
We're gonna have to give him that, because if chakra cannot work like hockey, nobody in the Boruto I don't know. I'll have to think about this, but off the top of my head, I don't know who's can literally physically hurt Luffy. I don't know with their hands.
It would have to be elemental power. So like, okay, we know swords can hurt Luffy. We know energy attacks can hurt Luffy. It's just blunt force trauma is never gonna hurt Luffy. So if Lee, for example, if he doesn't have that hockey capability with his own chakra,
boy, better start pulling out them kunans.
He can punch Lee. He can punch Luffy a million times, and Luffy's not gonna feel it at all.
Because of armament hockey, like it's just like they have an answer for everything that you could like do. Like there might be a case where like Luffy can just flex his overwhelming like conqueror's hockey like through his wheel, and
that too.
knock Lee out, bro. Like
Literally.
it's a lot, bro. It's a lot going on. Like bro can see into the future. Like I don't know what you do with that menace. Okay.
Yeah, low key is no diff. Is no diff for any version of Rock Lee.
Let me ground it a little bit for y'all. MCU Spider-Man versus Rock Lee. Who takes it?
MCU.
I'd have to go Lee, right? What are you doing?
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Nah, bro.
Pulling his
Spider-Man is
punches,
dead,
man.
It depends on
Yeah,
which
at this
Spider-Man
point,
you use.
we OD and Rock Lee gonna kick the head. Unfortunately, rocks with my guy Spidey. He gonna kick the head right off of him into another web.
I was about to say, hold on. So y'all saying Rock Lee can just wipe Spider-Man? I don't know.
He's
Bro,
sending
we're
him to
talking
the
about
Spider
train killing ninja here.
Rock Lee was able to match the speed of like 8 Gates Guy in terms of like he threw a shuriken right in front of him, and the timing of that, and like he needed to be able to at least track this shit. I ain't saying he can physically move at that speed in base, but obviously, but I don't know, bro. There's some shenanigans going on with Lee in the world.
Hey,
hold on. We talking about Spider-Man that got his whole soul knocked out of his body, but he was still able to move his actual physical body without his soul being
that
in
was
it.
fire, but at the same time, if he can't see the kick coming,
You said what?
if he can't see the kick coming, it's not. It's like if we do Rock Lee and he goes into the 7th gate, bro. Like, I'm sorry, Peter. Like, bro. It don't matter all this extra fancy wizardry. That don't mean nothing against pure chakra energy and hands. Like, that's all he's gonna get.
They do say that Peter he pulls his punches a lot though. So like a lot of the shit that we see him do is like him not even trying to hurt
punches for all I care, bro.
If we want to be real,
he can't match the speed or durability. Like,
it's just impossible. We've seen like what it takes to make Peter bleed and hurt, and I don't even think that causes like Rock Lee in need of a band-aid, bro. I'm gonna keep it a whole thing. Like,
bro, Rock Lee versus Gar
it's
might
mad
just
inconsistent though.
Bro.
It's mad inconsistent though, because he'll get shot with a regular bullet and he'll have an injury. I just seen the Spider-Man.
You got to think about it though, because he had all those Stark Tech suits. Those were mostly bulletproof.
Well, maybe because I know he made his own suit with Stark's little technology or whatever in this new movie, but he got hit point blank with a shotgun and it didn't do no damage to him really through the window. I think it was on the trailer for the new movie, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm pretty sure Rock Lee hits harder than a shotgun.
But if we want to be,
no, I'm just saying
real,
his scaling is inconsistent. That's all I was saying.
But free game, if we want to be real, I mean, Lee is basically a better Spider-Man. I mean, he can walk on walls. He can walk on water. He has the increased strength. All he's missing is the webs.
Nah, he got the bandages. Remember, he just throw them guns up, wrap your ass up, and it's a wrap.
Basically a better Spider-Man.
You know what I'm saying? But look, man, I'm not even finna diss my boy Spidey so long because I don't even like doing him like that. He's my favorite superhero. So unfortunately he loses. But yeah, man. Look, I'm done on my take because I be having to emphasize so much. I be trashing on this dude.
Bro can't even beat Batman, bro. Like, let's start there.
Batman with or without prep time though. Come on.
Against Spidey? What, MCU Spider-Man?
Bro,
all right, that's understandable. That's understandable.
Batman beat Superman, and they say Superman could be
that's
Goku.
With prep time, bro.
I know propaganda when I see it, bro. That's not my Superman. It's not my Superman.
That prep time gimmick is it's definitely a thing, but like it's Batman, bro. He really don't need it. Like if he's dealing with like huge groups of people or like a one-off story where he's dealing with like some super powerhouse or whatever, then yeah, sure. I mean, Absolute Batman had like an amazing fight with Bane. And it was hella prep time. He dropped like half a skyscraper on this dude, bro. It was crazy. But like, yeah, sure. But I don't even need to give this is Bruce Wayne. I don't need to give him prep time. Like he would solo Spider-Man, like with no data. He would just like literally like just go up against him and just figure out what he does in real time and just come up with a strategy on the fly and just like clean this dude.
All right, yeah, I think he could. Well, actually, I'm gonna say pre-Brand New Day Spider-Man because even with No Way Home, he's antsy and he's typical Spider-Man. And I can see a situation because like honestly, it took Falcon and the Winter Soldier when they were fighting Spider first in Civil War. They was tackling. Everybody's pulling their punches at this point in time, and of course, even Spidey's pulling his punches because he's talking throughout the entire fight. But even once they got into a point where Spidey thought he won, it took the Falcon, like, it was just like, all right, let me just do this one little thing that he probably could have done the entire fight, and he ended the fight right there. So Batman, he got it against MCU Spidey. I'm gonna keep it a bean. He's not wrong because this is really not like he sees him swing around a couple of times, throws through punches. He's like, all right, bet I know what to do.
Like it's not just like the intellect. Like Tony can obviously like match that. Shuri, sure, but like it's his like in battle like adaptability. Like that in and of itself is just enough for him to like just. I mean, it's kind of his whole thing. Like literally, like he has like the utility belt full of like the Adam West Batman had like fucking shark repellent in that thing. Like dude, just prepared for any contingency. I'm pretty sure he would like hit some sonar thing to mess up his like Spidey sense. He would like do something to dissolve the web fluid. Like he would have everything in that belt that he would need to pack him up on sight.
Yeah, I was gonna allude to that. I was like, do bats is like in actual nature? Do they have do they hunt spiders in any capacity, shape, or form?
No, I don't think so.
That's the thing.
I don't know enough about bats to say. I think they eat like insects out of the sky when they swoop down, but that could just be like those flying squirrels.
You got fruit bats, you got all types of different bats though. So it depends.
But even if he could just summon like the bat swarm and have like an omnidirectional threat around Spider-Man to where his spider sense is just constantly going off to where it becomes like a detriment to him, and he could just pick him off from a distance, bro. Like he doesn't even need to do like close quarters combat. Like he has so many like win conditions. It's kind of crazy. I'm not saying like Spider-Man wouldn't stand no chance because Peter's obviously a genius. He's definitely like a trickster, and he's but like that whole yapping shit that he does to throw his opponents off balance, that shit wouldn't work on him, bro. Like Batman goes against Joker.
Yeah, he spends too much time against Joker.
Yeah, that shit wouldn't work, bro.
All right, one more from Randy Willis. I appreciate you, bro, for all the support. He said, could Ishiki come back? My bad. Fuck me up, Bar. Could Ishiki come back? Could Code revive him?
Yeah, through multiple ways. Well, I don't know if Code himself could revive him, but Ishiki coming back through multiple ways. First things first, Amato could be not telling the truth when it comes to Kawaki's Karma Seal. That could be one way. Obviously, also Code could potentially try to find some way to revive him. One of the things we kind of already seen Ishiki Otsuki's soul kind of talk to Cold after his death. Like that could be an ominous thing. Also, the fact that he's an Otsuki, like they're super unpredictable at this point. We think we know all the mechanisms for them to come back, armor seal and other stuff, but I still believe there's a possibility throughout some mysterious Otsuki mechanism that he just comes back with some other stuff.
Man, I'll say we done with the 90s, bro. Keep that old nigga packed up where he at, bro. we done with the 90s.
I would say it's possible. Do I think it's gonna happen? No, but it is possible. We have too much leeway in the Naruto-verse of people just reappearing. I mean, hell, in theory, all you need is to do what Amado's trying to do with Akabi, have a stored data copy of Ishiki. And if that doesn't work, there's always good old Edo Tensei. Now, of course, the jury is out on that because people, there is a bit of a conflict. People say when they say, "Oh, my soul is extinguished," they tend to think destroyed. I just tend to think that they passed on to the Pure Land. But that's just me. But there's definitely options.
It's kind of tedious that they don't like. It's almost like they go out of their way to pick the most like pick terminology that's open to so many different paths of interpretation. It's like, bro, you could have picked a simple word other than extinguished, bro.
Like, I'm gonna die.
My soul's leaving my body. Like, there, you're done. Like, what? Like, bro, it's just so extra. Like, even this and like the 600-page like super dimensional. It's like, bro, what are y'all doing? Like, have y'all not learned? This fan base is head ass, bro. They're going to take this and run with it. Like, I don't know what to tell you. It just makes like so. This is going to cause years of like drama and conflict and messiness that is just unnecessary as hell. But like to answer your question, could Ishiki come back? I suppose. What Ryzen said about the extinguished thing, that's at play. Could Koda revive him? Yeah, I suppose as well. I mean, like Bar said, there's so many like different paths to bringing them back, and they're still so mysterious that you don't really know. But like, do we want this bastard back? Like, he was trash, bro. Like, if I get him before I get Kaguya or Toneri, bro, I'm a riot. It's over.
I like Jigen though as a character. Not too much of Shiki. Shiki was kind of bland, but Jigen was elegant. I fucked with Jigen.
Nah, Jigen was tough, bro. The same character, but like when he was personified as Jigen, it's like he had more. You could tell he had more confidence. He had more time on his side.
Is it just me or does like? Oh, sorry. Is it just me or does like Jura feel like a younger Jigen? Like that's who he will grow up to be. Like they have so much. Like they're so similar in their like presentation. It's just like Jigen seems a little bit more like mature and more refined. But there's something there.
Yeah, I personally think Jura's well on his way. Like right now, I wouldn't be mad at somebody. I wouldn't argue against someone who says Jura's above like Jigen or Ishiki for me because I'm like he's well on his way, and honestly, he's not done yet, and he's been impressing me so far. So.
No, yeah, Jura's nice. Jura's nice. What I will say about Jigen though, I feel like and people always ask like, who's your favorite Otsuki member? Ishiki just had so much planning behind him, like so much ideas, and it just made it seem like, and this came out in the actual outward expression of Jigen as well. He was so calm, like his backup plans had backup plans that had backup plans. Like if you think about it, the only way they beat him is the riders pull like some ass pull Baryon mode that actually got him out the paint. Like without that, like Ishiki would have just won.
But the problem is like if you take a look at who he's going up against like, and I've said this before in the past, like he's going up against like the local 33 and 32-year-old like Sasuke and Naruto, like give or take, and like a bunch of like 10-year-olds and 12-year-olds. It's and you're like 1,000 years old. He's going up against infants, and we're supposed to be impressed by like his outcome, which was getting packed up in like at least the timeline we're following. I don't know, bro.
I mean, yeah, but those local 32 and 33-year-olds could pretty much wash all other Otsuki members we saw.
Man,
but like adding,
I rest my case.
Adding on to Melo's point, real quick. I mean, Jigen was kind of his own downfall at the end of things. He could have went and got Kaoki anytime he wanted to. He kind of just said whatever and was up in his own head about it. Like, if we think about it, the only way he even got close to fixing his plan was because Naruto was such a bleeding heart. Any other Hokage from the past would have heard Amado say, "Oh yeah, of course we could easily take care of Jigen if we killed Kawaki right then and there." Most of the other Hokages would have said, "Bet his head's on a pike right now," and then where's Ishiki gonna be then once Kawaki's dead?
I don't think Ishiki would let that happen in multiple ways.
I'm not gonna lie, Ishiki, he gives off the vibe as like that old head that just won't let the YN shine. Like your time's been passed, bro. Like even with I said it's like comparing him to someone like Momoshiki. Momoshiki to me, he seems 1,000 years old, and Ishiki gives off the vibe of like being 5,000 years old. Like give it up, bro. Let the young nigga shine, bro. Like let Momoshiki get the chakra fruit. Let Kawaki inherit your powers. Like let Code do it. Like he give it up. Hang up the Gucci backpack, bro. The strap is coming off.
The reason why you believe that is because he's the only person who did pull up like a YN, like a certified YN. He had a legitimate plan. Momoshiki pulled up, said, "Hey, I just want all the tail beasts and all the chakra, so I can make a chakra fruit. This, and that." And of course, where's Kage? That's all Momoshiki pulled up with. Kage as well. Kage just said, "Hey, I want my chakra back." He had no plans at all. Ishiki is the only person that had meticulous planning, meticulous knowledge of not only the Hidden Leaf Village, but the whole ninja world in general. Like he
still got packed up by
and where did I get him?
Exactly. And even Bara to allude to your point.
It came after some BS from the writers. Like we all understand. Like
we can't blame the ref for this one, bro.
Yeah,
bro. Come on.
Because it's like, look at this, bro. It's like imagine we in a full fast-paced game. Everybody's running back and forth, up and down the court. And then we got this one old head that steps on the court. As soon as he gets the ball, he stops running. Everybody got it because obviously the game moves with the ball. So now everybody got to stop and look at him. That's the type of vibe Ishiki gave. Don't mind. Like, don't forget. I said I rocks with Jigen. I like Jigen as a character. He pulled off elegant. I like that vibe. You feel me? But at the same time, bro, like hindsight, yes, very much. But overall, in the grand scheme of things, and then comparing him to his other people, like, bro, give it up, hang it up, bro. Like you're past your time.
I see it different. I see him like Steph. Once we first seen Steph in 2014 shooting all them low threes. Like,
that's Jura right now. Jura's 2014 stuff.
I mean, you could say the same thing about Madara though. Madara got old and died, and he just couldn't hang it up though. He would not.
But Madara came back and walked down 1,000 shinobi. Some things you just can't argue. You feel me?
But also see, here's why I'll give it to Madara, even though it wasn't his plan. He told Obito exactly what Obito wanted to hear. He played the nice old man. If Jigen really wanted to, and I'm not advocating for this, he could have made Kawaki that golden child, my boy, my son, and conditioned him to want to be the vessel. Dude just had to go the child abuse route for no reason. I mean, like, what's a couple of years of treating Kawaki like your son if it means having a loyal vessel? So
you see, that's how you could tell. He's like, because with Momoshiki, you see how he treat his vessel real life on some YN stuff. They fight, they make up, they compromise. They be like, all right, you know what? I ain't rocking with you, but here, you can hold this for a little bit. Give it back though. You feel me? But here, you can hold it. You know what I'm saying? It's like you put up enough with somebody to the point where like, I see you every day. I may not like you, but hey, you feel me? I see you every day. I know what's to expect and what's to come. Ishiki, he's like that old head is like, bro, you still trying to make something work. Like you still trying to get to C. And they already told you 15 years ago, step C was expired. We don't do C no more. We go straight to E. We go straight. We skip those steps. You feel me?
Nah, me for me, bro, I don't have a problem so much with that. It's more so like it's so odd to me because they had the Akatsuki blueprint, and you're pretty much kind of mimicking that with like Kara the Husk, and like if it's not for the anime fleshing out at least some of the members, like this group sucks in my opinion, and like most of them aren't even like real members. They're like fucking ops. So like it's so weird. Like it's an indictment on Ishiki because he can't really form a faction that's like factioning right, bro. Like it's strange, bro. It's like the Bloodline or NWO from WWF, WWE And it's like you just keep adding members and adding members, but there's no like Victor was doing his own thing, Deepa was doing his own thing, Cody's doing his own thing, Amato's doing his own thing. Delta does really don't give a fuck about nothing. Code's a sycophant, like suck up simp boy. Like there's so much going on. It just makes him look incompetent in hindsight. And not only do you not flesh out the members in his group, well, no, that sure, but I think that's an indictment on him as well, because if that group was just better overall, I think even in the ways that you all seem to like him, that would just boost the character, in my opinion. And I think that choice to kind of make it so sparse, at least in the manga's continuity, I think that had a big detriment to the character's overall growth. Like, could you imagine if Ishiki manifested and it was like Sail from like the Sail saga or whatever? And like we needed some time to prep for this guy. He was okay with it, or whatever the case may be. I mean, you can write it in whatever way you want to. But like we had to actually have some time to prep for him. But like, no, bro, like the most we had was like Boruto speed blitzing him and teleporting him to a different place for reasons. Bro's out here dodging shuriken and shit in the anime for reasons. I don't know why he's still doing that in Big 2000 whenever it came out. And like fucking a mineral bomb from like Sasuke Uchiha in an ass pool burying mode from like the writers/referees. Like, it's just a bunch of bullshit, bro. And he's still lost.
I'm not gonna lie.
Here's the thing.
It kind of alludes to Baru's point before you go, Baru, because you were saying like Kodachi should come back, but I'm like, low key, Ikimoto kind of came back. I'm not saying Shinju over Kara, but like the dynamic, like Jura and the Shinju versus Jigen and the Kara organization, like I think the hype is more hyper behind Jura and the Shinju, especially on their early run and even this late in the game, where I still feel like there's so much more to come with the character, where like Amelo just basically went towards with Jigen and Ishiki. When he first got introduced, Jigen, I remember like actively like dropping videos talking about like the future, talking about like the plans they would come up to beat Jigen, how they can come with like a rematch, not even fighting Ishiki. And then 3 chapters later, Ishiki's in the middle of the village. And I'm like, well, damn. I'm like, all right, well, I guess no Jigen rematch, no prep time, no none of that. We get straight to the business. So it's like the flow of state is different. The approach is definitely different. Obviously, all of that outside third-party noise, just solely focusing on the body of work between both Kodachi and Ikimoto. We know, quote-unquote, Kishimoto gave the overall grand idea, but we see how those first 50 chapters proceeded, and then since these last, I think Ikimoto's now approaching 60 chapters since he took over the manga, these last 60-plus chapters, so.
Yeah, well, I'll piggyback off of that and go to what I wanted to discuss with first. But I agree with that. Kodachi, even hypothetically, if he handled the Akatsuki, it wouldn't have looked pretty. It wouldn't have looked pretty at all. What we thought, though, Kodachi isn't really involved with the anime. We thought the anime would kind of like work out a lot of those kinks, similar to what they did with Deepa and the Kata actuation arc. And to be honest, here's a crazy thing. Deepa is arguably one of the favorites of the Kata organization, even though he wasn't in the manga, because they did him so right in the anime. They should have done that for each one of the Kata members. Done that for Boro, and I understand they did some stuff for Boro, but it wasn't what we thought it was going to be for Boro. Should have done that. Delta had her own in the manga as well, but pretty much, in my personal opinion, Victor probably not, but Kosh and Koji should have got a lot more screen time in the anime. I thought he should have got at least an arc, but regardless. What I would say about Jigen, and going back to what Melo was talking about, I mean, for me personally, and I guess more of the Kata slander, I thought he didn't have a choice of who would be in the Kata organization, because it was really just, hey, who actually passed all the tests and actually got decent upgrades. And by the way, you couldn't have been too strong from the upgrades as well. So it was more of like a necessity team rather than like one that he like handpicked himself. I guess he handpicked Victor, but Victor was really only there to spend money. I would say though, like the planning, yeah, 100%. I get the slander of, hey, he should have took action earlier, but again, he was having his backup plans be number one plans, and I think that's what got him. But the reason why he did that, he was trying to test Amato's loyalty. We knew that from the rip. Like, he was trying to figure out who on his team would like slime him out, and turns out it was Kosh and Koji and Amato who were the actual snakes. So like, in a way, I kind of understand where he was coming from, But overall, like, I gotta stop the Ishiki slander. The reason why I think he was one of the more legendary characters, first things first, he showed us a power level that we've never really essentially seen before. Like he forced not only not only Naruto, my bad, but pretty much everybody else to essentially get on that level. It essentially started with, of course, Baramo Naruto. Then we got what is it? Unlimited Code. Then of course Kawaki came. Like he pretty much unlocked that barrier to power. Not only that, as an Otsutsuki, he was the first one who really knew about ninjas. Again, these are step levels of like improvements from the other Otsutsuki members out there that we're essentially getting with Ishiki. Like I thought he raised the bar. I'm
I
sorry.
think you're right, bro. But I think the slander is justified because it's like you said, Ishiki gets all the love that he needs and deserves. Like he doesn't need any more love than he gets because Ishiki has reached. I don't think we realized it because it happened gradually over time. But he essentially reached the level of Naruto and Sasuke in terms of character, like level in terms of like, oh, you can't say like back then. Remember when we were just getting into Jigen, just getting into Kara, and even touching on Ishiki, pause, all of this. We were saying it's disrespectful. They're not stronger than Naruto and Sasuke. How can you say you stronger than Naruto and Sasuke? Oh, give me a break. Now, today, we can go on Twitter right now and how dare you say he's Ishiki level? We're talking about the same Ishiki that did that to Naruto and like Ishiki has reached a level where his name is literally used as a building block, as a standing point, and it's like not the same as somewhere like where with Code, when we talk about Code, it's like, can they beat Code as an insult? You feel me? Like, but we know like people still argue to this day. To this day, like I've been on both sides of the spectrum right now. Like, is Kawaki stronger than Ishiki? I've been on the heavily yes side, and right now, currently, my updated stance like, no, he's not as strong as full power Ishiki. That like I think he got enough respect to where any slander he gets is completely justified.
Stop it.
I feel like I have like three things. I don't kind of want to like belt these out before I forget them. So
Yes.
my first thing was, I wrote them down. My first thing was who has Ishiki actually beaten? So that's number one.
He had one battle. What are you talking about?
We gonna count Naruto and Sasuke. We gonna count that.
He was alive for 24 hours.
No. I mean like he beat Naruto and Sasuke, but like Sasuke, like he was drained from like at least two, maybe even multiple hops in dimensions, and like he caught Naruto off guard, and he had like prep time about their like. But the thing is, who has he actually like beaten, like killed, like in a menacing way to make him like some like dope ass villain? I mean, Scar like fucking took out Mufasa, bro. Like he at least took somebody out, bro. Like what the fuck? I mean, that's Disney. Mickey Mouse Disney Channel bullshit, bro. At least he took out somebody.
I'm crying right now, bro.
I mean, he's got a point. Like, dude couldn't even take out Konohamaru and like Kiba.
I wrote this down. Who has Ishiki?
He wasn't even
so that's number one. Number two is so number one is who has he actually like beaten? I mean, like killed like in a villainous way. And number two, I mean, hell, Sasuke escaped him, so he couldn't even finish that off. And like Naruto taunted him as he was like trying to pack him up. So it's like, oh, okay. So number two is like, we need to see the timelines where he actually won something. I think this would like make him way more menacing because obviously he won in like some prescience timelines. And if they started off some like OVA or some movie where like this is the timeline where everything goes sour, like some future Trunk stuff, that would be kind of maybe change my perspective. But so far, our timeline, Ishiki's a fucking loser. And then number three, we compare characters in terms of like their power scaling. Like we just did like cross verse for like One Piece and Naruto, but like you guys say he's a good like character. I'm like, compared to who, bro? Because I brought up Scar from like The Lion King like jokingly, but also like I think Scar probably has like more depth and like better story writing than like Ishiki. I'm not saying that claim,
no,
but like, but I'm like, is this, are we grading on a Boruto?
You're not
like,
wrong.
Like, what's going on with this character, bro? Like, compare him to somebody.
I mean, and let's not forget, Kurama's 4-0 on the Otsutsuki. Like, say what you will.
I'm gonna keep it a bean, Mello. Mello, I think it's solely like I'm gonna answer personally because I think this is what it is for me. Because I could tell when a character has intricate writing. I don't think you need to have intricate writing to be a good villain. And I think Ishiki is just simply a good villain because he was strong, he was cool, and he did things that was unorthodox at the time. But as far as like you're right, like compared to who, I guess he's not really that great. Like there's really not much to offer for the character aside. Like I feel like the things that he did right, he
I,
did them right enough to where I ain't gonna say it gives him a pass because if we're gonna compare to other characters, then he's below. But simply just in Ishiki, like as Ishiki, what he did for the story, I think yeah, he's a good character. He was cool. He had aura, and at the very least, when he pulled up on screen, I was like, damn, how are they gonna get past him? But
I, I
yeah,
think well, first things first. On that specific question, I'd say I think it's an unfair statement right now because I think inevitably his legacy will grow in death. I think one of the most important things that we don't fully know about Ishiki is what are his actual motives. He told Code like right at the end when he was leaving, he said he said something about reviving the Otsuki will or something like that. He said, "You're the last person with the Otsuki will." We know for a fact there are other Otsuki members out there. I think one of the biggest missing pieces is he's probably fighting for the actual Otsuki will, and I think eventually that'll become clear to us, and we'll probably find out a lot more about what he was specifically fighting for. Uh, I, I guess y'all can reply to
Quick
I
question,
did want
Mara.
to reply Mello.
Quick question, Mara.
Mhm.
How would Ishiki's legacy be affected if we find out the little Ishiki projection for Code was a Amado plot? 'Cause I know people would used to talk about that. Like we still have the panel of where Amado's talking into his hand and just remembering everything. Would that damage Ishiki's legacy if we find out that the whole like Code's whole goal was just an Amado plot to get Kawaki up and running with the Karma again?
Go say that again one more time.
So
If his whole goal,
if the Ishiki encounter with Code was just Amado the whole time, so like the projection was just Amado's plot to rile up Code, and then
yeah.
Ishiki never talked to Code. He just died after Kawaki just stepped on his head.
Yeah, well, of course, that would affect his legacy. But overall, though, I still do believe Ishiki did have a specific, or more of a specific, storyline to his character. Like, for example, one of the things I've thought about for a long time was he's likely a rogue Otsuki member. He likely went rogue, and the Otsuki clan ordered Kage to actually have him executed. That's what I believe. I
that
think
nigga for
eventually we'll
sure is on the
probably
run.
yeah, 100%. Like he's pretty, yeah, he didn't go back to
Bro is
he pretty much didn't go back to the hood
trash.
ever. Like
But
Fucking
that's the thing though. That's the fact that you
trash.
gotta come up with your own backstory for Ishiki. Like at
no,
least
it's not that. It's not necessarily that. Shout out to Attack on Titan. I've learned and grown through my anime watching of to not necessarily judge a story before I get the full story. Ishiki specifically because he's still impacting the storyline. Kawaki is pretty much like a living representation of him. And of course, he essentially said it out of his own mouth that Code is as well, unfortunately. But his name and storyline is still going to be very much alive in Boruto. It's just I think it's gonna have more stuff to it.
and
See, I feel
so
like
far both of his living embodiments has been a disappointment.
see, I feel like the issue with Jigen and Ishiki, and I'm gonna piggyback off you a bit, Bara, and also what Mello said before about Kara, is we have the blueprint of what Kara was supposed to be, but it's never utilized. We know for a fact that Jigen, in a roundabout way, was basically Naruto's boss, basically paid Naruto's paychecks. He never utilizes it. And I have my screen right here. A lot of Kara's outer members were part of the upper echelons of the Land of Fire. This man Jigen had the ear of the daimyo, the ear of Kobu, the ear of basically the village's finances. He could have used that. I don't know why he doesn't use that. If the Hokage is such a big problem, why not do that? Hell, Duke could have just went to the council, just had his agents tell the council, "Oh yeah, Naruto's protecting his son Boruto, who's gonna snap into an Otsutsuki and just blow up the planet." It's interesting that we know that Kara was so intertwined with the shinobi world and had so many daimyo's eyes and ears, but we never see it get used. And we have it here. The current Land of Fire, the daimyo Ikkyo holds Naruto in high esteem and supports him in all possible ways. but his own political power is not rock solid either. Members of the Council of Elders who wish to remove the two heroic Uzumaki Naruto appear to be seeking to oust Ikkyo along with Naruto. Among them are quite a few individuals who are under Kara's control through Outers. The reason why Kara is able to not so secretly move squads inside the Land of Fire is due to the actions of politicians and merchants opposed to the Ikkyo Naruto administration. So Kodachi tells us this, but it's never utilized, and I feel like that's a missed opportunity. You could have low-key had Kara financially ruin the village. Potentially try and remove Naruto from his job as Hokage, potentially just upend the Land of Fire to help Jigen's goals, to distract Naruto and everyone else from the Kawaki situation, because at the end of the day, what runs that world? And what's the problem Shikimura is facing now? It's money. It's always money. But we have a whole missed opportunity from Jigen from having full control of that, and him just saying, I'm not going to use that. You know, I have this whole organization. I don't care anymore. I'm just going to go.
I think if it's... Oh, my bad.
I was saying, the overall idea from Jigen was like, he doesn't really care about Naruto and Sasuke because they're fodder. So it's like, why even go through this trouble? So it's just like, I mean, from his perspective, it was really just child's play. He never really expected something like a Baron mode Naruto to come out of the woodworks.
This dude is 1,000+ years old, and I respect that we have this in the lore, and I agree with you that if you're gonna have it, at the very least, you can do something of substance with it. But the fact that we're relying on this celestial being from the cosmos who's 1,000+ years old to attack them through capitalism is fucking gnarly, bro. This just like no representation without taxation, or no taxation without representation type shit. Like this, bro. This is my point. The Otsutsuki are trash, bro. Just broadly speaking, but like this just solidifies it even more. That we're looking at this guy with supposedly all these godly powers, godly-esque powers. And we're like, yeah, they should attack them through capitalism.
And Mello, don't forget, Jigen and Ishiki had to rely on capitalism to even get the money to fund Kawaki cybernetics. Because even Delta said, we spent so much money on Kawaki that we could have bought a nation. So this man Jigen was paying for the parts. He was paying merchants and paying people for the bases, for the clothes, for the wine. So this man was actively intertwined with the world's capitalism.
This dude is so trash, bro. Like imagine Raditz pulling up and just waiting for Goku after his 9 to 5 to kind of run the ones with him or some shit. Like, I make that money, and he do live in a capitalist society. I guess I got away. It'd be rude if I didn't. It's like, bro, he got packed up by Kaguya. He got caught off guard.
Yell at him
he got completely cut. We don't have any problems with this. It's like, oh yeah, he just dropped it. Well, I think that's a problem, bro. Like he got caught, given Bar's narrative, he got caught off guard by how I don't know, impactful Naruto and Sasuke ultimately ended up being. I don't know, bro. Maybe we should blame him for that, bro. It seems to be a consistent pattern. Like Kawaki did some the oldest trick in the book. You thought my clone was the real me, but it turned out not to be. Ooh, and he got got caught off guard by academy level tactics, bro. I'm just keeping it a bean. And nobody has a problem with this. And I'm like, bro, this is a consistent this dude is mid as fuck, bro. At every turn, he doesn't beat anybody, bro. Like he had all this prep time, and he packed up Naruto and Sasuke, and by packed up, Naruto escaped him. I mean, Sasuke escaped him, and Naruto mocked him the entire time. He was going down. It's embarrassing, bro.
Well, first things first, the best jutsu are the simplest jutsu. We all understand that. What I would say about
the reverse harem jutsu is the one that defeated Kaguya, bro. You gotta
100%.
That did not defeat her, but also omnipotence is probably the best jutsu. I'm just gonna put that out there.
Yeah, some of them. But my thing about my guy Jigen, certain things I understand the criticisms. I understand some of his downfalls, but specifically criticize him about the win-loss, I can't get behind that. We understand the BS the writers pulled to get Ishiki out the paint. Even Jigen's death was a little bit questionable. He actually beat Naruto and Sasuke in a 2v1 and then had to fight a whole other, we assume, well over Kage level character, potentially God level character. So it's I get the idea of he wasn't here, he was here for a good time, not a long time, but We got to analyze the good time.
I think the issue is we don't have Ishiki Prime. We know who Ishiki Prime is. It's that hypothetical Koji timeline. So does that make our Ishiki a lesser Ishiki? Because he couldn't figure out how to beat Naruto, and
Bro,
even Ishiki, even Koji says, "Oh yeah, this was close. Like there was a high chance of Ishiki winning." So does that just mean that our Ishiki just fumbled it?
I don't think there exists a prime Ishiki. Like there's no version of this character that's intimidating or prime anything or peak anything or anything. Like the most aura is he like sits there and like scowls and be stoic and like sips some wine. Is that aura, bro? It's like I guess boomer aura, like wine mom aura. Like I don't know, but like they, I just if you take a look at who he's going up against, like Naruto is like he is slow in the head. He's mentally challenged. This guy, like there's a supposed threat beyond Kaguya that none of them really prepared for at all. I proved this in a video I made, and like he let himself get rusty. He's not even like aware of where like Kurama's power is. He's like, you better be ready, Kurama. All this stuff. Like, how did you lose to these people, bro? They're incompetent. Like, you show up to the Leaf Village, and they have no plan. Like in the anime, Shikamaru's begging his people to go die for him, bro. It's like, where's the contingency? Big brain General Shikamaru, like, where's the plan? These people are incompetent. They're incompetent shinobis. They can't balance money in their little capitalist society, nor can they like prepare the next generation for the supposed threat beyond Kaguya, nor could they prepare themselves for the supposed threat beyond Kaguya. And when the threat beyond Kaguya finally showed up, for all that talking, Sasuke, I can defeat Kaguya if anybody show. Bro, you got packed up on site. You ran from Kinshiki. Okay, you needed all the assistance versus Momoshiki, and you still couldn't get it done. Your understudy, your Padawan, your Underoos had to take care of him with his daddy's power. And even when you made a promise to Boruto, oh, if you ever turn sour, I'll take care of you. Like, I'm your master. On that balcony, bro did it, and you still couldn't handle it. You got packed up by a vanishing Rasengan. These people suck. They're incompetent, bro. If it wasn't for Kurama pulling out like some bullshit out his ass, and that was some bullshit, that Baryon mode, they would have got packed up sooner. And let me ask you, what did Baryon mode even do? Just buy them some time. Baryon mode didn't even win, bro. It's a loser form. That's what it is, bro. He got packed up in that form, bro. He had to rely on children to handle his lightweight. Like, I don't know how Ishiki even had a problem with these morons. Like, I have no idea, bro.
He called them morons. I ain't gonna lie, Melo. You're right. And Ryzen, I don't know if you remember a couple of months ago when we were debating about, basically, I was talking about how I believe the Hidden Leaf are capable, at the very least, in terms of standing on their own. You know, the politics that comes in between whether they were to get completely cut it off being funded from the Land of Fire. I remember we were talking about that. We brought up all of the stuff in the data books. A lot of my stances come from, like, I'm not gonna say like just Jack Mello words, like the competency of the ninjas, but a lot of the times during that debate specifically, I'm like, I don't think it's that hard of an idea to imagine the Hidden Leaf being declared independent from the Land of Fire, especially considering their stance in terms of being the military force. Granted, the numbers, I don't know. I guess people say strength in numbers for a reason, but it's like, bro, it's like they got options out here. They can do certain things.
But Uchiha, they tried that and they completely failed. The village, even with all these advances, even with 17 plus years of technological advancements, the Kaminari industry, and just whatever, they still can't sustain themselves without getting subsidized by the daimyo.
That's their fault.
And we gotta remember,
because like you just said though, because you got the game that's like Denki's dad, right? The Kamino company, they run that. Then you got the Thunder Train. So now you're bringing in more revenue from outside company, and plus trade sources are coming in. You're already been promoted to being the capital of the Land of Fire. So there's that. Now you have self-sufficient funds. So everything, my whole thing is, bro, maybe they're pulling out 500,000. We don't know like the currency exchange, but maybe they pulling out $500,000 on some war efforts. And it's like, why are we pulling out $500,000 on war efforts right now?
But
like today, like, do we need to do that?
But see, Uchiha, that's with the Kaminari industry. They still can't do it. Like even the elders are saying that never mind our budget shrinking, if we don't get subsidized by the daimyo, the existence of the village won't be sustainable. They won't be
That's
able to
what
pay
I'm
anything.
saying though.
That's
So
the
what are
problem.
they? That's what I'm saying. So what are they funding that they can't literally? Because this guy, the Kaminami company, like he's one of the richest people in the village. You got that. You got the touring spot. Like you have revenue from tourism. Like you have self-sufficient funds circulating throughout the bill. And then someone like Shikamaru, like me personally, I can come up with something at the very least, like a real, like a legit attempt. I know it's saying like in terms of like putting the numbers out there, we're saying, oh, if we do that, this will happen. Like a legit attempt. Like Kobu talking about some, oh, we're gonna cut the budget, we're gonna cut the Hidden Leaf Village. Or if I'm Shikamaru, do it then.
See, here's the
Do
problem. I
it.
think
You really do it then. Cut me off.
see,
What?
here's the real problem of it. I feel like we overinflate the importance of the village. We tend to forget that that's not the only military village the daimyo has. He has other soldiers that are not ninjas. He has samurais. He has warriors. He has other military forces. In the case of the village, just sustaining a superpower being who can use chakra takes an immense amount of money, to where that's why ninjas aren't really mainstream in smaller countries. You got to remember, there's not a ton, like in the grand scheme of things, there's not a ton of ninjas. I think in the Great Ninja War, they were only able to muster up 80,000 battle-ready ninjas. And
That's true.
mostly from
But
the
at the same time, too, Ryzen, we got to remember is villagers in there right now ain't never swung a jutsu a day in their life. They ready to die for Naruto's name today. We don't need like we could that's what I'm saying. We can establish heads in an independent faction, right? Say I'm Shikamaru right now. Boom. The Kamino company. I'm putting you in charge of funds. I'm putting you in charge of treasury because you know how to obviously bring in money. You got the Thunder Train, you got the game, and all of this extra stuff. Tourism, put somebody in charge of that. So many people come in and out. They emphasize it throughout the show so many times. The Hidden Leaf attracts tourism. And then
See
we
here,
got research and development with Katasuke. He can be heading and funding that. And then you got the little things that obviously we're worried about. Farming, economics, like there's people in the village, I'm sure. This is headcanon, but it's like I said, it goes to common sense and just competency. There's people in the village who will probably willing to step up and say, okay, we're getting cut on funded. You know what? Since they can't, I'm daring them to come take this land for us. We just gonna take this patch right now.
but
We're
see,
gonna turn this into a farm. We're gonna farm. We're gonna do our own. Like they can do things,
yeah,
bro.
yeah, to an extent you can, but you got to remember, why would the daimyo let you do that? At the end of the day, you're a landlocked area. The village isn't even state size. Like you got to remember, that's still a city basically. It's
It goes.
landlocked.
It
It
goes back
doesn't
to my
have.
saying. It
It
goes back
doesn't
to my
have.
saying. Do it then.
But
That's a threat. That's a threat.
but here's
He
the
has
thing:
to.
if
He
they
has
do
to do
it,
that.
we know they're gonna starve, because once upon a time the village was basically like that, where they weren't really doing stuff with the daimyo and they starved. At the end of the day, you still gotta eat. At the end of the day, the five great nations might be allied, but the daimyos aren't. You're gonna lose those trade routes. You're gonna have the daimyo locking the border. You're gonna have other people in the village decide to leave because now they can't do their regular jobs throughout the land of fire
Nope.
as a whole. And it goes to what they always say: it doesn't matter how strong you are, if you can't support your family, if you can't eat, at some point you're gonna just croak. And
So,
it goes back to the data book. Like they tried this a billion times, and this was back when ninja stuff was more mainstream, where you were getting more missions. Now missions are drying up. Sure, you have the technological aspect. I think my screen just disappeared for some reason, but I shared the little blurb again. But they even talk about it. What is the main difference between ninja and samurai, who faded away into legend? So why is money needed? This is because, aside from a few extremely rare exceptions, superhuman shinobi abilities are unnecessary to daily life. Shadow doppelgangers can rival a whole army, and fire-style jutsu are superior to bow and blades. Indeed, however, will either put clothes on one's back, put food on a table, or put a roof over one's children's heads. Nay, I feel like we forget that up until recently, most of the village as population only knew how to fight, and then you had the bare essential civilians to maintain that military outpost. And even with the technological advances, they even say it's still not enough. They even say if they're cut cold turkey, the village is done for. And that's the main issue with TBV. Like, if the daimyo decides to say, yeah, you're not getting my money anymore, no one's gonna stay part of
Wait
the
a
village
minute.
on loyalty.
That's assuming though. That's assuming like because we've already seen because that's true. All of that stuff you're saying is true, but that's just automatically assuming the backing for the daimyo in the land of fire is going to be backed by the other daimyos. Because we gotta take it if we're going to take all of the greed and the politics into consideration. Realistically speaking, if I'm the daimyo in the land of water, the daimyo in the land of stone, and the capital in our leading nation just lost its independent nation, and they're declaring they're going to sustain themselves, I'm going to build a relation with the independent nation because of the advantages that they already pose. They already have strength, and they already showcased that with the little backing that they did get, or the major backing, however, they can sustain or at the very least build something that's self-sustainable. Now, as far as how far it can go on its own, that's where it comes into other relations. So in the world, hypothetically speaking, because if we include, it's gonna be inevitable. If say the hidden leaf is cut off, fighting some way, shape, or form is included. But let's say in a hypothetical world, Kobu cuts off the hidden leaf village is now independent, no longer part of the land of fire. Your land is what you have. If I'm not even a businessman, but in my head right now, okay, we need to figure out a way to become a hub. Let's reach out to the other daimyos because it's above the kages. Let's see the land of earth daimyo, the land of water daimyo. Are they willing to extend relations to us? Are they willing to probably do trade? Like, that's not difficult. If
I have
I'm
a question.
Shikamaru,
I have a question. I okay. Can you guys hear me? I don't,
Yeah.
Sorry.
yeah.
I'm okay. Maybe this is where I come from. I'm stronger than you. I'm just gonna take your shit. Like I don't understand. Like we're talking about all this stuff and them operating within these systems, but like I'm a planet buster, and like I'm a sentient nuke. In this verse, the tail beasts are like their nuclear option. None of you have your nukes anymore except for one place, and like that's my understudy, bro. Like he can't touch me. So like, and not only that, but I've gotten more powerful since then. So I'm a sentient nuke plus 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 plus. I'm planetary plus. I'll just like run your shit. Like, I'm sorry. Like, are we saying like the local police force is going to stop Naruto pulling up on the daimyo and saying this shit's mine now? Like, what are we talking about here, bro?
Literally,
Well,
man.
see, the issue goes back to it doesn't really they make it a point to where it doesn't really matter how strong you are. Eventually, you're gonna need to eat. Eventually, you're gonna run out of people to do this for you. It's one of the reasons why the Sand Village, instead of going after their daimyo, they thought it better to go and attack the leaf with Orochimaru and show the daimyo they're still useful. Because at the end of the day, the geopolitical situation is against them. For example, Uchiha said that the daimyos would be willing to ally with the village, but we know right now that the other daimyos are really pissed off at Shikamaru and at the village as a whole for the way they've been dealing with this. Plus, you're losing an entire country of the land and fire to potentially hypothetically ally with the village. And we got to remember, the village is deep within the land of fire. To even get to the village, you have to go through the land of fire. So they make it a point where, yeah, sure, like you said, Mello, you're gonna intimidate the daimyo. You're gonna try to take over. But they really make it a point that only really works for smaller countries. That only really works for like what the Akatsuki did with the Rain Village. But with the Land of Fire, you're going to run into so many issues that sure, your small base might be able to eat, but you're going to get famine, you're going to get recessions, you're going to get so many things to where, okay, launch a Rasengan. Is a Rasengan going to feed me? Is a Tailed Beast Bomb going to feed me?
Yes.
If no one wants to...
That's, yeah, I was about to say, bro, because if you think about it, how would they starve them? They would have to plant a siege, right? They would have to plant a siege. And realistically, like Mello said, if I have walking nukes that can just simply blow up your army, how are you going to starve my people if I can just go and take the necessity crops? Now, in that world where it's taken by force. So realistically, they're going to have to come to negotiate. There's going to be new negotiations where damn near the Hidden Leaf might just operate as a sixth nation. Is the Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Leaf, the land of hidden leaves.
The problem is that they're under mind control. They're under the most sinister genjutsu. It's the kind that makes them, I'm not talking about literally, but it's the kind that makes them think that their actions are their own. It's adherence to culture and societal traditions. That's what it is. They don't deviate from their culture and their societal normalities because they bought into this like external construct of a nation and the will of fire and all, and this is how things are supposed to be. If Naruto was a better, let's say, a smarter, more introspective Itachi type, he would have galvanized the power that he had gained, revolutionary system that didn't call for children to be like child soldiers like he and the people that came before him was. He would have created a system that did not even necessitate the need for a Hokage to begin with. This is why I say Naruto is not fit to be Hokage, because the thing that he wants to do would necessitate that a Hokage doesn't exist. The fact that he is Hokage just means that like he's messed up along the way on finding like this alternative path to like at the very least holding back the cycle of hatred. So that's really the problem, is that they're just brainwashed. They like you saying like a Rasengan can feed me. Like just like let's scale it down and like use real world as an overlay. If I'm starving and I walk up to like a store and I rob it at gunpoint, that gun is my Rasengan, right? Like my fire style is my gun. Like it doesn't matter. Like yeah, like I think that
Yeah,
works.
you
So
go to Ichiraku ramen
it
with the
can feed me.
Rasengan, you might just walk out with more than one bowl of ramen.
I agree. I
That's
agree
what I'm saying.
100%.
So,
I
so
agree
real
100%.
quick before I forget this point, and then also like just because we've used our like little alchemy chakra transmutation bullshit for like combat doesn't mean we can't repurpose it for something. Like I don't know, we have like a wood style user. Can he like grow a forest that can like grow plentiful fruit? Like he created like a whole like waterfall to help Naruto train. Like can we not like divert certain water courses to create dams or whatever the case? Like they can literally change the landscape. They have a walking nuclear plus 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 bomb that's sentient and self-aware. All they lack is the desire and the will. That's it.
I agree
Really.
100%, but we got to remember those are just outliers. People like Yamato, people like Naruto, they're just really outliers. And it goes to show that it's not even about the will of fire. They talk about the shinobi society being just something simpler. It just goes back to like money and operating off their verse and what they thought about it. They realized why they need to conform to society, whether it's right or wrong, or whether they were right or wrong. Just boils down to like how many ninjas there were, or like what the power level of those ninjas were at the time of Madara and Hashirama. But they just lay it to us that the fact that they're operating like this is because of money. And they talk about how there are various reasons why superhuman shinobi must mold society, but it fundamentally boils down to money. It might feel like we are discussing a somewhat disgraceful topic, but shinobi are a group of realists. Pride means nothing if one does not live to see the next day.
Wait. Hold on. Sorry. I know you're cooking, but I have to kind of cut you here. Like we're dealing with planet busters at this point, okay? We're not dealing with like the local Zabuza level shinobi anymore. After a while, the scale gets ridiculous, and like this stuff doesn't apply to people like Sasuke and like Naruto, and like I would even go as far as like bro, they got like Sasori was running people's pockets solo dolo, bro. By himself, he was running people's pockets at puppet point. Okay, fuck gunpoint. I got you at puppet point.
So that puppet.
So I'm like, bro, scale that up to like Planet Buster, then scale that up to like 6-pass level, then scale that up to like whatever the fuck Barry Mo, wherever you want to put that, and scale it up and scale it up and scale it up, bro. Like all of what you're saying applies to like Days of Past. Like I would even say Hashirama and Madara were fucking ridiculous, and they could have like wiped an entire like. They just don't have the will, I don't think, bro.
100%. And I see your point 100%. We got to remember that if enough people go against you, it's gonna cause problems. Like we know for a fact that Naruto especially can't keep his guard up 24/7. We've even seen Mitsuki poison Kawaki to where if Kawaki was if Mitsuki was a meaner person, he could have killed Kawaki right there. So it goes to a situation where yes, we have these planet buster outliers, but will it work for the village as a whole? Will it work for the ninja culture as a whole?
So we should blame Hashirama because he should have had better negotiations, because we know that the villages followed his blueprint. They was like, oh, we saw what the Hidden Leaf did, and that's what all the villages around the entire ninja world
that's
started
basically it. I mean, don't even get me started on slave owner Hashirama selling the.
So basically, he should have. That's what I'm saying. So in his negotiation, instead of saying, "Yeah, take us under you, so y'all could exploit our power," I would rather, at the very least, still be mercenaries or establish yourself as a land. Boom, the Hidden Leaf, and then build a subsection, like plant a model with a model, not a model, the character, but plant a model based off of however the Land of Fire was operating at that time. How are they sufficient with the other villages and the other lands, and how are they sufficient by themselves? And focus on agriculture. Like, get a subsection in the village that focus on agriculture and like sustaining the village. But he just was like, nah, we ninjas
and
through and
hell,
through. We walk people down, and this is what we do.
But
and hell, to add on to your
even,
point. How do you go first, Mello?
I was gonna say there was a moment in time where the Shinobi were unified, and they were galvanized behind the vision and the vestige of Naruto Uzumaki, the shining light. He could have taken advantage of that moment to keep them unified, to create one Shinobi nation, and then with their light speed tiers of movement, sweep the fucking earth of all dissonance that want to go against like what they're trying to do, right? Like they could have done that. Like they move at light speed. I'm sorry, the daimyo is not going to prepare with the local like militia force in time. I'm sorry. Like we're destroying continents with like one blast. It's over for you.
Low key, the five nations should have turned into one. Yeah, they should have turned into one.
It's like what Mello said. It's like what you said. You know, it's like not really brainwashing, but like loyalty and tradition. We've had that scenario in the novels where the daimyo, at least the Stone Daimyo, said, "You know what? I see you guys allied. I don't care. I want that land." And Kurachutsu was willing to go and do the 5th Great Ninja War for her daimyo because the daimyo was gonna declare war. And like, yeah, you're right. They could have allied and just, you know, cut the daimyo's head off, but they didn't want to do that. So it just goes to a situation where there's just so many factions to where even Naruto, who was this unifying light, couldn't really get Kurachutsu or what's the
Kurasuchi?
Yeah, Kurasuchi and Chojuro to play nice with him. Like he had to go to his daimyo. He had to negotiate land trades and do all this shit to get them to like calm down. Because even though they were all allies, the 5 great nations were about to go to war just because some random civilian daimyo wanted it.
They would have lost. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I'm bringing you all to fucking hill. That's what's going to happen, bro. Like, I don't 100%. Understand this line of logic.
100%, but
the fucking need now.
100%, but the problem goes back to Naruto can't just be there 24/7 patrolling the whole Land of Fire and his allies. At some point, people are gonna face that famine. Hunger is gonna turn into resentment. Resentment is gonna turn to hatred to their leader. And you know, for as much of a god as Hashirama was, we know that his initial plans for the village failed just off this one statement.
But like, why are we holding Hashirama to such high regard? Like, as far as I know, he didn't have some educational system.
No, 100%.
I don't even know how Tobirama is so smart. To be honest, that's 100% right there.
100%, and we know for a fact that Hashirama failed initially as Hokage just off this one statement. Where after I talk about can these jutsu put food on the table and put clothes on one's back, nay. And then they go on to say shinobi skills intrinsically do not lie in manufacturing. Thus, shinobi need connections with common folk in order to maintain their own existence. And this is the Hashirama statement. In fact, the old village of Konoha, which was impoverished and merely depleted their child soldiers, demonstrated something too appalling to call superhuman livelihood. So we know that the initial version of the Leaf Village just had a bunch of kids just die because they couldn't feed them. And it just goes to show that Hashirama just failed. And I agree with you.
I'm talking about like what I'm saying is
he obviously didn't follow the blueprint we're suggesting now. So
I'm talking about Naruto post the war arc, where all the knowledge and resources, they would have knowledge about this famine and what to do like in counter to this. But obviously Naruto would have to be like a different character. And then also you would have to obviously have a narrative to galvanize the citizenry around your cause. And I think like, hey man, like the shinobi system is designed to create like basically they do live in a capitalist swine society. And I think like having an anti-capitalist perspective could definitely galvanize people in your favor. Like all you need is a good story. You have a bunch of big brain people like Shikamaru behind you. You have like the will of the shinobi forces at that particular moment, high off of a victory. Like you had opportunities to do a lot, bro, or just keep them all in the fucking genjutsu and like plan the shit
100%. And I'm glad you mentioned the genjutsu because if we remember, why did a ton of problems happen after the 4th Great Ninja War? Because people agreed with Madara. We had all these cults and even Bora's cult pop up because imagine you had your everything you ever wanted in the world. Then you wake up and you find out that you got to go back to your 9 to 5, and it's because of Naruto, some like blonde-haired kid. You would take the dream world because off face value, all you know is you had the perfect dream. That's why people started hating on Naruto. That's why you had all these shady organizations in the novels. That's why you had Boro being against this, like basically capitalist society, basically the shinobi world, because they had their perfect dream right there. And then it goes back to like, why are ninjas even needed? Because it's a drain on society. And they go to say it. Like, it is commonly said that it takes 100 people to feed one human who specializes just in fighting. In short, only with a nation that has a population of 1 million can you support 10,000 shinobi. So for the village itself to even be able to function, you need at least 1 million people to keep your 10,000 shinobi fed, clothed, and just
I don't agree,
functioning.
bro. I don't
Operating
agree.
within this system, though, Ryzen, yeah, that's what you would need.
Because we
But
have Inoki who created fabrications. Like they were on to something. Like they wanted to substitute the shinobi force, the military force, and you could just apply that to like the citizenry who work to feed these shinobi or whatever the case may be. Like they were on the verge of robotics. They're on the verge of like certain types of technology. Like they have what they need to do the thing I'm suggesting. Mine is just the will. They're just brainwashed, I think.
And I agree with you 100%.
I believe at the end of the war, what they should have done is, well, at the very least, by the time Naruto became Hokage, like appoint him the head of all Kage and make it a ninja nation under like one Kage, to the point where like
You'd have
obviously
to start.
someone's gonna have to inherit the chair after him. They're gonna have to restructure a lot of shit. But that should have been something the five nations came together and said, at the very least, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna combine these five nations into one and just remain the other four. We're gonna be landlords, consider ourselves still Kages, Lord Kage. We're just gonna refer to ourselves as Kages, and Naruto will be the head. And come up with some other name. Call that nigga the Shogun for all I care. I don't know.
See,
Just be
that's
like,
a
yeah. So, and then let everything else trickle down from there.
see,
The
that's a great
politics could
idea.
be worked out from that point.
See, that's a great idea, but the problem is you'd have to start another war, or you'd have to do what Sasuke wanted to do and use fear. That's
It
just unfortunately out of character for Naruto, because
it
we
would
gotta remember.
no. It would definitely have to go with option A. It would start another war. But realistically speaking, the five nations now combined. Realistically speaking, the smaller ninja nations, because they're gonna see, oh, they're building a one unified ninja nations. The smaller ninja nations are gonna join in by default, right? So then all you have is literally the lands of the daimyos. They can declare war all they want. By all means, I'm not saying they can't, Ryzen, but like realistically speaking, like we already know if it's just Konoha versus the Land of Fire, but consider all five ninja nations versus the land. Like I know they got numbers, but like again, realistically speaking, like it
Bro,
just takes
It's
one tail
100%,
baseball.
but it goes back
no,
to what Mello said. It's brainwashed. It's the culture. A lot of these shinobi would
Yeah,
rather stay with their
they're not gonna
nation
do it.
than fight with some foreigner. Not to mention, it goes back to money. Unfortunately, like can Naruto pay them all? Can he keep the
yes,
status
he
quo
can.
going?
Yes, he absolutely like Naruto is Mr. Talk No Jutsu, Mr. I can talk you. I like you're allergic to water. I'll sell you a boat. Like this dude is the ultimate salesman. He can change minds. His whole thing. So I'm like just 5,000 shadow clones, scatter them across the planet. Go to like the samurai. Go to these other little small ninja villages. Go to these other little factions. One clone is enough. One clone was battling against like the Raikage reanimation. I'm sure that one clone can handle whatever forces that they bring to bear, and have him negotiate on behalf of the of whatever new faction that they're forming, and let them know. Talk no jutsu. Sit down with him. Break bread with him. Get to know him. Like he could
Exactly.
100%
Build
do this.
relations, bro.
Exactly. And then combine that with his power, his reputation, the factions that he builds relationships with, and his whatever narrative that he's pushing and spinning. Like they'll 100% get behind this guy if the narrative works. And at that point, there's no one really left to stop them. The real thing that's stopping them is the psychological brainwashing. that they adhere to like the way things are. And this is the reason, I guess, on a foundational level, what I'm saying is like I think Naruto's a failed character. Like
Do y'all
ultimately,
think?
I
Do y'all
I
watch?
think
Y'all watch?
he's
Y'all
lackluster.
watch? Reincarnated as a slime?
Yes.
Anything
Like
with
he could.
slime in it, I avoid.
Which
Or re. If it has re in it, I avoid.
I respect that take in terms of that time I got anything, so I respect that take. But in terms of just getting straight to Ryzen's response to my question, like he could basically do what the nigga Rimuru is doing. Like all of the politics that Rimuru has been going through, it essentially could have been at any point in time as he's building up another nation. And many have tried throughout this time up until this point in anime, could have simply taken in Tempest and been like, yeah, we consider that territory ours, extended it. But no, he kept on growing, and building relations, and everything simply connected like glue around him
But see,
because of how he is. And it's like Naruto in his verse, like, I don't think it's that crazy for him to even mimic like a half of what Rimuru did in Slime, because like
but
it just takes the right words and the strength and the good reputation to back it up. Niggas like, oh, he got the Veldora, he got the Storm Dragon. We know, like, let's at the very least hear him out. And then people start recognizing his strength on his own. Like, oh, nah, not just the dragon, but like Rimuru himself. He's a demon lord. It's like, come on,
but
bro.
yeah, I
Let
agree
them
with
know
you.
about Naruto.
I agree with you 100%. We got to remember when they did try to take in Tempest, Rimuru stood on business and slaughtered the whole army of the enemy nation. Would Naruto do that? That's the question. Is it in character? And like Mello said, I agree. It's how like the perspective of the story goes. We got to remember, even the higher ups of his own nation don't fuck with him. The elders don't fuck with him. Kobu doesn't fuck with him. And
Why
even
would you though? He's a bitch. Naruto's a bitch.
100%. But in my mind,
At least
if we're
adult
using
Naruto.
Naruto of this story, of the current story, and we're not changing the narrative, if he couldn't even convince the politicians and the merchants of his own nations, how is he gonna convince the other daimyos who don't even fuck with him even less, without holding a tailed beast bomb to their head and saying, "Yo, heal right now. You know, sign over all this land to me right now, or else we're gonna have problems."
Well, I
So it
did
becomes
mention that I do think he needs to be of a certain character to be able to do the thing I'm saying to begin with. So just to be fair, I did mention that multiple times.
100%. I agree with you. It has to, the narrative has to change on that. Like if it was like a Sasuke situation, Sasuke's gonna make them all hate him. Like, yeah, I'm your dictator despot. You can hate me all you want, but you're gonna do what I say. Naruto's unfortunately just not that guy. He couldn't even change his own country, much less
Like,
the whole
I
world.
think the conversation at the end of their battle, like Sasuke and Naruto, would have been super interesting if like they arrived at like almost like a middle ground to where Naruto's like, yeah, like Sasuke concedes, but Naruto's like, you know what? You actually did have some points, and like I think if we work together, like we can create an entirely new system. Like there's something like that, but like he never got to that point. And I always feel like what Jiraiya was trying to like groom him for, and like the things that he claimed that he wanted to accomplish, he was the person for the time, but he wasn't really what that world needed
I
at
agree
that
with you
time. They needed somebody
100%,
more than him.
because
Maybe
it seems
Sasuke
like
could have counterbalanced him in a way, but you know.
I agree with you 100%. But of course, you know they had to send Sasuke away. just out of sight, out of mind. It feels like at the end of things they just went back to the status quo, except they put a new coat of paint over it. Like we're still doing the same shit. It's just more or less we're all outwardly on the same side. Like you still had Onaki doing his quote unquote shady shit, even though he was just misguided. You had Kara running around in the background. You had all these cults running around in the background. So it was basically the same Shinobi world. Just yeah, we made it cleaner. We made it nicer. We gentrified it a bit.
Yeah, Galaxy says basically can Ada do that? I'm assuming that's in response to this particular topic. I'm not sure when that was stated, but like yeah, but I also despise Ada, so I don't want anything from her. But she just nasty work. But like yeah, I mean,
Ada's like my
definitely
third
can do
favorite
something.
character, bro. I love
I mean, let's be honest.
Ada is a freak, bro. Just be spying on people. Like her powers are disgusting. She's a disgusting.
I agree. You know, part of me wished, you know, She got
got pretty girl privilege. That's it, bro. Like if Bug was doing the shit that she was doing to other people, bro, we'd be looking like, what the fuck? This nasty old man. But because it's like some pretty little 19-year-old girl, like nobody has a problem with that shit.
But let's be honest. If they wanted to unify the world, they could just use Ada. They said it before. If she wanted to, she could take over the entire planet. But the fact that we're gonna get this political strife with Kobu potentially, and with like the daimyos, means they just want that, because realistically, Shikamaru could go to Ada, and even though I hate this, and I just don't want Ada to do shit, he could go and tell Ada, yo, if you want your way of life to still exist, if you want Kawaki to still be safe, if you want Boruto to be here, help us with the daimyo. One word from her and everyone's singing Kumbaya, but that's not gonna happen.
It's the Homelander thing, bro. Like Stan Edgar, he's like a normal guy, but he can talk crap to Homelander because he has like a psychological leash on him. It's the same thing like what happens like with Naruto, or like the situation you just gave with Ada. Like if I'm not, like if I had Naruto's power, you're not talking to me. Like I don't want to hear from you. You are going to bend the knee and you're going to do it now. Like I'm not having a debate, ain't no argument, ain't no conversations. Like I have the will and the power to make my will a reality. This is how everything gets done in this world, bro. It's how Hashirama did what he did. It's how Tobirama did what he did. Danzo did what he did with the Uchiha. Like it's a combination of will and power, and I have both. So all y'all gonna get on board. You gonna get the fuck out of my way. That's how I would run it, and I would make the world way better than what it was. And ultimately, in the long run, before Boruto was ever even born, that place would have been damn near utopia, bro.
He probably got the power. He don't got the will.
And adding on to your point,
a failure to me, bro. He's just a failure.
Adding on to your point, Mello, I feel like that's part of the reason why Kawaki, I feel like, is misguided, because he thinks if he potentially erases the Otsutsuki, or even if we take his statements in the flash forward of potentially removing the shinobi world, it doesn't solve the core problem of humans just being trash. Like if it's not chakra, it's a nuke.
Yeah, Kawaki's an idiot because he don't have a plan.
Yeah, like if it's not a nuke, it's capitalism. If it's not the Otsutsuki, it's just some other person. Like it doesn't solve the main problem of people not being decent people. It's always gonna be some.
I think people aren't decent because of the systems that they're in. Like I always say, like I think our version of humanity today, time of recording, was like planted in harsh soil, so it produces like harsh like plants. But depending on the soil that you plant humanity, I think humanity is like a canvas. Like we're malleable. We'll mold to whatever circumstance we're in. And I think if you create a better system that's not built off of like fucking capitalism, to where like you have child soldiers, like Naruto still had his son. Like his son died, bro. His son almost died multiple times in the anime. Like, why is your son even a ninja? Why is he a child soldier? Like, why? Like, you lost your parents to this shit, dude. Kakashi went through the gauntlet with this shit, dude. You're surrounded by examples of what not to do, and you did it anyway. He's a fucking failure. And if I'm the daimyo, I don't like this dude. I don't trust this dude because he's fucking incompetent. Look what happened with Kawaki. Shikamaru is fucking incompetent for whatever reason. I don't know why. He's so smart, but he like Boruto's like, with the Mamushi stuff. Do we have a plan? He's just sitting there. Well, I don't fucking know. And then fucking Inojin had to come up with something like Inojin. Nah, bro. So Kubo is right to challenge these people because like they're incompetent. They've been incompetent since the word go.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because I was having a conversation about this a while back, and someone mentioned, but they now have a choice on being ninjas or not, but that's still you allowing an 11-year-old, a 12-year-old to enter the military. Like, if you wanted a peaceful world, at the very least, you could say, okay, bet you want to join the village military. Wait till you're 18. They're still, it's like you said, they're still employing child soldiers. It doesn't matter if they have a choice or not. You're still letting kids go on these missions. They even say in the data books that these getting kids have clearance to take A rank missions and just kill people. Which is really
I think
crazy.
It's the same or similar thing to like Batman. Like why doesn't he just take out the rogues or whatever? Like why does he have this particular rule? It's because he wants to be a thing and he's making excuses to continue being that thing. I'm sorry. Like if I'm Batman, what I'm doing is taking all this money with my little bat boxers and my little bat car and my batarang. I'm investing that in some social economic programs to actually help people get out of poverty so that they won't be robbing shit and become criminals, or they won't have to join Joker's gang. That's how I actually help Gotham, not being some billionaire prick jumping off of fucking rooftops and beating up on mentally challenged
but those
people.
Batmobiles aren't cheap.
That's what I'm saying. Put that shit to some good use, bro. Like, you out here like beating up on the less fortunate. It's class warfare, and Batman ain't the hero people think he is. He's a billionaire Epstein class, bro.
But then how is Bruce Wayne supposed to have his $1 trillion space station with a space laser?
Exactly, pointing at the Earth. Like, who let him do that, bro? Who told you that was okay, buddy?
Man,
that
you just reminded me of Justice League Unlimited. This man's had a whole ass nuclear fusion generator, which got remotely hacked and just attacked the Earth. I'm like, why do you even have
talking about? Like it's like Naruto. He on a very superficial level wanted to be Hokage because he was a lonely little boy who didn't have attention. He looked at the Hokage as this shining beacon that everyone looked up to. And on a superficial level, that's why he wanted to become Hokage. It wasn't because he thought his dad was Hokage. He didn't even know who the fuck that guy was. It was for that reason. And that's a superficial reason, and it makes sense from a little boy's perspective. But the problem is he carried that perspective into adulthood. And like, I'm like, bro, you should have abandoned that goal ultimately, because by the time you get towards the end of Shippuden, you should have realized that goal was not what you needed to attain. Like, you should have abolished the system ultimately. That should have been the goal. You should have never been Hokage.
I feel like he did switch his goal, but he still failed, like you said, though, because it was parts in Shippuden where like he was still screaming, "I want to be Hokage," but right. He started to adapt that Jiraiya philosophy he was talking about earlier, where he was like, he wants to deal with like all the hatred in the ninja world. And we see, obviously, he just, I think like Ryzen said, he just put a nice color of paint on top of it. That's all he really did. But so I don't know. But either way, it's so many things that could have happened, should have happened. That
but it also goes back to like Minato. Minato was never like some revolutionary. He upheld the status quo. He never abolished the Jinchuriki system. He never said this was an asshole
too.
We bashed on Minato on that other pod, bro. You know what I'm saying? I can't bash on my guy no more.
They're all assholes, bro.
But like
Danjo's an asshole, Minato's an asshole, Madara's an asshole, Hashirama, they're all just assholes, bro.
But Uchiha, remember, like Minato, at the end of the day, upheld the status quo. It didn't matter that his wife was a Jinchuriki. He said, "Nah, we need you as a Jinchuriki. We need you as a nuclear deterrent." Like, he told Kushina, "I'm sorry, I can't let you save our son from a life."
He was operating under the mindset where it's like the world is what it is, so I need to ensure the safety of me and my people under these circumstances. He was never operating under the mindset, I need to save and change the world, rather than I need to figure out the way for my people to survive and live in this world.
In order to change the world, that's a lofty goal. And like I said earlier, like, you need power to back up that will. Like, right now, I have the will to change the world. I just don't have the power to do so. If I did, like, I promise you, I'd be cooking right now. But like Naruto is in a completely different situation than any of his predecessors. He has both. He has the power, but not the will. And I think the lack of will is the reason why he's a failure of a character. Ultimately, he just, like, the thing he wants to do is counterintuitive to the thing he like wants to do. It's kind of sounds a little weird, but like, if you think about it, like, yeah, like, he wants to be Hokage, but he also wants to end the cycle of hatred. I don't even think you can end the cycle of hatred. And I think that would have been something interesting to even explore. Like, can I even do the thing that I'm attempting to do? There's no depth to like there's a lot of concept and there's depth to Naruto, but like, it only goes so far. It's like a few layers. I think like layers underneath that would have been that conversation with Sasuke at the end of their fight, would have been some form of a compromise, would have been some kind of desire to like dissolve the system as it currently stands to create a brand new one. And I said this before in a video I made, like, I'm okay with the era of the shinobi coming to an end. It probably should. I think it definitely should. And I think like Boruto's I'm still a shinobi, I think ultimately, like, thesis statement being, I think that's an indictment on his character, that like he's a part of that brainwashing. He's adhering to those systems and those structures without having created those systems or those structures. He's just a bifurcation, an extension of Madara. He's an extension of Hashirama. He's an extension of Tobirama and all his predecessors that came before him. And in all of that, I don't even know who the fuck Boruto Uzumaki is. I don't know who that boy is. All I know is like who he was taught to be. He never. I always say this lately. He doesn't. He that boy never stood a chance. He never stood a chance because his dad was a fucking moron, and he grew up in a village where he had to adhere to those standards. And now I don't even know what Boruto outside of like that culture would even be. And that's why I find Kawaki so interesting these days, because for ill or for gain, at the very least, like I can say like his decisions are more free from that brainwashing that I'm talking about because he's not from that culture. He can view things through like an outsider's lens and arrive at certain conclusions, even if those conclusions are like petulant and super incompetent. At the very least, they're sovereign conclusions. Whereas Boruto, he arrives at conclusions and it's just like what Koji wanted, or it's just what his dad wanted, or it's what Sasuke like. His superficial desire to be like Sasuke was just that superficial. So like everything with the character just seems very surface level. And that being Naruto, at least as an
I look,
adult, I think that bleeds over into Boruto's character as well, sadly.
I look at it for Boruto. I agree, but I also look at it from the angle to where I try to observe the character as like, be careful what you wish for. Like from what we're getting now to like how he spent part one, like you say, it was superficial, but he idolized Sasuke. He wanted to be like Sasuke. He kept on saying he wanted to support the village from the shadows. He kept on screaming all of this. And if you go to the saying, you take it at its core, be careful what you wish for. Shit. Boruto, be careful what you wish for. Because now look, your life got taken from you and you're supporting the village from the shadows, but we see you're having a hard time doing so. So I try to see it from that angle. But as far as like him building his own like mindset, like I agree though, because like essentially, bro, we really don't know who Boruto is, bro. And I think it's a lot of good elements to that as well as the bad. But for the good ones, it's kind of like it's like so many things. It's like y'all watch Yu Yu Hakusho,
Yes.
Yeah,
one of my favorite freaking animes of all time, bro.
top
It was
five.
like it was like at the point Yusuke reached a point where he realized mid fight, remembering like the demon tournament arc when he was
Yeah, with
fighting
Yomi.
Yomi. Yeah, he
I
was
don't know
like,
what I'm
bro.
fighting for.
He was like, yeah, literally, bro. What the hell am I even fighting for? And then when you stop and think at that point in the show, it's like, damn, low key everything has just been coming at Yusuke Paul's back to back to back, and he's just been reacting and evolving around the things that's been going towards him. So trying to equate that to Boruto is like, I mean, he himself as a character, like Yusuke reaching that point does something for that character. It builds on that aspect. So the negatives are negated in that sense because that's what the character realized at that point, and then he grows past that, realizing, okay, what does he even want to fight for? Right. But Boruto himself is still on the thing, well, nah, this is what Sasuke would have wanted. I'm gonna like I know for a fact he wants to protect Sarada because obviously he has that bond with Sarada. Yeah, he wants to protect the village. He grew up with the village. But it's like, how do you truly feel about all of these things going down around and towards you? Like, truly, truly, like, bro, you used to eat burgers and play like for me personally, if I spent like, yeah, I go on missions now then, but like if my day-to-day was eating burgers and playing video games and now I'm doing this, it's like,
Eating boiled chicken.
yeah, it's like, come on, bro. Like, what are we talking about? So I guess it's just Ikimoto's take on how he wants to how he wants to explore this dynamic for the character. But
It's
I agree
it's
with you,
like
Melo, still.
there's like layers to genius in this universe, but just in general. And it's like it's so interesting to me. Like one of the critiques that I've had and other people have had is like, why are we still in Konoha? Why are we always in the same places? And I
Yeah.
think it's because Boruto is the omnipotent, third person narrator. It's probably because he's so caught in these systems and these structures himself as an individual, and adhering to these cultures and these systems and these societal blah blah blah. That from his storytelling perspective, that's the only place we can be is in fucking Konoha and the Leaf Village and the Shinobi shit, because that's
Yeah.
because he hasn't formulated anything external to that. He's stuck within his system. If you take a look at like Itachi as a comparison, or even Sasuke later on in Shippuden as a comparison, Itachi was within the shinobi culture and system, but he was questioning like life and death. Like he stepped out of his system and started questioning things that the system was like directly linked and tethered to, like life and death. And if you take a look at like Sasuke, he inevitably got to that level that his big little brother was at, but he started questioning what is a shinobi, what is a village. So he was within that system, But it was only when he like left that system to go to Orochimaru, who was also another interesting character who was sovereign and left that system too. Could he even like arrive at these types of questions to even begin to ask? So people like gassing Boruto for being a genius. It's like he's a genius within like the system that he finds himself in. But like there's levels to that shit. And he's not a Sasuke and he's not an Itachi. And the reason why I brought this superficial like desire to be like Sasuke is because he copied the superficial stuff, but didn't copy the depth that Sasuke has. And I think that's one of the problems with the character. If you would question things a little bit more that are outside of what's being presented to him and has always been presented to him, I think that would add more layers, if layers at all, to the character that just isn't there now. But just my opinion.
I agree with both of you. Honey, you can go first.
No, I was gonna say I'm gonna add on to it just to piggyback. I agree with that stance, and I know people might take it as like probably like a harsh stance, probably against it. Well, mostly because I don't care, but for the sake of conversation and debate. But it's like just looking at it from that grand standpoint is like, especially considering what Ikimoto's trying to do with the story, it only makes sense to try to take it in pause from like all of these different angles and to evaluate it from essentially that type of standpoint. Because when it comes to Boruto, it's not to say like he isn't challenging the system. He isn't necessarily trying to reflect on like the outside, like what's causing you to even operate under these standpoints within the system. He's not looking at it from that. Like anytime Boruto rejects it, he's always rejecting it from a moral standpoint. Obviously, he's going to be like, no, it's wrong to kill this person. We all have that moral compass on our heart. Okay, yeah, it's wrong to kill this person. But essentially, why are you even on this mission in the first place to kill this person? You know what I'm saying? Exactly. So it's like, that's the point. That's where he's not rejecting. That's the point where he's not fighting back.
And then to add on to both your points, because I agree with basically everything you guys said, I feel like that one of the main problems with Boruto is he's been like wishy-washy over his whole motives. Like, say what you want about Naruto, but at least he was consistent. With Boruto, he wants to have his cake and eat it, but he also wants to contradict himself. For example, he's willing to save Konohamaru when it benefits him. He's willing to follow Koji's plans until it's convenient for him, but he won't give other people chances to change their own fate. Like, you know, at the end of the day, what was Matsuri doing? she was like,
she was just trying to find some love. That's all.
I know people want Moegi back, but what did Matsuri really do until she got betrayed? And like, he's willing to fight fate for Konohamaru, but he's not willing to fight fate for like the other characters. Like, say what you want about Naruto, but at least he was consistent. He was going to give you equal Tak no Jutsu treatment, equal atoning plans, equal solution findings, I'll bet, still in the system. But with Boruto, it's weird. Like, oh, I want to restore the Uzumaki family. But then on the flip side, oh yeah, if I go out of control, just kill me. Even though the whole point of him leaving was saying, shit, I shouldn't have left this all up to Kawaki. So it feels like he's going in so many different directions that's kind of contradicting himself to an extent.
Like, look at what he did with Bug. Like he didn't have any sense of urgency to protect that man. And then even after he died, they made like he whispered sweet nothings in his ears to justify our hero letting this dude die. I'm like,
I mean, let's be honest. If he wanted to save Buck, he could have. He could have immediately just did it.
I bet if that was Sasuke, he would have had a little bit more pep in his.
It would have, without a question, bro.
I'm not saying that Boruto is like a hero's archetype. I'm not saying that, but he's our main character, and it's so bizarre to me how this kid with all this like sense of morality and stuff is just okay with like slaughtering the Ten Tails before the Ten Tails has even been shown to do something based upon pre-crime from some future that isn't even happening yet. At least from our subjective point of view.
And then to add on to your point, people have been saying, oh, but you're not getting Sasuke back, you're not getting Moegi back. But here's the thing. We know for a fact, and Shikamaru confirms it, that Naruto wouldn't have done the underhanded situation of attacking the tailed beast. He verbatim goes out and tells Konohamaru that this isn't something Naruto would do, but I'm not Naruto, meaning Naruto would have tried to have figured out a situation, or at the very least talk to them before they did anything. After they do something, bet I'm gonna throw them hands. But until they throw that first punch, I'm gonna try to find some common ground with Jura, and I find Naruto's statement of calling them just trees a bit disingenuous because, like,
Boruto.
yeah, because if we just take a look at Jura, Jura is a similar being to Kurama and the others. If we just look at Jura, so if the tailed beasts are capable of changing and being nice people in general and being helpful people, why can't the same be said about Jura at the very least, who's also a tailed beast, just like the others, a tailed beast with intelligence, a tailed beast with forming ethics and a forming personality. You know, if Kurama can change, if the other tailed beasts can be good, why can't you give Jura the same chance? I feel like Naruto would have tried to talk to Jura at the very least.
Low key though, I ain't gonna lie. It's facts what you're saying. However, I think it's lies within like I don't think it's inconsistent for his character because at this point it's been consistent for like what we expect in terms of the character for Boruto. Like we question ultimately his decisions, and I think personally he makes a lot of human decisions in terms of like as humane as possible that you can make it within this world of Naruto that has all these grandiose powers and things that you can do. So like he's making choices where it's like it goes back to what I said. Like he grew up as a kid. Essentially, his dad is the president. His dad is the leader of where he lives. He grew up eating burgers and playing video games every single day. You feel me? So he might have that moral compass on his heart where it's like, yeah, in a heat of a situation, I feel bad, or I will even fight to protect someone where essentially I might not supposed to because I don't think that person should die in this situation. But when it comes to me and my personalized goals, I grew up selfish, even though my eyes or my desires may widen and become more outreached. They're still gonna
I
be
think your mic
selfish. There's I'm sorry.
your mic cut out for like 5 seconds.
Oh snap.
I didn't
But
hear
yeah,
what you
so
said.
it's like essentially like he grew up selfish. So when he gets older to the point where we see him in TVV and towards the end of part one, where he starts to actually materialize his goals and his desires, they're gonna be outreach to a point, but they're still gonna be seen selfish, especially from the outside looking in, because it's not like to the levels of his dad, because the circumstances of his dad were different. So Naruto is gonna have something out of reach where it's like, nah, I'm gonna change everything from the inside out. I'm gonna do this, that, and the third. I want to be this type of symbol. Where Boruto is like, I want to protect those I care about. And honestly, that's really as far as it's gonna go. It could go further if I had that desire, or I could exhibit, or I'm gonna stop trying to use that word. I could showcase other things that what I'm saying lets you guys know that I'm gonna have a different type of desire to extend beyond like, oh, I want to protect the ninja world. I want to change the system like my dad wanted to do. But nah, he doesn't want to do that. Essentially, he grew up as a kid that wanted to be seen as cool. He liked Sasuke because he thought Sasuke was cool. He wanted to be like Sasuke because he's like, I'm gonna be a cool ninja that protects the village from the shadows. And all of these things started to pile on top of him, and his reality actually started to open up to where now, yeah, he experienced severe things, and you'd expect him to want to basically do more in terms of reaching out, in terms of like how you view the ninja world or the systems that's operating within. But no, he's going so far as like, I'm trying to restore things back to the way they're supposed to be. And I do believe he might get to a point where his character development reaches that understanding where he might want to do things different. He's mature enough to probably want to die for his village. He's tried to do that multiple times, yes. But in terms of like I say, Kawaki doesn't have a plan. I think Boruto, like his plan is still to stay within the same system that's already causing all of these hiccups that started in the first place. So you're just trying to turn the wheel again, and until the next hiccup comes, then you're going to deal with it, as opposed to looking at it and saying, wait, maybe I should just grease that spot over there so we can stop hitting the hiccup every time the wheels turns on that end. Nah, you're just trying to make sure it spins fast enough or long enough until like it eventually reaches a point down the line where it starts hitting that hiccup. So he could go deeper. He's not deep enough, pause, but he can definitely go deeper in terms of how he views the entire situation going on around him.
I
I
don't know if you
agree.
guys have like a different topic, but I'll just kind of round up my point and just saying, I suppose I just feel like Boruto is, I just find him lacking as a character. And I feel like he's like a missed opportunity because there's so many themes in Boruto that are very pertinent to like the real world, quote unquote, the real world as we understand it today. with like themes of technology and so on and so forth. And I feel like what's called for today from a real world societal standpoint is not adherence to the system. Like it's bucking the system. It's revolt. It's revolution. Like this is the thing that's required. It's called for. And I just it doesn't escape me that in the real world we're looking at like certain groups of people like from a class standpoint, and then like I look at Boruto, I'm like, well, he would be in that like higher social economic class. So what incentives would he actually have for stopping a system that he himself benefits from? And also, do I even want to support Mr. The president's son? Like, do I even want to support a character like that, given what's happening in the real world today and how media reflects our real lives? And I just feel like Boruto as a character is an opportunity to kind of overlay the real world stuff on top of the fantasy stuff, that in a way that younger generations can understand what's called for them moving forwards in their future. Like the Pain Invasion arc, like there was some very real world stuff going on with like the village, and like I don't want to get too like deep into like the real world stuff. I just want to kind of wrap this up. But like, a larger nation goes to a smaller nation, wages war in that smaller nation, radicalizes the people from that smaller nation. They later on attack your village, which are like stone faces, Mount Rushmore, and then has like a terrorist attack in the middle of your village. And like, so they've done this before historically, and that in multiple different ways, I'm sure. The Tail B stuff with the bombs and like the nuke stuff in Japan and that cultural significance, the Godzilla, that type of stuff. Like they've done this before. And I just feel like it's a missed opportunity for Boruto to be like the representative of what's called for the new generation. And given that, I feel like he's just lacking. That's all. But it's just my opinion. I could be wrong.
I think I've mentioned this before as a joke, but nah. And Naruto's all about nepotism. If you know Naruto, you're getting out scot-free. Look at Sumire. Look at what she did. And she got off scot-free. Look at what Mugino did, and Hiruzen let him go. But you have my guy Mizuki, who tried to steal one scroll, and he got life in prison, and he's still in prison. While you got people committing crimes left and right. But because they know Naruto, they're going to get that full scot-free pardon. And I wouldn't be surprised if Kawaki survives at the end of Boruto and everything gets reversed. And then Naruto says, but he's my son. And then they said, all right, Naruto, sure, let's give him a pardon, just like Sasuke, even though it doesn't make sense. And then Kawaki's scot-free, but then you have Mizuki, who's an old man. Hey, wait, I haven't gotten my parole yet. All I did was steal a scroll. What did I do to get life in prison?
Hey, maybe Naruto took them words to heart. He was like, bro, you call me a demon child. I ain't rocking with that, bro. He said, I ain't rocking with that.
Tough.
He said, forgiveness ain't going your way, my guy.
But I haven't heard from the boys in a minute. I don't know if you had a different topic or whatever.
Yeah.
About to wrap up.
I had a couple.
Yeah, I don't know. Did Bara and Free Game step out the mics?
Oh, did I? Damn, my mics. Oh, damn. Hello?
I can hear you.
Hello? Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah, thank God.
Oh, is Bara speaking?
Yeah.
Bara's talking.
Oh shit! Hold on, I can't hear him. Hold on, let me refresh.
Yeah, I had a couple topics. Well, first things first, I gotta do my I guess bi-yearly check-in. What's your thoughts on Sarada being Hokage, Mello? Talk to me.
I don't want her to be Hokage for the same reasons I don't want Naruto to be Hokage. I it's the same problems I'm having with like all these other characters. Like she's a generational talent, but there's levels to it. She ain't an Itachi, and she's not a Sasuke later on. And sorry, as an aside, it's just strange to me like how Sasuke didn't pass on any of his like philosophical standpoint. He just taught him sword techniques. Like Jesus Christ. But that's an aside. I don't want her to be Hokage. If anything, if she is a Hokage, I hope it's short-lived, and I hope she abolishes the Shinobi system, and I hope the era of the Shinobi genuinely comes to an end. And I hope Boruto doesn't adhere to that bullshit later on either.
Well, yeah, I have been noticing you giving, not necessarily a one-to-one, but kind of acknowledging that Kawaki has a correct idea of things. Now, we don't know Kawaki's reason as to why, but you agree with the outcome.
It's more so like, as I like grow and develop as a person, my perception changes. And how I view media changes as well. Like I can 100% like understand like how someone can be on a completely different like life journey, and they don't even care to view Boruto through the lens that I care to view him through. From their subjective point of view, Boruto is just fine. And why the fuck are you always talking about this depth and complexity, blah, blah, blah? Like, whatever complexity he has is just fine for some people, and that's perfectly fine. That's not good or bad. It's just subjective. My thing with Kawaki is that I think he is very petulant and incompetent. And I understand why. I mean, the boy was like hustling for liquor. He wasn't actually going to school, so it makes sense. But but at the very least, he's more sovereign and more free in his like actions than I can say Boruto is, or even Sarada for that matter. And it's for that reason why I'm willing to give him a little bit more clout, I guess, or a little bit more thumbs up these days in comparison to the past. Because at the very least, bro, you fucking up, sure, but at the very least, you trying something. At least Madara tried something. At least Hashirama tried something. What is Boruto trying?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, me personally, I always got a soft spot in my heart for my guy Kawaki. He comes from a rough background, arguably, you know, the roughest background that we do see currently as of right now. Of course, Boruto with this recent couple of years probably got him beat, but he's like
rough for him, bro. He's fine with that shit.
Yeah, true. Well, Kawaki's like a throwback to the old school Naruto characters like Haku or like Kabuto or something like that, like that kind of backstory. 100%. But this was supposed to be the predictions pod, but we got carried away with a whole bunch of different topics. But I guess the main question is, what does Code do in the next chapter? Is he going after Sarada, or is he coming back to Boruto for smoke?
Dear God, man. I think Black is it Blackback? I think he needs somebody to bring him back up.
Yeah, free probably stepped away again.
What is Code going to do? The first thing that came to mind is, do I care what Code is going to do? But I want to be like sound like snarky or whatever. Well, more than usual. But it's the fact that I feel like the series has put me in a position to even ask that question. Like, well, do I care what he does? Is it part of like the tediousness of the series, in my opinion? But just to answer your question, what is Code going to do? I don't. The same shit he's been doing, I guess, like hit and run tactics, or not be shown for another 2 years. It's probably like, if history says anything, then I can just go based upon history. That was a sentence. I can go based upon history and just like assume he's going to do what he's always done, basically, I guess. I don't care, to be honest with you. It's Code, bro. And to be fair to myself, they haven't given me a reason to care. So.
Well, real quick, as one of the Sarada believers, do you have any fear that he actually does kidnap Sarada?
No, because all of these characters, I mean, even if he does kidnap her, like, to what end? Like, he's going to fail. Like, all of these, like, you got to understand, these characters, oh my God, bro, like, they're being they're like, it's like an anime battle shonen, but they're all like on like training wheels. Like it's like going bowling, but like they have like the little bumpers up to prevent you from getting the gutter ball. It's like literally Koji is walking them through history with like holding their hands as they frolic like through the fucking fields of history. It's like, fuck. Like, I know they're trying to create like tension with like the whole singularity. The more people know, the more it changes. But it's like, no, like they've removed like it's like the manufactured tension. It's like fake tension. It's like, no, bro, there's no consequences for anything that lasts long. Inojin can go blind and he'll just be back next chapter. We back, baby. I can see. I'm good. It's a miracle. Like, Boruto can get Boruto can die. Let's just say that. By Kawaki's hand and come back the very next chapter. So not only is there like not really consequences to shit, but also like all the shit I just mentioned prior. But yeah, this is my thoughts on it.
What I'd say is, I think there is a non-zero chance Sarada dies by the hands of Cold in the next couple chapters.
And she'll come right back the next chapter, I assure you. They will find a fucking way. She'll come back.
I think in my mind, Code has been relegated to like the Yamcha of the group. If you can't beat him, join him. I feel like
disrespect to Yamcha. Damn.
That's crazy, bro.
Damn.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. Ain't no in no world does Code even stand. It's like we should already get to the fact that they mentioned it in the story. We know Code's gonna end up on the good guy side.
I
You
think
might as well just go ahead and get to that point. Like I think Sarada's just gonna whoop him into submission, bro.
I think it's just gonna be I've said this before. It's just gonna be a Kabuto situation, but with like slightly less interest. You got a crumb of Code, just like how you got a crumb of Kabuto once Orochimaru died. You saw what Kabuto was doing. You saw the inklings of his transformation. I think Code is just gonna disappear for a while. We know he can listen in through the Claw Grimes and the Divine Trees. So I think right now he's gonna get put to the side again. I don't even want to say unfortunately. I just don't care anymore after trying to defend Code.
I know, but like, why care about Code? The fact that you asked us about Code in 2026 is baffling to me, bro. I ain't gonna hold you, bro.
I kind of reached my limit when Koji said, "Oh yeah, he might join us," because now we know he's gonna join. So I feel like we're just gonna get a crumb. We're gonna get potentially Code maybe kidnapping Sarada, but then realizing that, oh shit, Jura doesn't care. He might die, and then he's gonna go run to Boruto or something and just switch up. So like, I feel like we're just gonna get the Kabuto situation where, oh yeah, Kabuto's good now. Kabuto's helping and does the bare minimum. So
Code already served his purpose. He helped create the Shinju. So
I feel like it's just a Timu Kabuto now. Like I'm kind of trying to justify Code.
Bro,
Crazy.
Once we got the third option of him switching up, we know he's switching up. Like it's gonna happen. It's gonna be a Kabuto situation.
And just remember, Ishiki in his last dying, like sorry ass gasps of life, was begging this clown to fulfill his dreams. This is the guy he had to go to find his conclusion.
Bella, you have a point. You have a point. Imagine if, allegedly it is Ishiki, and then you have his successor join up with the ops because he can't be.
Ishiki just fucked, bro. Like, dude, oh my
That's
god.
crazy.
Wait, it's the Star Wars thing again. You were supposed to destroy Boruto, not join him.
Like his teammate Kaguya packed him, fucking Amato packed him up. Tried to at least. Now Cole's gonna betray him. Like, dude, it's just another L in his quiver, bro.
His so-called vessel packed him up, and then his so-called vessel proceeds to get packed up time and time again. It's just bad out here. Bad sauce all around for Ishiki.
I feel like it's like a generational divide, maybe. Like, I guess I am getting older because like I grew up on like actual peak anime and peak content growing up. I mean, fuck, even our kids' WB cartoons were hitting. Like, oh no, that TMNT in 2003 was hitting hard, bro. I don't know, bro.
That's one of my favorite cartoons, bro.
Boy, I love it, bro. That theme song hit. But like, honestly, I'm trying to like meet people where they are because I forget sometimes from like, hey, you have a different perspective, a different like life experience. So maybe like the Boruto series is hitting like crack in the 80s for you. But for me, like I can't help but to compare it to like its predecessors from my subjective point of view. And I just find it like so lacking. And it's baffling to me. I think that's really it's almost getting to the point where it's concerning that like people don't have like the media literacy to be able to like break down Boruto as a character or like the themes in a particular. And I don't even like, nobody taught me how to do that shit. It's just like common sense shit. It's just, these people are going to grow up to vote one day if they're not already. And like, if you can't tell that Boruto is like lacking in depth and nuance and complexity, like where's that going to be in the real world, bro? It's scary, bro. So I don't know. Like I don't try to be like what was a contrarian or anything like that, or like harp or like rag on the series. Like I don't want to do that. It's just like these things exist, and like people are either like not aware of them or like they brush it under the rug, and they're so emotionally like disabled. Is that a word? Distable? Yeah, they're so emotionally like dysregulated to where like if you say anything about like the series or you're like have any critique or whatever, like they throw a temper tantrum, and it's bizarre to see in real time. But I'm not trying to like rag on your favorite series or whatever, but I do think that you should have better standards, and I think it can be better. I think the stuff is there, the pieces are there. I just don't understand why they don't put them together. They have Toneri, they have the Jogan, they have Nue, they have Sumire, they have the Gozu Tenno Seal, they have Orochimaru. They have the Otsutsuki main branch. They have a Kibi Sanzu. Potentially, they have the scratched out Ten Tails in the Ten Tails dimension, the scratched out emblems. They have so many cool elements, and that's to say nothing of like the really dope filler from the anime. They have so many amazing and cool elements at their disposal that they do fuck all with for like years now, and it's baffling to me. Like we're talking about the Shinju, like Code served its purpose to bring the Shinju. I'm like, okay, but the Shinju trash too. Like they just like Mitsari didn't do fuck all besides pack up Gara off screen. Which what the fuck was that, by the way? And like Ryu does fuck all but have one battle so that Sarada can aura farm on him and then go blind like 2 uses later. Like Mamushi has like fuck all just to get packed up by fucking Inojin. Bro, come on, cuz you got packed up by Inojin, bro. Now all of a sudden Inojin's supposed to be some heavy hitter, bro. We all playing make believe like Inojin was that guy. It's
Shout
like,
out, shout out my
so,
nigga
bro.
Inojin, man.
Bro,
Shout
shout out to Chocho, bro. He's bullets in one shot, bro. So it's just like lackluster after lackluster.
That's all I'm saying.
But you know,
Like,
you
we got
mentioned
this prophecy. That prophecy was lackluster. We got how did he get the scar? Lackluster. Bro dies, come back the next chapter. Bro loses his sight, get the sight back the next chapter. It's like, damn, can y'all let some shit breathe, bro? Can y'all like build to some stuff, bro?
Nah,
Like when
I
Kakarot powers up, the rock moves.
I got hopes for Jura and Hidari. As far as like Jura, he's not probably he's the best thing for the Shinju. He's the best character. I like him personally. Like I already said earlier, I like him personally as a villain. I think he's good. So he's like a good saving grace. But yeah, bro, I mean, like beyond Boruto's character, because now you're touching on all of the different aspects. But like, yeah, I mean, not just Boruto's characters. Yeah, he could definitely go deeper. Like pause. But I was always on like, especially earlier on, because people want to be like, oh, we went to other parts of the village. We need to get out the village. I'm like, man, we need to really like dig deep. You feel me? Like I'm trying to really see something. I'm trying to go down. And I still say this to today, like since TVV, like I'm trying to see the real repercussions of Naruto not being here. Like all of this stuff is cool, but like, bro, Naruto is like being absent or considered quote unquote dead. That should be like a real power vacuum. And we should have real repercussions from other ninja villages. Seeing like how they feel. We know that Code had claw marks on the other ninja villages. And we ain't even like we went in the land of sand, the land of wind. We ain't even go inside the sand village. We've never even entered another village in the damn story yet. But
Or go
hey,
to a different
I could say all
world,
this
bro.
still feel like because y'all know I be saying each chapter is peak. I love what Ikimoto's doing with each chapter. It's still good. That doesn't mean I can't see like, damn, imagine they would have did this, or like, damn, what if they would have just really did this? So I'm really hoping by the time, like, I'm really, really like, bro, I'll be joking when I say Princess Akebi Otsutsuki, but like when we get to this Akebi arc, man,
It's not
I
going
feel
to be.
like it gotta be like, it gotta be some of the craziest shit we ever seen Ikimoto. Like, I want to see nothing but the fire pin emoji. Like, I
I-
want it to be tough.
adding on to
bro.
both your
Ain't gonna
points.
happen.
I feel like it's gonna be a missed opportunity if Boruto ends and we don't see another sentient species or just planet, because we know the planets are there. We know that the universe is filled with these sentient life forms. But we haven't even seen one. It would be like Dragon Ball if Raditz showed up and we're just localized to Earth forever. Like, oh yeah, we know the Saiyans exist. We know the Namekians exist. But we never leave Earth. I feel like it would be a heavily missed opportunity if we don't see at the very least one planet, one life form, or just something. It's gonna
Like, we
bother
go to
me.
I'm not gonna lie, bro.
We go
I'm
to
in this.
different worlds, but like they just look like Earth, or like at least
Or just-
Kaguya's
they're
worlds
just
were kind of
empty. That-
wonky.
They can still
Yeah.
look like humans. It's just what we've seen so far is just empty. I feel like it's gonna bother me because you've told us now that
Yeah,
Otsutsuki go to millions of planets to feed, but we haven't even got to see one. I feel like it would just be a missed opportunity to just not show us.
It must
at the
be
very
only
least
be the
one.
Otsutsuki planet and Earth right now. They don't ate every single planet. That's why.
I feel like I'm missing out on some cool shit, bro. Like I feel like I don't even want to follow Boruto's story. Like, can I follow somebody else that's doing some cool shit over there, bro? Like, what's going on? I don't know. We just stuck in the same tired ass places, bro. I don't know.
I see what you mean. Well, I guess to change topic to a different series, since we could be starting to criticize it. What is Shanks a part of the B613? Talk to me, Mello. I asked
What? The what?
fuck
I asked
is
Black
that?
and Chia this, and I asked
What's the
Ryzen.
B613?
It's like the
listen.
CIA Mellow Watch scandal,
Oh,
so you know the
oh,
reference. Yeah.
I don't know what that is. I ain't never heard of that shit in my life.
Oh, damn. He probably
I know about
forgot both the names.
MI6 and the
I
CIA.
was like, I was
Um,
like B613. I was
I'm
like,
like, bro, I'm from the hood, but I am light skinned, brother. Okay, I don't know about that game. I don't know. Look,
Yeah, so they covered for Shanks when I asked. What's your opinion?
well, it's hard to answer that because I don't know what the thing you're talking about. But I will say, Shanks is Himothy. Okay, he's that motherfucker. As far as I know, I don't know what they do in the Elbath right now, but Shanks is
yeah, I
basically
mean,
like
yeah, I'm caught
He
up all
doing
the
the
way to
files don't
Egghead,
exist
so
thing.
yeah, you good.
bro's
The
like
Shanks files
I
don't exist.
wait the Shanks. I'm so lost. I ain't gonna hold you, bro.
Without
Oh, he's talking.
spoilers.
Oh, so all right. That's the thing, Bar. So now I'm not gonna lie, because I do watch a lot of One Piece YouTube, like not here and there, but like that's like, I don't even think the anime has reached that part yet. We've reached that part yet.
Oh,
Where
okay.
like,
Yeah,
I mean, I guess it's
I
always
haven't
been
been
a thing. It's always been a thing, but like now it's like, yeah, I
It's
guess
just
because
spoiler
people are
stuff.
exposing it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's just
Okay.
like I would be happy to explain it. It's just that would ruin the story for like
yeah,
Okay.
everyone
All
who's
right.
not caught up.
because we're not on that in the
yeah,
anime. I'm not on that part
yeah.
yet.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
But I no, you're on a different topic. Please cook. Yeah.
Well, no. If you that was pretty much it. Unless we go into some spoilers. I
No, I
I
was
was
gonna
just
say
gonna be like, yeah, Shank's still whooping feet though. Don't get it twisted. Like, the people who still talking about some Mihawks, this Mihawks, that, Shank's in 4. You feel me? Like that's all it is.
is that what that's supposed to be like? Shanks versus the Mihawk? I
Nah,
can't go
nah.
from like a okay.
No, I was
yeah.
gonna say now that's just like an added point onto it.
I got
I
you.
was just adding on because that was
I
part of
hold
it.
Mihawk in like pretty high esteem, to be clear.
Oh,
But
and speaking of it, One
Mihawk
Piece.
is that guy. I'm not gonna lie and say Mihawk is not that guy. I'm not gonna lie and say that, but like, hey man, from what I've seen, that's what I'm saying. If it had to go, that's why it goes back to like Bara's original question. But if it had to go, because when he was asking about the part we're not gonna discuss, but then it was also into the whole entire debate versus like basically where he stands in the power structure or like versus someone like Mihawk. I was just like, yeah, man. From what I've seen, and I'm up to date with the anime. I haven't started the Elbaf arc yet. Like one episode in, so but uh Shanks is that guy, bro. He's always been that guy. And Mihawk is that guy too. But when two of those guys meet, only one of those guys can come out on top, pause. And I take it as a sword duel is like, yeah, a sword duel. But if we really fighting, I'm gonna give it to Shanks.
They both above Zoro, though, right?
Yeah, for
They
sure.
both are.
100%.
For sure. Zoro's my guy. I'm never, yeah,
yeah,
but like, yeah, I know when people stronger than Zoro. I ain't gonna just be blind to the truth. I'm not one of those Zoro fans now.
But also, like, let's be honest, for Zoro to be stronger than Mihawk, at that point we're talking about the end of One Piece or the very near end.
Mhm.
Yeah. I
'Cause
mean,
that's
Zoro's
the whole
still
that's
like
the
he's
whole
still been
dream.
he pulling. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Zoro versus King in Wano, that shit made me. I'm like, bro, this guy Zoro is crazy, bro. Like
Nah,
this
yeah.
dude Zoro is crazy.
I
He's
seen the
crazy.
first battle with Mihawk and Zoro when Mihawk beat him with like a toothpick or something like that. Yeah, that was nasty.
Man, we
That
talking
was
about old news, man. We talking about old news, man.
why you bring up old shit, man? That
But,
was
Bringing up old shit,
I
man.
was in elementary school when that shit came out. What you
but
talking
you
about?
Yeah,
know,
man.
a bit off topic, and it kind of pivots back to Boruto. But I kind of want your guys' takes on what we kind of got confirmed in the data book, because it's
Mhm.
always been kind of a, oh no, that's headcanon. Oh no, it's not confirmed. But for the past couple of years, people have joked about Boruto kind of having the Timu karma, where he just doesn't have a lot of stuff compared to Kaoki. But the data book confirms that, just like Momoshiki's Renegon, Boruto does have access to majority of Momoshiki's abilities, including the ability to fire back jutsu, just like Momoshiki's been able to do. So do we think we'll see more of Momoshiki's powers manifest in Boruto now that he kind of has full access to his karma? Because we've only ever seen him use the basic karma absorption. And, of course, we know why he wouldn't be able to use Momoshiki's abilities because until recently, Momoshiki has always held the gas on that. Like you're not getting the Byakugan, you're not getting the high level stuff. But he told Boruto you can use everything you want. So I wonder what other Momoshiki stuff we'll see in the future, or if we'll even see him, for example, absorb a tailed beast bomb and just fire it back 2 times stronger.
I hope it's he gets full Rinnegan, to be honest.
I feel like that ship has sailed because they say the karma is basically his Rinnegan. Like whatever the Rinnegan, like Momoshiki's Rinnegan was able to absorb jutsu and fire it back, and that's what the karma is doing. So like they would have to evolve Boruto's karma into a Rinnegan. I feel like for that to happen now.
But I feel like you either
And
have
just give
the
it the
ability
same
or you
function.
don't. Like you have the abilities or you don't, bro. So like if he has it, then he should have the Rinnegan. I think the problem is well, number one is just more shit that he hasn't earned. So there you go, just more shit that he just gets out of nowhere. But okay, whatever. But also like they're not gonna do fuck all with this. Like what more is he gonna do? Right? Like you said, the karma does the Rinnegan stuff, so they probably won't do that. Plus having an eyeball in your hand is kind of weird. I don't think they're going to go that route. They're not going to go some golden Byakugan from the anime. Like, come on. They don't even want to do the Jogan. Is he going to use any of Kinshiki's powers? They probably forgot all about that. So, like, what exactly is he going to do? Like, create
I
chakra
hate
pills?
that they forgot about that because it's weird. Because you mentioned the chakra pills. That's unfortunately out of character for Boruto for him to use that. But I feel like they could have did Kinshiki's chakra weapons, but it feels like they've just forgotten all these unique abilities. Meanwhile, Kawaki's getting Ishiki ability after Ishiki ability. Hell, he gets them in base. He doesn't even have to activate the karma.
This is what I mean. It's like I'm supposed to look at this situation with all the stuff that Momoshiki can do. And I've said this for years. Outside of like Urashiki, I think he has like the coolest moveset of any Otsutsuki. Maybe Kaguya. Kaguya got some.
Oh man, an Urashiki karma would hit Bara. Yo, imagine having an Urashiki karma.
Would you even get the pouch? Would you get like a napkin pouch?
Bro, you can like travel through time and shit, bro. That dude's weird, bro. Like he has two Rinnegan, red one and
But see, here's the thing: because the Rinnegan is in his eye, the vessel for Urashiki would have to have a Rinnegan at the very least, because you do get one Jojutsu using Kawaki and Momoshiki as a precedent. So you are getting that blue Rinnegan.
But Momo has like the coolest movesets. And like they'll probably do nothing. Well, like he can already fly. The karma simulates the Rinnegan stuff more or less. They're not gonna do the Kinshiki stuff. You can dead that. But like what else this Momo? So effectively, this means nothing, to be honest. He already used the Byakugan. Like he doesn't use Gentle Fist because he's Swagger Jack and Sasuke's fighting style. Like what else is he gonna like? I don't know where this goes, to be honest with
you. I mean,
you.
I agree. He's not gonna use it, but they could do the weapon creation shit. That when he created that, they're not gonna do it though. But like when he created the stuff to fight Naruto, the golems, and then the dragons and stuff like that.
That would be cool.
I wonder if he has all the Rinnegan abilities, because we low-key seen Momoshiki pull out the Almighty Push during a battle.
He could just do all that stuff from his karma palm, bro. I mean, if people want to see an eyeball grow somewhere, pause, then I guess they can try to advocate for that. But like, literally, just have him absorb through his karma and shoot the same jutsu out through his karma. It's not that crazy. Just be like, oh yeah, that's Momoshiki's Rinnegan ability.
But they're not even consistent with those abilities. Like you're supposed to like they could just increase. Like this could just be like their sensu bean. Rasengan absorption, reconstitute as a peel, give it to somebody, they eat it, they get boosts. But they won't do it. That's the problem, bro. They never do the coolest shit that you think of. They just won't fucking do. I have over a decade worth of evidence to this point, bro. They just won't do it. So it's like we can sit here and theorize about this stuff, but it just won't come to pass. It's like year in and year out and year in and year out. We make these intricate theories, like we pump life into the series, and they just fail you at every aspect, bro.
Some stuff we got. Boruto flying Raijin.
Name 5 in the last 7 years that we've guessed all the theories we've come up with. Name like 5 things, bro.
Five. I probably have to sit down and think of 5. I could probably name 5, but I have to sit down and think. Probably not on the spot.
Fair
but
enough.
Yeah, Boruto flying Raijin. We thought we'd probably get. We always said we gotta take Naruto out of the story. They found a way to do that.
Oh, that's not a theory. I'm not giving you. Oh, he just
What-
got. And by the way,
Wait,
They
that was
actually
one
they
of your
actually
that was one of
gave
your
Kurama to
first bold
Himawari. I
theories.
didn't think that was gonna be a thing. People used to talk about that back in the day. And I was like,
Yeah,
man, Kurama ain't
they
getting
just
damn Himawari ain't getting no damn Kurama.
they
Yeah.
just
that's
gave
another
this
one.
dude
Yeah.
a future ability. Like, bro, just like, oh, let me just look in the future and give you some shit. It's like, can you earn something, man? Fuck.
You know what's funny? I'm glad you brought up the future ability because I feel like they're setting a situation up where Koji dies potentially, but then you still have Boruto having a lesser version of Future Sight where he might still get a premonition here or there to escape
Imagine.
the fate. So,
Imagine that'd be crazy.
like, oh shit, Koji's dead. What am I gonna do? Oh shit, my eye's glowing. Oh, I can see the future now. Bet. I know what to do now. But, you know, I think it goes back to what
What
Uchiha
happened to
said.
that? What happened to that?
I think it's just because one of the interviews said that it's not a shinjutsu, it's one of Momoshiki's personal ability, and it's kind of a lower tier than what Koji's doing. So it seems like Momoshiki can only see bits and pieces of a specific hypothetical instead of like what Koji's been doing, where oh yeah, I can see every possible future of this current update. But back to what I was saying, I think it goes back to what Uchiha said a while back, where it's they're telling us, but they're not showing us because they talk about this in Inherited Power. In order to protect the lives of their vessel, the Otsutsuki impart an abundance of battle experience as well as all the abilities the Otsutsuki themselves had onto their target, all being the key word. Now they say they have all the abilities, but we know Kawaki's not rocking with a Byakugan. So there has to be a bit of a disconnect between what's being said and what's being shown, unless they're both intentionally being nerfed karma wise.
But like, how much longer can we operate as like fans of this series within that disconnect, bro? Like, it's like I don't know what to
Man,
do.
I'm here, bro.
I feel like I'm at a
Oh,
loss,
motherfucking
bro. Because
podcast.
like you either just shut the fuck up about like the inconsistencies, or like you talk about it and get like demonized for having like critical thinking skills. It's like you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. Like what do you do, bro? You're right. Where's the fucking Byakugan for Kawaki? Does it work differently? Like, I don't know.
So are all these talking points like a good thing for this series? Come in, because I'm not gonna lie. It's like if we think about like I'm reaching a point where like I'm not finna quit YouTube, but like I'm trying to start enjoying this series more as a fan because like I'm seeing I've already reached a point. It's not just something I've recently come to like the understanding of with this story long before TVV, but like reaching a point where you're at the story where it's like I got so many theories I could talk about, but like long story short, what's the point? Like, what's the point?
See, as a
There's so many different video ideas I have
Yeah.
where it'd be like, I just be like, damn, that would be a nice video, but like, is
I-
it like the videos I actually record, edit, and drop on my channel are the ones I muster up and say, fuck it, I want to talk about this anyway, you know? So it's so many videos I just be like, man, it's just no point,
I don't
bro.
know, but I there's plenty of theories that came true. Like I don't know if it's just me.
100%. It's just for me personally as a fan, I want things to make sense. If I've been advocating for the Jogan for 10 years and Ikamoto forgets about the Jogan and it never happens and Boruto ends, I'm going to feel a certain type of way because why introduce it as the Jogan but then never give us that payoff? Or for example,
they're disrespectful. They're so disrespectful, bro.
and just adding on, for example, Himawari having the Byakugan. It's been 10 years. I haven't seen that shit in the manga. We know she has it, but if Ikamoto just says, "Nah, screw it. She has Kurama now. She's not activating her eyes," I'm gonna feel another certain type of way. And even then, I can connect it with Code. Kishimoto wanted Code dead. Ikamoto advocated against it. Kishimoto said, "Bet, keep him alive." If Code doesn't have a decent payoff, I'm also gonna feel a certain type of way.
Bro, like all this time with Code, no backstory, no nothing, like whatever. He doesn't need depth, I guess, whatever. like, what am I supposed to do when Bara asks me what am I looking forward to Code doing next chapter? I'm like, bro, I don't know if I care about Code to begin with, let alone next chapter, the chapter after that, the one before it, or what come. I don't know,
This is
bro.
crazy.
Like, I like Code in like the timeline that I'll never get to see where he actually accomplishes something. Like, that's the
Yeah.
Code I want to see. I want to see like I don't know, bro. It's like
It's Bara, like,
Black
cause
Uchiha. Black has seen Yu Yu Hakusho. Ryzen has seen Yu Yu Hakusho. They were asked earlier and they said yes. Why are we talking about Boruto when we can have a conversation about like the Dark Tournament or Chapter Black?
I'm gonna have to tap into
here's
that.
the difference.
Why,
he said
bro? Why are
Chapter
we-
Black. That's
Why are we
crazy, bro.
here right now talking about Boruto when there's actual peak content that we could be shooting the shit about? What is it
Here's the
about Boruto
difference.
that brings us here?
Here's the difference between Yu Yu Hakusho and Boruto.
That's the
And this
special
hurts,
thing
and
I
this hurts me because I love Boruto. There's payoff. In Yu Yu Hakusho, you get a crumb of information, and it becomes relevant later on. Like, spoiler alert, even though Yu Yu Hakusho's like what, 25 years old now, 30 years old, 30 plus. We find out that King Yama is a big reason why shit's crazy between the demon world and humans. Like, the demon world got a bad rap because of King Yama, and we learn, we progressively get more information. While I'm over here sitting, I know as much as about the Jogan as I did 10 years ago, and I'm still feeling a certain type of way. It's been a decade, and I still don't know anything more about the Jogan than what they showed us.
That's true.
So
And it's
I
like-
just feel like I get where everybody's coming from, and to be honest, I might even agree and co-sign the criticism to some extent. But I feel like a lot of this stuff is probably gonna be subsided with just patience. Like, I think the Jogan will eventually come to the manga.
Yeah.
Like, him and Wada is
I'm
gonna
not gonna-
eventually use the Byakugan with Kurama. Like, these things are gonna eventually happen. It's just
I'm not gonna lie, Bara. I've reached a point. I'm gonna start speaking personally. I've reached a point where I've had it up to here with the fandom. They be gaslighting me into talk about some I'm not patient. Like, I know when it's like I've reached a point where like I've asked the same question enough to where I at least should be awarded an outwardly complaint. You know what I'm saying? Because I've been asking it for some time now. So it's not like I haven't been patient. But like, even to what you said earlier with the theories, I agree. It's so many theories that we talked about that ended up coming true. But like, specifically, because we're not just generalizing anime, like for Boruto, it's so many times where it's like, you can't talk about certain things. It's like, and I know y'all know, it's like, y'all know what I mean when I say this. Like, when a certain chapter drops, there's like 3 topics, and if you're not talking about those 3 topics, other than those select 7 or 23 people that's understanding the outside topic you want to touch on, fuck all else on what you want to talk about. So we can talk about, yeah, like Beto said, how far in depth do we go in the timeline at Code 1? But how many people are actually going to try to engage in that with us? You know what I'm saying? So that's also part of the problem too, on top of the fact that the things are like, they're really, really great 10s that are like shown in your faces. And then like Free Game said, it's like a big, nice, pretty bucket of Kool-Aid. Whole time they dumped a pile of flour in it, not sugar. and it was looking pretty until you tried to taste it.
Adding on to your point, Uchiha, about patience, Ibarra, I just gotta say, I feel like I've been patient enough. I was an adolescent when the Jogan got announced. I went through 4 years of high school, 4 years of college, another how many ever years having a job and just being an adult. And
This man done lived a life.
And I still only know as much about the Jogan as I did when I was 15.
Like,
Yeah,
he's gonna live the life. This is real proof, Bara. What more do you need? This is real proof, Bara.
I would never say we haven't been patient already. I'm just saying more patience would probably have everything subside. I don't doubt at all we're likely going. I'm saying I don't doubt at all that we're likely going to get these things that do actually come to the manga that we're all anticipating. It's just that it's taken, like, arguably, not even arguable, it's taken way too long, like significantly way too long. But I think it'll come. It'll come eventually.
But wait, let me ask you: is that acceptable to you at this point?
No, and we've all been hypercritical of the board's writing, especially me. You know me when it comes to Kodachi.
But then you just tell us to wait, so that is kind of you accepting it, right?
Nah, yeah, I feel like if Kodachi was writing, we'd have been knew most of the stuff, or I guess most of the important stuff. I should say, but I still believe that Boruto manga should be significantly better, especially if it's a monthly manga. Don't get me wrong, but the storylines I'd agree with. Like for example, I thought the Shinju arc should have ended a long time ago. I was predicting like what, like probably like chapter 25. Now we'll come up on chapter 35. Yeah,
I'm not gonna
I
lie.
thought we should
That
have
Sand
gotten.
arc is the best arc so far in TBV. That Sand arc was top tier. I would give Ikimoto that. Like, I enjoyed the Sand arc. I
Yeah,
think
Sand arc was nice.
I thought Ryu and I'm not gonna lie, I thought Ryu and Matsuri were gonna go 50-50. One of them was gonna go back and we were gonna explore the one that survived. I only thought one was gonna die, but he killed both, but hey, he gave us Boruto versus Jura. So like Ikimoto does things to where like you can criticize it, but then he gives you an out. It's like it's kind of like Amato, his damn character that he created himself. Amato creates a problem and it also gives you the solution to the problem. But I still had to go through the problem before I got the solution, and I didn't even need the solution in the first place if you never would have gave the problem.
But the
I see where I
solution
come
is
up, but
like it's
mhm.
like artificial sweetener. It's like aspartame. Okay, it ain't
Yeah,
real sugar, bro. In the
you're
Kool
right
Aid.
because in this case, the solution would be like, okay, for me, damn, this is great. Sakura, the Mangekyo Sharingan, Ryu, Matsuri, all this is fantastic. But then I'm like, well, damn. So Ryu and Matsuri dying? I mean, before I even think too much about that, Ikimoto already showed, oh, boom. But hey, here goes Jura, though. You feel me? It's one of those things where it's like you roll your eyes and go to it, Mello, because you know. It's like,
See,
yeah, I know, but it's like, hey, man, it's
I
Jura, though.
think the problem is, and I'm gonna use the Jogan as a reference, or even Himawari's eyes as a reference. We've gone 10 years, at least in the manga, we've gone 10 years without having an inkling of these powers. So after 10 years, how do you do that release? How do you explain the Jogan good enough to where it's just there now? Or how do you explain Himawari using the Byakugan in the future but not using it now when she supposedly had it for years? I feel like
Yeah.
the situation in other shows, you had the foreshadowing, but other than the anime, you really don't know anything about the Jogan. You know, you could argue chapter 1, okay, Jogan, it's there. But how do we get to that point? How do we explain the Jogan after 10 years of just having nothing? And this is what scares me because I'm a Jogan believer, but it's getting to a point where can I even trust Ikamoto to remember? Like, I always said, let him work, but like, it's getting to a situation where I hope he has a plan for an off ramp because I'm gonna feel a certain type of way if I went my whole late childhood to my young adulthood of just not getting the Jogan.
Yeah.
But this is a
I
man
get
who like
He's
outed himself as like a pedo, bro. Like I don't think he has enough common sense and competence to pull off what you want him to
And
pull
that's
off at
what's
this point.
scaring me because it feels like shit. 10 years of talking about the Jogan just gone. The
yeah,
Byakugan
and
just gone.
but here's where it comes to steal a phrase from earlier times. You damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because hypothetically, if Kodachi is the person penning the series currently, we wouldn't necessarily be getting the in-depth reviews of all the people on the Shinju all the Shinjus. Like we talked about earlier, the Sand arc was one of the arguably the best arcs so far in TVV. But I don't think Kodachi gives us that. I think Ryu's probably just like adding on to like a 3v1 team up with some Shinju, and then he gets packed up in that battle. To be honest, like
Hell, adding on to your point, I don't think we get the Shinju, but that's the difference. Like, how much of it is a different story? Because
well, we
Boruto,
know that Ikimoto created Ada and Damon, so I ain't gonna cap. Hey, bro, y'all know how I feel about Ada and Damon. So look, bro, those my
because
niggas,
because
man.
because if you think about it, when you have that introduction to Code, he seems like a whole different character compared to how Ikamoto writes it. So I wonder what the
Mhm.
ending of Boruto was supposed to be like, especially if it was supposed to end a lot sooner. So like adding on to your point, Baro, I would say we don't even get the Shinju. We just get something completely different. It's
Yeah,
just that Baryon mode fight is where the disconnect happens, where it kind of
I
changes and becomes something new. To where even Ikamoto's saying, "Oh, you can start with part 2. You don't have to go
I,
back to part
if
1."
you think about it, the feel of it, because when we ended off Next Generations, it's like we had to go through a whole, like, the first 3 chapters of TBV had to literally prepare our minds. They also disguised it under hype and aura, but shift our whole entire perspective and trajectory to the Shinju. Granted, I always saw the Ten Tails as a potential threat in the story, so I knew it was coming. But I like how they did it. Still, like, I guess you can say it's a talent in its own. We recognize it, so obviously we're pointing out its flaws. So this is where the discussion and debate lies. So back to that point, though, like, you see what he did there, because like by the end of part 1, we're thinking a whole different thought process by the time we get into TBV. So I'm not even gonna say it's like potential. I do believe that this Shinju arc, it was like they're still going by the original draft of the story, but they literally dropped this in the middle of like something that was already supposed to happen. Because it feels, I ain't gonna say it feels misplaced, because the transition was well and smooth, but like it feels like Boruto, after the time skip, like there was another thing that they were going to do, but Ikimoto was like, nah, this Shinju though, the Ten Tails. Let me just go ahead and let me just sprinkle that in. And now we're 35 chapters deep, and it kind of bleeds into another, because I'm like, realistically, when do y'all even think he's gonna end TBV? Like at this point, because part 1 went what, 80 chapters. I don't know. I ain't gonna lie. I see this going past maybe 80.
You know,
I gotta see better
Bro,
by the time we get to like
you
chapter
know,
40. So
I
funny
ain't got
enough,
80
I did the
chapters in me,
math.
bro.
I
I
did
ain't
the
got
math.
that in me.
Funny enough, I did the math on this because each Boruto chapter is 20 pages. So if we take the 80 pages of
40 pages, you mean?
yeah, 40 pages because I times it to 80. I times it to
Oh,
80.
okay, 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 okay. Go ahead. My fault.
80 chapters. So if it's 80 chapters of part 1, and that's 40 pages each, and you take the 34 chapters of TBV, we're in chapter 228 of Naruto.
It's crazy.
Jesus.
Like the amount of pages, because each Naruto page is 20 pages. So right around now, the amount of pages we've gotten is up to chapter 228 of Naruto,
Disposition.
where we're at Final Valley, and Kakashi's going after them. So like right around the end of part 1 Naruto is where we're kind of at TBV, which
So
I find
like 3
really funny.
times what we already had left. I'll take it.
Boruto part 1 is very much shorter compared to part 1 of Naruto.
Yeah.
Bro, it's the series is like a masochist wet dream. Like you must like self-flagellation to like, that's the right word, right? I hope that's not like you farting on yourself or something. That's a different thing.
No,
But
that's
like
flatulence. That's flatulence.
yeah. But like it's like that, bro. Like you're in for an abusive time with this series, and it's just like, what in I'm thinking like, bro, I don't even really make no money off this series. Like I make some chump change, but I've never really made no real money off of this shit. Like I genuinely just like it. And it's like, it's really, I think it's because I like Naruto so much as a franchise, and that I keep trying to have some kind of hope that Boruto scratches some surface of what Naruto was, and it just never does. And it's just this constant like disappointment over and over again. It really is just like a cash cow. It's just like capitalist swine behavior. Like
Actually,
I don't think Boruto should continue into 80 chapters. That is insane. Like by the time they get done, like I joke about this, but I think it's true, bro. We'll be making our own anime through like technology and shit, bro. Like ain't nobody gonna like, I don't know. Like I just don't like, the only
actually,
thing I feel
Mello,
like I get out of this as a content creator is just like whiny ass like Boruto fanboys bitching because I have a different opinion in the comment section. Like I don't get no money off this, no growth, no traction, no nothing, bro. It's like, at this point, it just bitches bitching. It's like Jesus.
oh, I kind of
I'm
want your
here.
take on this. Do you know what
Hit
the
me.
original plan for the Naruto franchise was before Boruto?
No clue.
Okay, so I want your take on this. So originally, before they greenlit Boruto, they were in talks to do like what we do here in the West, where we take Superman, we just write a retelling or just a different version. So initially, they wanted to do a reboot of Naruto, a retelling of Naruto with a different artist writer. So you'd have Naruto's story, but redone. So like you'd have like you become like Superman or Batman or like whatever Marvel or
Yeah.
DC character we have, and then we just get a different retelling of Naruto. Do you think, in your opinion, that would have been better than having a sequel? We just have a different Naruto, so we move on from Naruto Prime, and this is Naruto from Earth 2 or Earth 501.
No, I don't like that idea like at all. I think Boruto as a concept could have been fine. I just think the writing of it is just subpar. And I think ultimately that's the frustration for me is like people are looking at like a blue wall, and that wall is objectively blue, and they're telling me it's fucking green, and it's pissing me off. It's like Boruto is not an A+ series. It's clearly a C- series that you keep pretending is an A+ series. You're on fucking Twitter debating people about how One Piece compares to fucking Boruto. And with all due respect to Boruto fans, you have lost your fucking mind. I don't even know why you would even engage in such an activity. It's just that, bro. It's just I really wish people would stop pretending like this shit is something that it's not. It is clearly like a C-, maybe B tier series that and maybe that's my problem coming off of like the heels of like Naruto, the big three, Bleach, One Piece, growing up with Dragon Ball, growing up with Yu Yu Hakusho and Hunter x Hunter. I didn't grow up with Hunter x Hunter, but watching Hunter x Hunter and all the peak content that I got in terms of cartoons and anime broadly, Pokemon, Digimon. Like, and then I come across this and like it's the predecessor, it's the successor rather to like the legendary Naruto series, especially here in the West. They did black people justice, okay, respect, okay. And I'm looking at that and I have fucking expectations. Yes, bro, you have a legacy to live up to. And whatever, regardless of how I feel about like what they did initially with Boruto, at least it was like something. But like it's all in service of disrespect to Naruto's character. And that is a sin that I simply can never forgive and abide by. I think the Boruto series ruins Naruto's character. And if it was up to me, I would get rid of Boruto as an entire concept just to save Naruto's character. Because whatever the fuck they did in Boruto with Naruto and Sasuke has ruined those fucking characters in my eyes. But yeah, that little tangent aside.
Yeah,
bad.
I don't see it as that crazy. To be honest, I'd love to engage, but we like 3:30 deep. But
Yeah.
so I'll probably engage with this. I'll probably go on your stream probably a little, probably in a couple days or so. If you give me the the schedule, I'll probably tap in. But just as an overall as an overall opinion, I see where a lot of people would kind of like criticize Boruto and kind of not necessarily see it in the best light. But I gotta disagree with the overall idea that it's a C- series, just because I don't necessarily see a lot that are just flat out that better than the series like Boruto. Maybe it's my the lack of knowledge and actually watching a bunch of series, but I'll watch like for example, My Hero Academia, albeit I didn't finish My Hero Academia. I'll watch even like a Demon Slayer, albeit I didn't finish Demon Slayer. But I just don't necessarily see like them being like significantly tiers above Boruto, especially taking into
Well,
consideration the
I
plot
finished
that
My
Boruto
Hero
portrays.
and Demon Slayer, and I'll say, me personally, I like Boruto better.
I
So,
think I think
but part of
piggyback.
it could be what Mello said, because like I said, I mean, I grew up loving Naruto, and part of the love is transferred to Boruto. But I do think Boruto's better than Demon Slayer and My Hero, specifically Bara. But go ahead.
And
I
especially when it comes to plot. Don't get me wrong,
I
like
I haven't seen Demon Slayer in totality. I'm like maybe no three maybe, I don't know, the prostitution season, whatever the fuck that was. But
Yeah.
that shit don't sniff, scratch, or touch the fucking jock strap of My Hero. Let's stop this, bro. Let's like come on.
yeah,
What-
I have to finish, so I
Nah, I
can't
think it's
necessarily
better than
I
speak with too
think
much bass in my voice right
Not
now.
even close. Not even fucking close, bro.
piggybacking off.
The heteromorph stuff, like in the contrast, like discrimination in the real world, and contrasting that to the heteromorph stuff, clears the societal conversation with Lady Nagat, clears the depth with like All Might trying to put on a facade with a smile, but actually being like tortured underneath that, but then having like Deku adhere to like the illusion of what All Might put out, and then having his main antagonist in Shigaraki criticize him as like an All Might zealot. Like his entire foundation is based upon like the illusion All Might put out, clears like all of it. I can go like line by line by line by line by line, just clearing Boruto, bro. That is, it's just a different tier, bro. It's a different level. In my
It goes
Yeah,
deeper in the
I
writing
have to
for
finish
sure.
my
But like, I ain't gonna lie. For me personally, when I watch, because like for me, the only manga I read right now is Boruto. Right now, ever really. I like all of that other stuff is disingenuous. But for me, watching both of the animes, like following both of the stories, I'm not gonna lie. There was a time, especially starting it out, because when I started all of these animes, also from my perspective, like I started all of these anime at like a surplus amount of time. Like by the time like I started and finished Death Note within that same year or two, within that same span of 36 months, I first started My Hero Academia. So like just to give y'all that type of idea. So like I watched all of these like back to back to back. So I'm just going off of like my interest level from starting the anime, investment level. Like it's hard to say because like yeah, My Hero was definitely one of those ones. I was like, it was part of the reason. Like I started a YouTube. I was like, I wanted to talk about three specific shows: My Hero, Boruto, and Black Clover. And if you were to ask me at the start of my show, at the start of my YouTube channel, personally, what do you think is you're gonna be like your go-to thing? I would have been like, shit, realistically, I would have been like, what's the name? I know I called myself Black Uchiha. I would have been like, I probably would have been like My Hero Academia at the time. So it was there. So, but like I said, part of the love transferred over, and then it's Boruto Bills. It's just like the interest level for me. It's like, yeah, like I said, I finished My Hero, and the last episode of the season, and then the special episode that just dropped. All of that is crazy. One of my favorite characters is Bakugo. His character turnaround is just like top tier peak Ryan. All of that is amazing, but certain lows is like I get it's biased. It's completely biased because like objectively speaking, all of the points Mello mentioned, without even the ones that even I thought of, they can be brought up to be why you consider My Hero Academia better than Boruto. Absolutely, but
I
like it's just like it's like an interest level, like what holds it, and then the certain lows for each series. Like my benefit of the doubt threshold is higher for Boruto than for My Hero. So like if I see or hear a cringe line, as silly as that may sound, or a line that I feel like in that dialogue or for that character, does that work? Or like the scenes, like one of the things I hate, and this might just be a pet peeve, the shit I really hate in anime is like when you got seven different characters in a scene and they all speak one sentence. It's like they start like one character says three words and then the next character says the next two words. And I'm like, that's the cringiest shit. And My Hero has so many things of that. And I'm like, how the fuck do you even know what the person was gonna say? And like, how did you know when they were gonna stop to continue the sentence? And it's like, bro.
it's a thing.
And fortunately, Boruto as much as the bad shit that it has very few, if any, none of those. So it's like that's one thing. And like shit like My Hero, Demon Slayer, Black Clover, they all have. And I just hate when anime do that. So that's
Well,
part of the reason.
I
let me
did.
run this by you. Boruto, is he a better character than Endeavor?
Then Endeavor,
Yeah, better written character than Endeavor.
in terms of like personal opinion or in terms of like objectively like what the author did with each character.
To be clear, I think your personal opinion is extremely valid, and I respect that. So that's more so what I want to hear. It's not just about like my perspective has to be correct. And I think this kind of like goes over certain people's minds. Like, I have a different opinion than you, buddy. I'm sorry that it hurt your feelings. Like, boo fucking who. But yes, I want your subjective point of view. Yeah, or both
Okay.
if you can.
Uh you said all right, so you said who's better or like say what you wanna like.
Yeah, like Boruto Uzumaki, just in totality. And I don't know like if you want to go anime or manga, but like just say manga Boruto because that's the
I can give you
original
two
source.
subjective answers. Okay, so
Yeah,
depending on the
yeah.
answer, do you want me to answer? Because I'm not going to be objective. I'm gonna stay up subjective. But do you want me to answer who do I like better or who do I think is better?
Like from it's hard for me to say because like from my opinion, like I don't know, just like who's a better written character. Like in my opinion, I think objectively, like if you
I
understand like
think
writing format and
my
like blah blah
all
blah,
right.
I think Endeavor's objectively a better written character, and I think subjectively is my favorite character in the series is better than Boruto. But like, what do you think?
All right, so my personal opinion, I think Endeavor is, yeah, he's a better all around character than Boruto. And we don't even like I don't even gotta reach the point because I know My Hero is done as a series, so I have a totality feel on the character of Endeavor. But like
Mhm.
I feel like even by the point you get to where All Might's out the picture and Endeavor's struggling with handling being the number one and still being so low considering how he's viewed from within his own family, like those
Mhm.
internal stuff, like all of that shit, bro. That's crazy, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, Boruto's not touching that. Now, Do I prefer Boruto still? Yes, because like even within My Hero, my favorite character subjectively is Bakugo. Because like I like the way that he turned out as a character. And if you would have asked me, because if you were to say like my favorite characters from each series, so I would say between Bakugo and Boruto. I mean, Boruto's not my favorite, but he's top two. So between Bakugo and Boruto, like we already talked about it, bro. Boruto is there, but it's like I said, it's the nice looking ass Kool-Aid, but it got flour inside of it right now. Now, can we get some good stuff to make it right? Yes, potentially, but like it's not there. And I think Bakugo has much better, deeper understanding and writing as a character. But the reason why I like Boruto's character so much is I think, I'm just chalking it up to I'm giving, like I said, my benefit of the doubt threshold is higher. So I'm giving Ikimoto the benefit of the doubt that he's purposefully doing this with the character boy. So I think he makes a lot of grounded and realistic decisions to where you can debate and argue like, bro, was that a dumb choice or not? Or is the choice that he's trying to make right now dumb or not? With Naruto, like with his father, we can't really make that because he's making a choice within the world that he's created in. He has this grandiose world with all of these powers, and he wants to simply destroy the cycle of hatred or, you know what I'm saying, do all this. So when Naruto's tanking attacks head on or he's giving these speeches, we can't say it's a dumb choice or not because that's within his character's core. But for Boruto, it's like he's making choices damn near you can even argue based off of like the situation, based off of how he feels in the situation, and based off of like the information presented to him, preferably from a source that he can view as in like an authoritative form. So I I like that aspect of the character, but he's still kind of stuck in that stance. So comparing someone like that to Bakugo, like I gotta give it to Bakugo. I still prefer like I feel like me personally, I can do that. I could prefer one series over the other, but still decide like, yeah, this series is way betterly written. Like that's just like, yeah, like you said, Miller, that is a personal opinion, so that's facts. But yeah, man, Bakugo, like, yeah, man. If it wasn't for all that dialogue, like, that's a petty reason, but like that's probably one of the main reasons why I would put My Hero below is because of scenes like that where so many characters finish each other's sentences. Like that shit is so stupid to me. But like these characters are deep, bro. So I can't pull too many Boruto characters and I'll be like, they better than Endeavor or someone like Bakugo. So I'll say that's my answer.
piggybacking piggybacking off what you said, Uchiha, and also kind of what Bara said. I feel like objectively, we can't really compare Boruto to the My Heroes, to the Black Clovers, to the Demon Slayers, to One Piece. Because at the end of the day, and regardless of how I feel, regardless of how much I like Boruto, Boruto is a sequel manga. Boruto had the crutch of having 15 plus years of Naruto legacy being built off of it. It's expanding an already existing world compared to My Hero, which is a standalone manga, or even Black Clover and the others. I feel like objectively we have to compare Boruto to other sequel mangas. Like for example, Yashahime, Inuyasha's sequel, Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball sequel. Because if we're comparing Boruto to My Hero, it feels a bit disingenuous because Boruto has the added aspect of being connected to Naruto, and treating it as a standalone also makes Boruto heavily incomplete because you have to connect it to Naruto because
Well,
you
how about
need.
this? Oh, I'm sorry. Continue.
Oh, no, I was going to basically finish my point that with comparing it to standalone mangas, you're kind of pitting two mangas against one, Naruto and Boruto against, for example, My Hero, because at the end of the day, it is a sequel manga.
Okay, Boruto or Future Trunks?
Future
Z is a
Trunks.
sequel to
Future
Ball.
Trunks. I hate saying it, but come on, Future Trunks.
That's what I'm saying. It's like
I hate saying it.
like
I hate saying, but
That's nostalgia though. I ain't gonna lie. For me personally, that's nostalgia because I always fuck with Future Trunks as a kid. So like that's not fair.
see,
bro's
here's the issue
story
with
is
Future
better
Trunks.
written, bro.
Future Trunks has the bonus of
That nigga
going
got a
back into the
soul, bro.
past and making his own decisions. Bulma's not telling him what to do, and Trunks is making his own decisions, but he's also learning. Like, for example, he learned that the androids in the past aren't exactly the same as the androids in the future. They were able to make their own choices. He was able to trust in what Krillin was doing, He didn't go crazy on Krillin for saving Android 18 to the point where he's going to kill Android 18. He allowed Krillin to like do it, and at the end of the day, it paid off. The androids became the saviors of the world, especially 17 later on. So I feel like with Trunks, he has the benefit of not having someone in the back corner telling him what to do about time travel. It's I'm here, I'm gonna make my own decisions, I'm gonna interfere with time regardless of what might happen. With Boruto right now, until he kind of gets out of Koji's shadow, it feels like to an extent he's more like Future Trunks' secretary, where, hey, I heard this thing's gonna happen in the future. Here's what you gotta do. Here's your multiple heart virus medicines. But also I'm gonna, go back to the Trunks and get more info. I think that's my issue. Until the Koji situation gets dealt with, Boruto just kind of not his own man. When Trunks was always his own man, even when he didn't know shit, even when he was struggling. At the end of the day, his choices were his own.
Boruto or Vegeta? Bro, I could just keep going down the line.
Like, you know.
But that's what I'm saying, bro. It's just like I keep getting told that like this dude is supposed to be him, but every time like I mention just like one side character from like some of the good OG anime, it's like, oh well, he can't compete, but I still like it better. I can respect it, bro. Like,
shit, I ain't gonna lie. I would have answered Boruto over Vegeta. Like, I took Trunks because, like, as a kid growing up, bro, I saw Trunks with the jacket and the sword. That was my stance. I'm like, yeah, that man cool. Ain't nobody colder than sword.
That shit was cold.
Ain't nobody colder than Trunks. But yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I would choose him. I would make a stance. I would be like, yeah, I'll choose him over Vegeta.
Okay. Here's a funny take.
Do a comparison. Vegeta's death scene on Namek versus Boruto's death scene versus Kawaki.
Wait, Mello.
Vegeta's death scene was definitely way more.
Wait, Mello. I got something even better. Because I saw someone in chat mention that Trunks died twice. Even though I think Future Trunks only died once. But even look at it this way, and I hate saying it, but when Future Trunks died to Cell, Vegeta went on business. When Vegeta snapped, regardless of if he was weaker than Cell or not, he went in guns blazing to attack Cell. I kind of wanted that moment for Naruto. Naruto kind of collapsed. If we look at the father-son death interactions,
yeah, 100%.
Look, when it comes to Trunks, that's my favorite character in Dragon Ball Z. Trunks is my favorite character, hands down. So everything I'm gonna choose between that is Trunks. But simply when it comes between like Boruto and Vegeta, like yeah, that death scene was crazier. But I ain't like from my perspective. Y'all gotta look at it from my perspective now. Sasuke is my favorite. He like my favorite anime character. Like I've seen over 100 anime guys. And nigga Sasuke is my favorite character in anime. And Boruto's his student. So y'all gotta understand also where like, yeah, man, I give Boruto a lot of that push too. So hey,
bro my thing once. Oh no, hit about bar.
My thing is in all these discussions, we're comparing Boruto to characters who are fully written already. Their stories have already ended. Boruto's basically just started. Like if we're really being literal, he's still telling the backstory, like as a narrator currently. So we still haven't even figured out where the current Boruto is right now. So it's like we're comparing him to people who are pretty much already done.
I mean, not really. Dragon Ball is still going on. They're still developing those characters.
Future Trunks, stop it. Come on now.
Hey, man.
I mean, I don't know. You gotta come back in Heroes or some shit. But it's one of those series where like the characters never really die. It's like fucking DC Comics. But like I can give you like the scene where like he grabs his son Trunks and like the impact like before he blows himself up, or like the betrayal of Goku when he hits him behind his back. Like
Trunks, I've realized I've never held you once in your life.
My son, like that shit hits hard, bro. Or like the scene where he's Majin Vegeta and he's like at the tournament with a big grin on his face after he like shoots into a crowd of people. Like Boruto ain't got no aura close to that dude, bro. I don't understand, bro. I can go on and on. Just Vegeta. Don't even get me started on my favorite character, Piccolo. Just Vegeta alone, bro.
Man, that's not fair, bro. You bring up Piccolo, that's like bringing up Sun Jin Woo. That's crazy, man. Why would you even do that?
You want to talk about aura?
That are fully fleshed out. Like, Ryzen did the math a little bit early. He said, what, 228 chapters? 228 chapters into Dragon Ball Z. Where was Vegeta? Like, come on.
All right. Let me look it up.
No idea.
I think 228 is the Buu saga. I think it's the Boo
Boo,
Saga.
damn.
It might be the Boo Saga.
Well, there
Loki.
you go.
Yeah, when
That's
he crashed out
bro.
on
Let's Google
Goku.
that.
Stop this.
Hang
But
on.
I'm just like I respect the subjective perspective. Like you're not wrong, I'm not right, but I'm just saying like
No, here's the thing. I could come out and say Boruto is not as good as characters as some of those characters, especially Vegeta, one of my favorite characters of all time. But what I would say is his story isn't fully written. Vegeta, okay, you could say, hey, he just got a brand new form. His story isn't fully
neither
written already.
Vegeta,
That is a
bro.
Hey, do I
40-year-old
sound
man.
terrible right now? Real quick, I sound different. I bet, right?
No,
sound cool.
you sound straight.
I sound good. Okay, all right. Go ahead.
Yeah, Vegeta's a 40-year-old man. Why are we comparing a 16-year-old to a 40-year-old man in regards to character development?
I mean, true, but like, excuse me. Also, like, Vegeta was pretty stagnant for like the first 30 years of his life. That development didn't really start to happen until like later on. To be fair,
That
But
is
we've
true.
seen the later on. That's the point. We haven't
but
seen
it's,
that
but
with
it's still
Boruto.
ongoing though. Like, I get the point you're trying to make, but like, it doesn't work with Vegeta in particular because like it's still ongoing. Like, if you said that about Endeavor,
That
then I wouldn't have anything to say.
40-year-old
Unless I
man.
go to like Vigilantes, then that's a different story.
That's a 40-year-old man. I'm just saying, let us see until Boruto gets to be 18. Like, let's just see that.
But,
Like,
do you notice a pattern with your like responses? It's always just like, oh, let's wait and see the potential,
yes,
what it
because
could be.
there's a pattern with the criticism. It's always
That's
about
fair.
why. It's always about why isn't things here already? Specifically talking about this conversation, Boruto's character isn't here already. Like, we haven't seen his character fully written. We can't necessarily
Okay, question.
compare him to others.
Bar
Sure.
question. 16-year-old Gohan or 16-year-old Boruto?
In my defense, Bara, I chose Boruto over Vegeta. So, hey,
I'd probably go Boruto.
The anime god's coming for you for that,
Go-
Black. Watch your
Gohan
back, okay?
specifically, I've always had a
Watch
problem.
your back.
I'm
bro.
choosing Boruto. I'm not gonna lie. I got my own personal gripes with Gohan, and we can take it up. Whoever want to take it up with me, because I got a thing or two to say about that man Gohan.
This
If y'all
is
really
high
want me to
school
go.
Gohan.
Put
16
Boruto in Gohan's position.
16-year-old
This is Gohan.
Gohan would be end of Buu Saga. So like
Ah,
Orange Gi, potential unleashed. 'Cause he's 16 because the anime messes it up because he was 9. He was 9 against Cell. So he's 16.
We ain't talking
In-
about Cell.
in the
Cell's
DC.
his peak. Cell's when he was really that guy. I'm
This
not talking
includes
about. We know he's stronger now, but I'm talking about like
Future
in terms
Gohan?
of like personification.
Put
Future
includes
Gohan would be a
Future.
different character, but we can compare Future Gohan to
no,
to-
stop
to
this.
Boruto.
Put toddler Boruto in the trenches with Piccolo back in the day. See how Boruto develops. He'd be way more of a savage than Gohan is.
Wait,
Bro,
wait, wait,
no,
wait,
no,
wait.
Whoa, hold the fuck.
Wait.
Nah, bro, I can't
Wait,
let you get
we gotta remember though. What did Gohan experience as a toddler? He got kidnapped and he experienced his father's death. Toddler Boruto, and as much as I love Boruto, toddler Boruto is kind of a spoiled brat who gets all the toys he wants and gets
Right.
mom time.
He
and
was
dad.
yearning.
That's what he
Why
said. What
didn't
if
his
he?
dad-
What if he would have did that
Where's
though?
my dad?
Yeah,
Nah,
that's what I'm saying. If he would have done that, he'd have came out way worse.
Because
than
Gohan was the
in a
biggest
good way.
crybaby. We're not gonna act like we forget that.
100%. But you also
But he'd
gotta
fuck you
remember,
up, too.
Gohan also knew his dad
He
was
would.
dead. Are we giving Boruto the same experiences? Or are we just taking toddler Boruto out of his mom's arms and throwing him to Piccolo?
I
Because
feel
that
like
changes
he-
things.
We ain't
I
even
feel
see
like
enough of
even
Tyler
if you
Boruto to
give
even.
him-
Yeah, I don't even know
But
what that is.
we seen Gohan with Goku when they were alive. Like, he was a good, fun-loving kid. Boruto was not that. Boruto was a troublemaker from day one. He
Wait.
wanted
No,
squabble from
You
everyone.
gotta remember
No,
though.
Boruto was an asshole, a pretentious, uppity asshole. That's what he was. He's
We also
the
gotta-
Epstein class, bro. That's what he is. Like
Yeah.
Goku's the everyman. He's a farmer. This dude's the Epstein class. What
We
you
also
talking
gotta
about?
remember Boruto as a toddler has his dad's attention 24/7 because Naruto's not Hokage yet. So he's not even the mischievous dude who wants to learn these jutsus. He's a content 4-year-old kid who has whatever he wants, who has his dad's attention. So if we're placing him in Gohan's place, are we giving him that traumatic event of his dad being killed, like just right there? Or are we saying this is spoiled Boruto with everything he's ever wanted, and we're just giving him to Piccolo? Because that changes things
Yeah.
slightly.
Man,
Even
people
if
be trying to give
Boruto-
Gohan these passes, bro, and I'm not
That's what I'm
finna
saying.
sit here and act like, bro, like
That's what I'm
he's
saying.
not. He's man. Yeah, he got the natural talent. Yeah. But like, is he really like that though? Because like now the man, every time you gotta whip him back into shape to get him back into. It's like since when you started to be like you used to try to run away from your mom because you ain't want to study. All of a sudden, niggas gotta trick you just to get you to train and shit. Bro, he's fake, bro. He's
But
not.
see,
I don't know, bro. I can't
misconception.
respect that, man. I
But
can't
see, here's the
respect that.
misconception. We gotta remember, Gohan
Man,
always wanted to become a scholar. The difference is there's a
bro.
difference between studying 24/7 and wanting to become a scholar. Gohan always just wanted a break, but Gohan never like. This is like as much as I don't like
I
Chi Chi.
can't give you Gohan.
There's one,
Bro.
and that's
I
what
can't
100%.
cut nigga that slack because even if we go back to Battle of Gods when Frieza first pulled up, bro, the man was so we not even finna mention Heroes where the man was so content. Like he acted like shit can't get down at any minute, any time. You know what I'm saying? But like even when Frieza put up people, man, bro, you tripping, gang. You don't train at all. Like that whole entire he's a fake saying because like these sayings supposed to love fighting. This the only saying I know
But see,
that he
You
gets
should.
long story short, the writer just writes that in. Oh, he got that untapped potential. Every time he unlocks something, I'm like, bro, we gonna rock with it because it's cold. But like, if we call it what it is, bro, the nigga not really cut for it. He don't do what he really supposed to be doing. He ain't really trained for real in the trenches since he was a kid, bro. And he don't
All I'm
take
What
it
is
serious.
what is
He
this
don't
all,
take it
Gohan
serious at all.
but
disrespect?
see,
This is crazy.
Uchiha, you're
This is
forgetting
Hey
one
crazy.
man,
thing.
I told you
Gohan's
I'll go in on
character,
Gohan, man.
and that's fine. And you 100% don't have to give it to Gohan, but you're forgetting something. The whole point of Gohan is he's not like his father. He doesn't fight just to fight. Gohan fights for a need, not a want. His dream has always been to be a scholar. He never wanted to be a fighter. Sure, he likes to fight casually,
But
but but that's not his dream.
that's the thing though. So it's two things to that. It's two things. One, the second is the most important. But first, I'll say this: we saw in the cell arc. Once the instincts kick in, the man like to fight, and you damn near got to stop him in order for keep him from going too far. He
yep,
likes to
all
fight.
of it.
And then two, secondly, it's like you've been in too many situations to where you could just like it's just I don't have to name them, but it's just simply you've been in too many situations to where you just can assume I don't need to train anymore.
But see,
That's
that's what
all
he
I'm
had
saying,
to
bro.
learn. That's what he learned when he got a family. Because we got to remember, he doesn't like being like that. He doesn't like being this arrogant, cocky person because that's what messed him up against Cell, and that's what messed him up against Boo. And he learned that lesson when he
When
had Pan. Because
that's
remember,
the thing, man. We can't say that because then we went through the tournament of power. It went from the world to the whole universe.
you
He
got to
learned that
remember,
lesson. He
Wait,
trained. And
wait,
then
wait.
we fast forward all the way up into what's the name? All the way
Hero.
up into Dragon Ball Heroes. And Piccolo got to teach him the same damn
but he
lesson
was.
over again.
But here's the
I'm
thing:
telling
the
Superhero.
misconception,
Superhero.
the misconception for Heroes was he was rusty, but he wasn't rusty.
Superheroes.
Yes, in Superheroes, he wasn't rusty. He did train. He learned the special beam cannon doing secret training. He did learn his lesson to an extent, and the Cell Max are crystallized it because he
Man,
realized that he doesn't have to fight. Sure, but he can't rely on people always being here. If he wants to protect his family, if he wants to protect his daughter and wife, he has to keep up with his training to be the man of the house to protect his family. He learned that lesson after the Tournament of Power. When Trunks showed up, he was training. He just wasn't ready yet.
man.
And we go to the Tournament of
After the
They're
Boo
Power.
not ready
saga, I
yet.
would have been walking around Earth like I'm that nigga,
Wait,
bro. I would have
but you
never even
keep
let no nigga named Goku
that's
or Vegeta
you.
They
skip
That's
love
past
not
that.
me.
him. But you keep mentioning all the like the bad stuff or like quote unquote from your perspective, bad stuff that like Gohan does, like being a crybaby or whatever. But
And you guys keep
like
justifying it.
I haven't really justified it yet, but not to say that I will, but like bored, like how about we mention some of this stuff bored? So like you want to talk about being a whiny little bitch? Like this dude was what was he like 3 Boruto's a whole preteen. I'm like, my dad's so uncool and throwing his jacket out the fucking window like a fucking goofy. Or like his mom tried to stop him from storming out like a petulant fucking child, and he like pulls away from his mom like he about to buck on her or something, like he about to
Hey,
beat a woman.
hey,
Or
That
how he
sound like
cheated his best friend Shikadai in the middle of a fucking tournament. He's a cheating rat fuck. Okay, like what are we talking about, bro?
look,
How
like
he
regular
he
spit
grew
out
people.
out
his
of
Like
that
jacket, his
shit
dad's
though.
Yeah,
lost
but
an
here's
sound
the
He
like
airline
thing.
grew
money,
out
regular
of
and
that
he
people
broke
shit
up
before
though.
with
you.
Kiki.
I'm
Here's
sorry.
the thing.
This nigga Gohan a grown man, bro, and he keeping everybody at stake. He got a whole daughter. He know what it's like to raise a family now, and
He
then he
could
done seen
destroy a
at this
planet with
point.
a fingertip.
At
How is
this
he
point,
supposed to know Frieza coming back? Dude's dead.
That's what I'm
At this
saying.
point, Boruto's just getting into the trenches. Like, even we just talked about it. He's not even in the trenches by himself still, because he still got someone like Kashin Koji who's overseeing his steps. So he don't even know what it's like to navigate.
Because
Right?
he's a
And
bitch.
Gohan been
Let's
through
call
so
it what
many
it is.
situations where it's like, where's Goku? Where no, we gotta rely on Gohan. They've been through situations where they had to rely on his little damn brother
Okay,
to
wait,
save the world.
Uchiha, and I hate saying this, and it pains my soul to say this, but we had 9-year-old Gohan having his dad say, "Oh, you know what? I'm gonna stay dead forever. Well, I bet I'm gonna dip." And Gohan said, "Okay, fine." And he was the one who had to cheer up Chi-Chi. And then 7 years later, Goku comes back and Gohan's, "Hey, Dad, welcome back." Bet.
But think about it though, like y'all said though, right? Exactly like y'all said. We got Naruto spending damn near every day with Boruto as a child. We know what type of father Goku is.
That's what I'm
At
saying.
that point, it's like, hey man, all right, I guess I'm gonna see you later, G.
Wait,
You
but
feel
you
me?
also gotta remember, for the first 4 years of Gohan's life, Goku was there every second of the day. It's only when the Saiyans happened, and then Namek, and then the androids, and then Cell. Because you gotta remember, there was no rest.
Bro.
There was no rest for that arc. You had
He
you
cheated Shikadai, bro. Why are we even talking past that point? He's a cheater. He's a cheater. He's a liar in a fucking
That's what makes
sheet.
him so
He
much
does
better
whatever
because
it
he
takes
had
to
to
win.
grow
You gotta
past
respect
that.
people like that.
He had to grow
Yeah,
past that. I respect it because he had to get past
No,
that.
he's
that
selfish.
point.
It's always I am a shinobi, but until it comes time to do something selfish that he wants to do, and all of a sudden he disobeys his Hokage to go fuck off and do whatever he wants to. Until it comes time to do X, Y, and Z, and all of a sudden being a shinobi don't matter no more because selfish fucking Boruto just want to do whatever the fuck he want to do.
If
He's
he
a
was
liar.
nah, I
And he's a
agree. I
cheater.
agree to an
So
He's
extent that
that's
he's
grimy as
cheating.
selfish.
fuck,
Wait,
But
bro.
if he was
that
as selfish, he would have tried to been exposed Kawaki. He would have been trying to get his
Bro
life back.
said
But
as
but
he
selfish is tough. So
that's
he's
cheating.
that's
But
what
selfish,
I'm
but
saying. Hey, if
wait,
he
he
was
could
as
be more
selfish, bro, he
selfish.
would have been
wait,
trying to get his life back.
but
But he's prioritizing. He got priorities.
so we saying Boruto cheated, but Gohan getting his whole entire potential unlock. That's just a fine and dandy. Like
What the fuck does that have to do with him? Come on, cuz. I know you want to just pull that one out, boy. Come
okay,
on, bro.
okay, but the difference
That's
is, and again,
nasty
it
work.
pains me. It pains me to say it. That power was always inside Gohan. This is Boruto using
which
what?
power is stronger? The Gohan power up or whatever BS Boruto was using.
But
We
see,
just
here's
got
the
to
thing.
Boruto using
Stop
outside
this.
powers with the karma seal. Like everything now,
Wait.
it's like it's up to
Okay.
him,
But
bro.
see, we gotta
This is the most
remember.
disingenuous shit
You gotta
ever,
remember,
bro.
the ninja tool wasn't bad. It was specifically, I don't want you using this for this test, and he used it.
So wait, all right. So are we not on the same? Okay. So prior to him coming to that deal with Momoshiki, do we not agree that Boruto, regardless of whatever Koji said, it's not like he tells it to him and then it magically appears to his capabilities.
He has to learn
So
it.
he had to learn and train to use it. So I'm saying, are we not under the belief that up until the 3 years and we seen him all the way like up post that Jura fight, that first Jura fight, like that's Boruto acquiring the strength that he acquired on his own, like
Yeah,
through
that's
his
fine.
own.
I thought we were talking about the ninja tech, like
It
the
depends
true
on how you
ninja.
define. Well, yeah, we are bouncing all over the place, but
'Cause
then
I'm-
also
I'm-
like it
No,
depends on how you define.
yeah, I'm
I
getting that.
thought
I
we
know
were
I'm saying
comparing.
for the ninja, I'm saying in terms of him like reaching out to third party because like that's the type of strength like comparing it to like the point that Bara mentioned with Gohan, it stands strong because Gohan just got the joint and then boom, he was that strong.
And
Where
not
it
only
was
that,
like, hey, Boruto, you could get this strong, but you got to still do it though. It's just that this is something you learn later on. You feel me? He still had to do it.
Gohan sat down for 30 episodes for the Supreme Kai to unlock, or the Geezer Kai to unlock some sort of power. Bro, come on, dog. Like
But see,
this is a clear cheating mechanism.
Here's
But
the difference,
Boruto gets
though.
karma that he was relying on to this day based upon
That
his
he has to
daddy Rasen
learn.
gun.
That he has to learn. He
No,
can't
but
just
that's
wake up
that's
and
an
up and one day
artificial
all of a
limiter,
sudden
bro. It's an
he's
art.
Wait,
It's
but
an
we gotta
artificial
remember.
limiter.
We gotta remember on the karma situation, he doesn't really have to learn it. He just needs Momoshiki's permission. Even the Byakugan shit, he gets 1,000 years.
Stop this. We seen this in the spar with Kawaki. He didn't even know how to turn on the karma seal.
100%, 100%. But there was a limit to how much he could ever learn. We gotta remember the only reason why he can use the Byakugan right now and he can use the karma fully is because of Momoshiki. So Momoshiki gave him full access. He pimped out his rod. He has 1,000+ years of experience. He doesn't need to practice using the Byakugan like Naruto did using Orochimaru's goggles. He has instant mastery of the Byakugan. He has instant mastery of the karma, and he has instant mastery of Momoshiki's fighting style, specifically off karma. And we can argue that's Boruto's power now. That's in his body. But we can argue the same thing about Gohan. That power was always in Gohan. Old Kai didn't make him stronger. He just made it possible for Gohan to access that inner power. Old Kai can't give you more power that you don't have. You have to have that power already inside you. If Gohan didn't have that inner power, it would never work.
But they did that shit for him twice, bro. They did that shit for him twice. He did it as a kid, and then the Supreme Kai did it again to make Ultimate Gohan. It was like, you don't need Super Saiyan, my nigga. Just sit here for a few hours, and we gonna get you right, gang. Like, that's literally what happened. Like, I saw it with my own two eyes.
And to me, we'd give him that if Boruto wasn't already like top 3, arguably top 2 in the series without the karma. Like, what are we discussing here? Like, if that was the case and he needed it to actually compete, we'd have a different discussion. Gohan literally got vaulted to the top of the food chain after the Kai thing. Like, what are you doing here?
And then even then, I can't sit here and say fully 100% that what we've seen Karma Boruto do is better than what we've seen Boruto do versus Jura when he's in base. Like, I don't even think he's even showed us what he can truly do with Momoshiki's power. Like, he gave us the sense of like, okay, I can do a massive Rasengan. I can look through walls. All right, that's cool. Bending the shuriken around the block to hit those Mamushi, I don't think that came from his karma. I'm pretty sure that's from the training he got from Sasuke. So it's like all of these things is like he acquired them, and then the karma is just there, and we haven't even seen what he can truly do. And I hope that's not just akin to Ikimoto underselling like what Boruto can actually do with the karma. We're just gonna stay within the story for now. So I don't know when we see that next full karma battle. So yeah, but like it's there, bro.
He just depends on everybody else's shit. He depends on his daddy's Rasengan to get karma. He didn't get the kill. He has karma. Now he's dependent on Momoshiki's power. And by the way, I don't like that shit. Like, keep unlocking your hidden potential. I can like justify it, but I don't like that with Gohan. And I can 100%. I don't even like the Buu saga. I've said this historically, but I can 100% like admit that my whole like the foundation of it for me, like once you get past all the superficial stuff, which does matter by the way. It really comes down to like, again, I don't know who Boruto is. He never like detaches or decouples from any like external construct, like his society and his culture. It always guides him down a path. He's always being guided. He's a puppet on strings. It's either from his dad, it's Sasuke, it's his culture, it's his society, it's Kashi and Koji. Like, who are you? Versus Gohan or even his dad Goku. Like I always say for ill or for gain, because just because you're free doesn't mean like your conclusions are going to be good for you. But at the very least, he chose his own path, bro. Like in a I'll say like a culture that he grew up in of fighters and martial artists, like he chose to be the scholar. He chose to have the family. He chose to have the daughter and the wife. He chose to be a protector. And I think he has like the work-life balance that I would ideally like for Naruto to have, to be fair. But at the very least, he made his own decisions. You can say, okay, he showed up in his green jumpsuit, and that shit was disgusting, nasty work. But at the same time, right, that was in service of a choice that he made for himself. Like, what decisions is Boruto making, like, for himself, that's decoupling him from those external constructs? This is a problem for me, because unless you do that, your character isn't free and sovereign. You're just a puppet on strings. You might as well be fucking Sasori's little fucking muppet.
Hey, we starting to see him. We starting to see him rebel against Kashi and Koji little by little. So, hey man, I don't know.
We're starting. We're always starting. We're always potential. We're always it's coming. It's always it's about to.
For me, he could be a full blown puppet and still be better than Gohan. All due respect. You should have seen disgust Vegeta scene in his eyes once he seen that Gohan didn't train after he turned Super Saiyan 2 in the
Vegeta couldn't believe it, bro.
He couldn't believe
it. Name one scene Boruto has that has more aura than like Super Saiyan 2, like walking down fucking Cell in Boruto Part 1. Name one scene.
In Boruto Part 1. I ain't gonna lie, bro. It's a little tougher to tougher. You know what I'm saying? It's tough to
Why
do
is
that
it tough? You just carry water
because
for
he
this
ain't got.
kid,
Hey,
bro.
look, bro. I've been noted to say in the past and in history of note that part one, Boruto was more so a type of character or person where like things happened around him and he was like reaching out and reacting to each different one. Where like Kawaki was that driving force, so he had that type of sauce.
But I
So, but
did.
like now TBV Boruto,
What's the
like
answer? What's the
he's a whole
answer,
different
bro?
character.
Nah, I
Part
said
one
part one,
Boruto
bro. We can get the TBV, but like, what's the answer, bro?
is not part one Boruto, man.
Okay then.
Yeah, true.
Okay then. I mean, at the very least, you could bring up something like, "Oh, Borishiki," but that's not even him. It's not
It's
even
not.
him.
That's what
It's
I'm
some
saying.
other
I had to.
dude.
I'm gonna keep it real. That's because that's not Boruto. So if we're talking about characters, then yeah, Boruto. I mean, Borushiki is like that's all Momoshiki. That's dope. So if we talking about Momoshiki, then yeah, that's cool or informing moments. But Boruto
I,
himself, I mean, like I think about like I ain't gonna if we talking because like I bring up the anime like when he was when he was fighting Owl like that shit was pretty cool.
I feel
That
like
was
part of
cool.
Boruto's
That was
problem.
cool.
I feel like part of Boruto's problem uh, is that he hasn't really had a full fledged fight where he can pit his ideals against the enemy. Naruto had that in part one. He also had that in part two. Final Valley. Of course, he lost, but that gave him character development. Then we have the whole Pain fight, where his incomplete ideals are going against Pain, and he has to find an answer to Pain's question, or at the very least, justify what he's doing. And we can see the resolve he had in that fight. Part one Boruto, for the most part, was the Kawaki show. And even when Boruto did have fights, other than like the Owl fight and the what's his name, so Joji, it didn't really feel like he was having his ideals completely pushed. And of course, you can argue it for Ao, but it just doesn't really hit the same way it hit for Naruto. And I feel like until we have that fight where he's up against the wall and just pushed mentally and physically, pause. Boruto's gonna seem kind of incomplete, and I feel like that's the trap of
Well,
Koji. I feel like he has to escape Koji to
well,
be able to be put into that situation.
well, what are your thoughts on the Funamushi arc or the Funato arc? Excuse me.
That's fine. I was talking more so about manga Boruto because
Oh, okay.
that's the thing we're going on in TBV,
All right.
and we
Then.
don't know
I mean,
if TBV is gonna do it differently, the anime or something. Like
I mean,
we can compare anime and Boruto for sure. And, there's the time slip arc also where that was
Well,
great.
I
I
kind of
just keep it as one experience, but like even with the Funato clan arc, bro, I feel like that's the closest arc to actually tackle the type of things that we're criticizing mainly for Boruto. Like the elements were there, but like that Funato clan arc was so poorly executed, bro. Like it really brought up all of these points that we're talking about because it brought up the fact that Boruto has to tackle with the idea that he killed someone's father in the midst of battle, but Boruto was justified in the midst of his battle in killing the person he killed. But now he has to deal with the fact that that son now has to carry that burden, and it's all at the hands of Boruto. So there was a lot of good things there, but like, bro, that arc was so badly executed. It's like, this shit was ass. I'm sorry, it was bad, bro. It had great
I
stuff, but
liked
it
it.
was bad.
I liked it. I thought it was a top tier arc. I don't know.
See, I think the problem with the anime, as much as I like the anime, is because they kind of sell it as a parallel storyline, kind of like Dragon Ball Super did. If they execute part two's anime in a way where we don't have Denki, we don't have Iwabe, we don't have the other characters, it kind of makes the part one anime kind of useless, and I would hate that because like with Sora, you can easily say, oh yeah, she was demoted from shooting Nagini because of her advocating for a traitor. But if we pretend like Denki doesn't exist or like the others don't exist, it's gonna leave a weird taste in my mouth. Like, of course, they could do. Oh yeah, they all got sealed up into trees. Now, of course, would I like that? Probably. But if they completely forget what happened in part one of the anime, I'm gonna feel a certain type of way. To be honest.
Bro, they should have killed Sasuke and they should have killed Naruto. And I don't know. I don't give a fuck what you do with Hinata, bro. But
They basically functionally did that with the storyline that they're writing.
nah, bro, they're cowards. They couldn't even be bothered to do the thing, bro.
Stop it.
Question though,
Hard, bro.
I feel like if Naruto dies, what would Kawaki pivot to? Do we think he pivots to Himawari? Because I feel like you need to give Kawaki a reason to live, and that's Naruto.
No, he turned to Amado 2.0. What are you talking about?
Because if he loses the will to live, that kind of just stops him from going after Boruto.
He's going to try to bring Naruto back.
Ooh, that would be interesting. That would actually be pretty interesting.
He's going to do the whole Amado thing, 100%.
I can see that. I can definitely see that. Yeah, that's a good point.
Dude is a weirdo. He probably like learned reanimation jutsu and have him like a fucking zombie walker, like Michonne from The Walking Dead. Like he just have like fucking Naruto in a collar or some shit.
Oh
like, he's
man,
goofy,
I can see it. Dude's about to be
strange.
snooping through Naruto's drawers for his DNA.
Oh, God,
what are you doing here?
I mean, you need
a
DNA
single pubic hair. That's tough.
for the Edo Tensai. I mean, that's how the jutsu.
I'd probably go with a hairbrush at first. Like, what
do we think Naruto brushes his hair? Do we think he owns a hairbrush?
I'll go for a ramen bowl or something like that.
A spoon, man, perhaps.
Yeah, a spoon. Why are we going automatically to the drawers?
I was just following the course.
That's crazy. Straight to the draws is diabolical work, bro.
It's wild.
It's more potent, okay? There you go.
That's more DNA. It's gonna take a few tries.
Bro, I don't know where 35 is going. I'm not looking forward to Code. Jura is kind of lame. Like I don't like Jura. What's the dude's name? Sasuke clone. I forgot his name. Hidari. He's boring. And it's this weird thing where like when one group of or one Shinju does something, the other Shinju just disappear off the face of the fucking universe. Like they're just not doing nothing. They're like in stasis or some shit, waiting for their call up. It's fucking weird. Like I don't know. Sarada is damn near blind. I don't know what that's going to amount to. I don't even know how she can fight, really, to be honest. At high levels, I don't know what's going to happen, bro. But they killed the Henny Lord off.
I think there's a good chance that Code makes the move for Sarada because they said flat out if once Code realizes he can't take down Boruto, he goes towards Sarada. I think that's Sarada currently right now is in the hospital with Sakura Gardner. I ain't gonna lie. A duo of Sarada and Sakura is kind of crazy. They did also talk about how Sakura is going to see another patient, quote unquote. Ryzen brought up the fact that it could be Kobu. I think that could be a nice storyline.
I was just about to say that because that's my theory. I think we're gonna have the final viewpoint of Kobu because Boruto did save him, but Kobu isn't gonna go on through that semantic. I feel like he's gonna question Sakura. Because at the end of the day, Sakura is the student of the 5th Hokage, the 6th Hokage, and was teammates with the 7th Hokage. So I feel like he's going to interrogate her or ask her about Sasuke. Because at the end of the day, she should be this really famous person, this really amazing person with great masters, great teammate, great legacy, and just the best medical ninja of the world. So why would she lower herself to being with Sasuke? Why would she trust in her daughter? So I feel like we might have that talk between Sakura and Kobu, and that might finalize Kobu's decision. Should he make Shikamaru heal? Should he bring in the daimyo, or should he think about it like a bit more? Like, what is the truth? Why is Boruto helping us? What is going on? What's the real situation in this? So I think we will have that clash of ideals Sakura Kobu face off.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I can see that.
Waited a whole month for that. Tough.
Yeah, 100%. Well, all right, y'all. Nice, solid 4-hour pod. Solid 4-hour pod. I didn't think we was gonna go down this long. Go ahead.
Got a lot of clips in there. Made sure to be very controversial so we can get a lot of attention. So there you go.
Yeah, 100%. Mello says Naruto's a failure as a Hokage. 100%.
1000%.
Black
Before we
Uchiha
go,
says Boruto is better than My Hero Academia. Oh my goodness.
bro, you'll be
No.
just fine with that take. Okay, that's the nicest take you can make in this community. Okay,
Look,
but
yeah.
what do you think about the NBA Finals, or just like the playoffs so far?
Oh,
Barra?
I'm shocked, legitimately. I thought originally I called it. I was talking to my homie. I said, I think the Spurs would probably win in 4 and win on average by like 10 points. I thought it was going to be like a blowout every single game. I'm shocked. So
The Knicks are
but I
really
still
good
think
this
Spurs
year,
win.
bro.
Say again.
The Knicks are really good this year. It's one of those situations where I'm rooting
Oh
for the
shit, Melo
Spurs.
went out. I can't hear him no more.
Hello?
I can still hear him.
It's one of those situations where I'm rooting for the Spurs, mostly because of Victor, but also like if Cat and Brunson won, I wouldn't be mad at that at all. Like I really like that team. So it's like a I win no matter what type of situation. So I'm just enjoying the
Yeah.
show.
I wish that was the case for me. I'm a Heat fan, so I naturally hate the Knicks. You know how that goes. You know.
Bro,
It's
what do
like
you guys
say again?
what do you guys have? Like, because I know the Jazz got a boost, the Wizards got a boost, the Hawks kind of on the up and rise, the up and coming. What the fuck did the Heat get?
No, bro, we haven't made a trade outside of the Terry Rozier trade. We haven't made a trade in like 6 years.
Bro's in prison now.
It's bad.
I mean, I'm not laughing at his misfortune, but it's kind of
yeah, it's bad. Before that, the last trade was probably like the Jimmy Butler trade. I'm telling you, we haven't gotten anybody.
God
We
damn.
might get Giannis. That's the thing.
Ain't no fucking way y'all getting honest. Stop. Don't
I'm
bring
not
up to think that.
I'm not putting any stock into that. I'm not putting
That boy
any
going
stock.
to the Spurs, bro. If he got any sense,
Yeah,
that'd be diabolical.
I don't know if you know, but my guy Black Uchiha is an OKC fan. We never discussed the loss, but you know.
Yeah, I
Man,
can't hear
fuck
Melo's
OKC,
audio right
bro.
now. So, but yeah,
All right, is it
I
good that
can't
he
get
didn't hear
into a good room
that?
because I don't know if Free's here. But
Bro, I'm so glad they fucking lost, bro. I can't stand them fucking merchants, bro.
The crazy thing, I was actually rooting for OKC, dog. I thought Shea could be arguably like in the better than Kobe conversations.
Bro, get the
And
fuck out of here. No, Bar.
Look,
You not
man.
falling for that
Look,
gimmick,
man.
bro.
I'm so serious.
Stop
like,
it,
bro. He's that good.
He's
Next
not
year, I
that
won't be
good,
surprised if they
bro.
win it.
That's
Hey, it was niggas is gonna win it next year for sure because let's just say I don't like the Spurs, bro. Let's just say that. I really,
What Wemby was doing in chat, I wouldn't like the
I
Spurs.
No, bro, I fuck
really
with
do
Wemby
not
when he
like
be
the
bowling
Spurs,
people in
bro.
the head and shit. That's my dude, bro. I'm like, knock his goofy. Like what he did to Brunson last game, like push him down. Like, yeah, get your goofy ass off me, little boy. I like that energy, bro. But sometimes he be playing like a Frenchman, bro. He be playing like a bitch sometimes. He be pissing me off. Like, get your big, long, lanky ass in the paint, man. You fucking jacking up threes like you Steph. Bro out here tween, dribble, tween, like he fucking Kyrie or some shit. Nah, but the worst thing he did was train with Jamal Crawford. But let me stop cooking my future GOAT. I just want to get your thoughts on it. Because your boy did drop 83, so, you know, that's something.
Oh, yeah. Well, specifically on Bam dropping 83, I loved it. I thought it was elite. The only thing is I hate this about Bam. I feel like he could average 30 if he just took the shots, but he just never shoots type of thing. So it's like that Paul Pierce thing. You giving me a taste of him. I want the whole load.
You want the whole load, huh? I respect the no pause there. Okay, I respect that.
Yeah,
all right, boys. Any other topics before we wrap it up?
Nah, that's probably it. I do want to hop on your stream though, so we could probably continue some of these conversations though. You can get throw me some schedules like in upcoming weeks.
I got you, bro. I got you. Right. I try my best to remember because I'd be like wishy-washy. Like you said at the start of this one, I don't know when I'm a fucking stream, but I'll try to get some organization.
All
right, is that free in here?
All right, Melo. I can't hear you, but I'm assuming we're saying bye now.
yes, we are. Goodbye.
Like literally, the only person I can hear is Bara. That's like
wait, can you hear me?
entire conversation.
Wait, can you hear me? I don't think he can hear me either.
No,
Nah,
no,
bro,
yeah,
that's
I
that's
guess
messed up,
he
bro.
can't hear it.
Either way,
I can't hear Rising. Yeah, I
when you guys
cannot
watch
hear
this
Rising. I see the
later,
circles moving, so that's why I know when you're talking. But
all right, Black Uchiha, goodbye. If you hear this later, Ryzen Bar Free Game, it's a pleasure. Thank you for having me. You guys have a wonderful podcast, and it's cool that you guys
Yeah,
got the two new
Black and Chat, we're saying goodbye. We're saying
two new
goodbye.
co-hosts. I
all
like
right, y'all.
the
Well, I don't
vibe.
know. We're free. We're gonna have to text free. Let them know we're
Yeah,
off.
we
We're
probably
hopping
gonna have
off.
to let Free know. We're dipping.
We done been on this drone for almost 4.5 hours.
This
All right,
this
guys.
boy is
It was
sleep at his
nice.
desk.
All right, y'all.
All right, later.
Hey, talk
Peace.
to you guys later. Have a nice night.
You too, man. Bye. Bro, how do I log out of this shit, bro? What is this? Oh, I guess I just